So these two are essentially intrinsically linked. They need to play together. Baskin, though, really can't be stopped. The only thing the Highland Ravens can do is go for a Hail Mary attempt. Notice now, this is the exact point where Scream reveals himself on wave. It's a little bit unfortunate for Scream that Paul is headed back to base because of his low HP. Had he been allowed to stick around and take the team fight, maybe things go a little bit differently. But from this position, you'll see there's just nothing left for the Highland Ravens. It's about cleaning things up. Cyclone Spin, clothesline lariats the entire team fight with his ultimate. Baskin's late rotation, just perfect. But all the while, you'll be able to clean up Ven. And once more, you'll see it once more here. There was one minion in the center of the map on top of Scream. Communications there. This guy's going to go for the end. We have to prevent it. And it's a clear call. It's a coin toss. Scream makes a decision of, can I back and defend? Probably not. Let's try and make something happen while I have opportunity. But the CC is clean. Pre-bead's not enough. You played Surt or jungle. You don't have the damage for that kind of play. And from there, the Styx Ferrymen cleanly close this one out. Hopefully, we learned a little bit of something. I know I did. We'll get it right back over to the desk.
We will get it right back over the desk. Man, that individual who was doing that broke it down perfectly, very handsome as well. I mean, just a great voice. You're shaking your head.
Dude, I was so nervous putting that. That's the first time I've done anything like that. I hated it.
I enjoyed it. It broke down for me. It's going to make me a better ranked player. I can tell you that right now. And I definitely, I need the help. So I appreciate the breakdown. I'm sure the fans at home as well. And that's some of the team fight prowess. Even if you hadn't broken it down, we just listened to the comms. That is straight up impressive from the Styx Ferrymen, because we've had plenty of listen-ins. We brought them in for Phase 2. I've heard a lot of stuff, Mifflin. I don't know that I've ever heard a concise, as clean as that. Sino died first in the team fight, and he started marching the troops around. He started giving orders from the death screen.
He was barking at Paul for sure. I mean, it is worth noting that in that entire team fight listen-in, the only voice we don't hear is Paul. Everybody else making calls around him. Paul, look behind you. Paul, look here. Paul needs help. Paul's not calling for any of it, but too many cooks in the kitchen, and I think, these guys have got plenty of cooks there. It was very, very impressive communication, especially, I think, Cyclone Spin's identification of where the threats are. Hey, we need it back now. They are going to go for our Titan now. Right. I don't care that you guys are going to get your quadra kill or your triple kill or what this, that, or the other. This team fight, it matters in that we can prevent more people from coming for the siege, but we really need to get back there and defend our base. So I think great leadership from this team has really put themselves in a good position. Unfortunately for them, like a 1,200 HP Titan is just about impossible to defend a little bit later on, so I think they did get global diffed a bit after that, but still incredibly fun stuff to watch.
Incredibly fun to watch is right, and you're right. Even though they do end up losing that particular game, hard to come back from a triple-digit Titan HP bar. They win the set, and they won every set thus far this phase, despite some of them going the distance. I think, 3-1 against the Ravens last week, as well as the 3-2 against the Jade Dragons as well. Now, I mean, we could talk about the Dragons' potential to go 5, sure, but just them being involved, yes, they're undefeated, but them being pushed to 4 games, pushed to 5 games, I mean, if anything, I'm looking at that from the Leviathans' perspective, and I'm trying to identify, man, this team can bleed. We really do have the potential to break down the door, give this team their first loss.
It's difficult, though, because even though there are a good deal of games for the Ferrymen, for the Leviathans to study up on, 4-game sets, as you said, plenty of sets played already, it's worth noting that their God pool, their team-wide God pool so far this phase, I believe is currently sitting at 26 unique selections. That's for the entire team. On average, that's about 10 less than the next team, I believe. So the Ferrymen, they may have got games, but they are not showing their hands. We've seen just about the exact same selections every single time from each one of these individual players, barring their jungler, who has maybe a little bit more to say in his God pool. If anything, the only thing I've learned, and I've watched every single game this year and the year before and the year before that,
right,
is that maybe you shouldn't be giving over Chernobog. Maybe Amaterasu's a little bit too high value. Maybe these selections need to be looked at and addressed.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you think about that number, 26 unique selections. That's already less than the rest of the teams in the league on average. And 2, that's on a team with Cyno in it. So Cyno as a jungler is already hitting above the mark.
He's sitting at 7 of those 26.
Right, on his own, he
Yep.
is hitting above the mark. So the rest of the team, you're right, those power selections, like the Amaterasu, like the Chernobog, like the Baba Yaga
Yep.
from Paul, not only are those gods powerful in their own right, but, I mean, the Styx Ferrymen, they've shown a hand, but the hand that they keep playing, it keeps winning, man. Like, you know, and if I'm, why change it? Why change it unless you are forced to change it? Maybe that's the Levi's strategy going into this one.
Yeah, I think the Levi's probably will play it pretty intelligently in the bans. They've also have the additional benefit of having players that are going to have different matchups. I think Paul, of course, has had experience playing against the Assassin mids. Shinzo has been playing that since last time they matched up against each other. But Shinzo's also willing to take the Chernobog away from Cyclone Spin. So I think there's going to be interesting interaction there as both teams vie for that pick. I know that I've spoke to some analysts, and with the most recent bonus patch, maybe Chernobog's going a little bit down on the priority list. I'm not buying in on that just yet.
Whoa.
I mean, a little bit down from absolute pinnacle Apex Predator. It's maybe a non-sentence, but
Sure.
I think that's going to be one I'm really keeping my eyes on, because as far as I'm concerned, it's criminal how often the Ferrymen have been allowed to play that pick.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams value it very highly to just insta-ban it in the draft, and then I remember I have watched sets this phase where you let it through, it gets first picked, you get dominated by it. And then you let it through, and then it gets first picked again, and then you lose to it again. And it feels like there has been time for the league to adapt to this pick. And maybe if it goes down a little bit, maybe we'll either see it picked less or just banned more at the very least. We were talking about deaths a little bit earlier. That got me thinking about kills as well. So I pulled up the leaderboard. We got some seasoned players in this match. Do you want to take a stab at who has the most kills in this match between the two teams?
The most total kills?
The most total kills all-time seasoned players.
I feel like adapting just gets into that conversation because of how long he's been playing. I'd probably and he's a jungler, and Smite's kind of been a jungle game for a very long time. I'll go with the king.
You hit it. Adapting is number 1 on that list at 3,600, a cool 500 above the next player on the list, who is Cuvo Fred. I will note though, still in the top 10, both of these ADCs, Cyclone Spin and Panda Cat, actually are within 100 kills of each other.
Wow.
So they're right up next to each other. And certainly, you know, potential, we talked about the mids playing a little bit slow. Those ADCs being similar playstyles, we can see in the picks and bans what they're going to pick. I think if Chernobog gets banned, maybe we'll see a little bit of fire over there in the duo lane.
Appreciate your patience, Smite fans. We're going to start breaking it down immediately. Look, this is one, I think, game 1, maybe more so than any other set, that is going to be dictated entirely in P's and B's, which is interesting that we're already going to see a targeted ban thrown out by the Styx Ferrymen. I wonder, Baba Yaga address, that's 1 out of 3 on my bingo card. I'm looking at Chernobog and Amaterasu still, if the Leviathans want to take those away. Instead, it's the Erlong Shen. What does that leave available? Where does that leave us in the bonus balance, power rankings? What exactly is everybody fishing for? This is going to be our first check on that. There is still so much of the original value available. My eyes are immediately going towards things like Pele. I'm still thinking of maybe the Ganesh pick, or the Ares is incredibly powerful. You could still look towards things like Yamoja, and that is going to be the lock-in. Aurora's played this pick plenty so far. We're not learning anything new just yet. It's very good on it. High aggression, scales well into the late game. A little bit of sustain will keep the Leviathans guessing on whether or not they need to build into anti-heal or anti-shielding. Yamoja just very, very powerful and a versatile selection.
Already, you could be reading a lot about how the preparation went for the Leviathans going into this match. The Baba Yaga and the Erlong Shen being taken up off the board early, as well as the Amaterasu being taken away from Baskin. That's going to go over to the Leviathans early on here. And then that second selection, supports up top here. The Yamoja pick first for the Ferrymen, and then the Khepri answer back on Tarangi for the Leviathans.
Front line locked in for the Levi's, not hiding anything here. That has got to be your support and your soul laner, unless you're getting wild. We have seen exactly 1 Amaterasu mid game, and I think we've seen exactly 1 Amaterasu jungle game. And I think it's going to stay at exactly 1 for both of those for a while longer. So Having looked at the front line of the Leviathans, I see a good deal of dive, high AoE CC potential from Amaterasu, followed by single target from Khepri. Makes it very easy for him to lock down just about anybody that burns those beads. And this is a combo now the Leviathans have gone towards twice as Anubis fills in that third overall slot. How many times do we see this combo just Anubis walks in, plagues a Locust, and says, I'm going to unload all of my damage. You need to make a difficult decision. Are you going to kill me right now while I have Scarab's Blessing and I'm going to reset and still have more damage to deliver? Or are you going to just stand in my damage and wait for Scarab's Blessing to go away? All the while the Leviathan's just benefiting because it feels really bad fighting into that combo. I had actually talked to Genetics recently about the Khepri. Because Khepri haunts my nightmares as one of the most annoying picks in Smite to deal with, especially as a jungler. It's one of the top 3 worst feelings I've ever experienced in my life, having those kills stripped away. And he told me executes do not counter Khepri. And he would not at all elaborate on what that meant. I said, Genetics, your ultimate doesn't work if they get executed. He said, does not matter. So I wonder now if the Ferrymen are falling into some sort of high-level mind game 40 chess grandmaster trap here with this Achilles hover that I'm just not privy to.
Pixelman's racing through. We got the Hades in the set from the Ferrymen. You talked about the Anubis locked in after the top 3. Some more, substandard bans. Sino continuing to be focused out here. The Naja and the Bologna taken away from his god pool. And that sort of, begs the question, if this Achilles does get locked in, is that going to be the Sino selection?
I think so.
Trying to get some aggression from the Warrior.
I think so. Achilles jungle is not bad, by the way. If you just want to go full assassin Achilles jungle, you're going to have decent defense scaling in the late game thanks to your passive, but not exactly the same level of frontline that maybe Sino has become accustomed to. He's building full tank Pele jungle. But damage output is good, chase down potential is good, and you've got single target CC that is highly confirmable. That's literally everything you could want from a jungler. Throw an execute on top of it, and all of a sudden you've got the presence on map to make it a little bit more difficult to exist as a Khepri. So I do not hate that pick, but I did spend too much time breaking it down because instead it's Rat. And I don't need to break down Rat. We all know what Rat does. It's global presence, it's a stun, it's a slow, it's defense shred, it's very high pressure once you get your Acorn finished. But maybe most importantly for the Ferrymen and their fans, the standard assassin.
Which is, I don't know if Sino knows how to play standard assassin. That's a joke. Obviously, Sino with the Ratatosk are going to be giving us that gold rush. We got baited by the other hover as well. The Ishtar comes through. They were hovering the Nuwa, potentially looking at putting that set over in the dual lane, maybe trying to find some flex potential, but it is Ishtar, going to be locked in. More than likely, the ADC over there set, headed towards that mid lane role. On the other side, Leviathans, pretty clear top 4 in terms of where they're going role-wise. I don't think anybody's being fooled by flex potential as much as it'd be fun to see an Anubis ADC. I think the ADC lock-in, more than likely going something standard here. Par for the course would be this on her if it does get locked in. Something a little bit more aggressive. We talked about Chernobog getting banned away, and sure enough, these 2 ADCs pick hunters that want to fight.
High boxing potential. Ishtar does have a little bit higher potential to just say, hey, maybe I skip the PvP and I just out-clear you because I have cleave auto attacks. I think that's likely to happen. Once Honor hits his 2-item power spike, feels really, really bad to fight him in lane. You just have so much more ability damage to play with. Switches up his burst. Honor does interact well with Anubis in that hit the wrap from range, Death Gaze plus Desert's Fury, good luck surviving that. So there's decent ultimate combo synergy between the two of them. Honor also being so self-sufficient in the backline with Disperse and a self-peel slow means that Khepri can really dedicate all of his attention to facilitating the Anubis. I like this draft a lot from the Atlantis Leviathans. Feels like the Styx Ferrymen are going to struggle dealing with the first point of contact. You've got plenty of damage between Set and Rat, and Ishtar's got the long-range auto attacks to maybe interact with Anubis once he decides to go into that ultimate, assuming he isn't shredding her directly. But how are you going to deal with the Anubis if he's the first one in, or the Amaterasu? Are you going to have to dedicate resources then? If you do so, who's dealing with the Khepri Scarab's Blessing? Who's dealing with the Anubis outpouring of damage? How are you going to peel the backline? The Ferrymen are going to have to figure out answers to all of those questions. you could circumvent the issue by simply dominating the early game, and this is a draft that's certainly capable of doing exactly that.
Sure.
Double assassin, high pressure solo laner, incredibly high pressure duo lane. The Ferryman might just say, hey, this is going to be a very difficult late game 5-on-5. Let's put ourselves in the best position possible before we get there. You'd have to really, really roll through the objectives, though. Fortunately for him, Ishtar is one of the better hunters at exactly that.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Styx Ferryman draft, and you know, thinking about the late game, if it were to be just a fully even team fight late into the game, the Styx Ferryman, it isn't clear to me like which path they would want to follow. They've got a bunch of AoE ultimates, like yeah, sure, Yemoja and Hades are big circles, but Set wants to full dive, Rat wants to join the full dive and use that global pressure. I almost feel like you might be, hitting the nail on the head with the try and get ahead early, but I think it might even be if they get ahead anywhere early, they can try and like adapt to whoever's ahead and push the game style through them.
Yeah, these are all lanes that you're capable of playing through on the Ferryman. There's not a single lane here where you're saying, that's weak, I'll see you late game. There's high potential for level 3 or level 4 ganks in all 3 of their lanes, so whichever one does establish a lead will give you opportunities that are different. If you're playing through solo lane, you'll control the totem, which is going to give over MP5 to the entire team, and a little bit later, mid-game slanted, you can start looking towards Pyromancer or continuous blue buff invades. I think it would behoove the Ferryman to go ahead and play through duo, though, just because there's so much value on that side of the map, and looking at the support selection in particular, the Khepri, it's real hard to kill anyone around him and him himself. But that's after level 5. That's after like level 9 when he's got 2 defense items.
Right.
Early game, if you reset a Scarab's Blessing, even on Khepri himself, if he's not tanky, you'll just kill him again.
Well, we'll see how the Styx Ferrymen adapt to that early game. Game number 1, right around the corner. We'll throw it to the casters, J-Mac and Inbound.
Thank you so much, Frog and Mifflin on the desk. That's right, it's J-Mac, it's Inbound, and Doug here for game number 1 between the Styx Ferrymen and the Atlantis Leviathans, 2 of the top teams in the league, battling it out once more for the second time this phase here in week number 4 to start off our weekend. And what a game that we get to start with here, Bobby. Just having these 2 teams out here, even the fans, actually sliding a little bit closer towards the Leviathans this time, even despite the fact that this is an undefeated Ferryman team. The resurgence the Leviathans have given the fans some hope.
Yeah, and I think you look at the recent games both these teams have played, we've seen great Smite from both of them. Levi's have had very high highs, they've been very consistent. That is a little bit more recent, though. They had a somewhat rough start to this phase, losing to the Ferrymen. This is their second time matching up, with the Ferrymen winning the first set 3-0. Now we get this first game, Levi's Ferrymen. And looking at these comps, I think Miff was pretty obvious talking about where each team kind of wants to play through. I think another thing to highlight is you want to look at the volatile lanes. And you think about volatility, it's characters that can kind of win you a game by themselves, or lose you a game by themselves. And what character kind of encompasses that more than Anubis in this mid lane?
Yeah, Anubis is one of those picks where we even dial back a few years and we would see that go, really? Anubis of all things? That seems a little strange. It does feel kind of like that feast or famine style of God, where you get that first kill on Anubis, that first blood, it feels real good. Maybe Baskin was feeling real good. Had to have just been that 1 second away from his cooldown to try and get that kill on the Fine okay, but puts Fine about 200 HP, puts him back down to tier 1 tower already. And this is the level of control that we're used to seeing out of Hades in the solo.
Especially in this matchup, Alma wants to kind of sit on the wave, auto-attack it down, and what does Hades do better than bully you out when you are sitting kind of in that wave? Cyno rotating early for this 1 minute 30-second cooldown buff, Fine under tower, about 300 health, and I think so far everything is pretty expected. Duo lane, there's a lot of kill potential for the Levi's because of this on her, but the clear potential with Yemoja, Ishtar means that's going to kind of be in their favor. I like that they're playing this early portion to get this on her, this safety early. Honor's not the safest character. He's got a jump, but he's pretty easy to run down. Getting that shield, that protection buff on top of him makes it so he's just a lot tankier and a lot harder to deal with on top of his damage.
Grabs good on to Paul, but he holds on to his relics, and even relics used from adapting. But Paul's able to get back out, maintaining the beats, maintaining the damage that did come through from the Leviathans. You saw that Cyno was waiting for that chance to go to Shinto, but Shinto a little bit faster on the trigger to start the fight.
And that's just kind of sigil strength right there. He was so tanky. He took the entire Anubis combo, took a little bit of damage from adapting, and he still came out with about 200 health, which is pretty insane. That's just the strength of Sigil set, also the mitigation from the 3. Sino trying to get his own back camp, and adapting's not even allowing it. Already, this Rat is getting bullied a little bit. Rat going for the... I was a little curious to see what Sino was going to be doing for the Acorn. Seems like he's going to be going for the stun Acorn. Sino's always a little bit of a funkier jungler than most other jungles, so I was curious to see if he was going to go the double prot shred Acorn. He opts most likely for the stun Acorn. Would be a bit surprising to see the crit Acorn, but we saw that, I think, last year with Scream, so always possibilities there.
I want to say Scream, and I think this year we had one from Captain Twig, but he went like full like 90% or so crit that game. Early game worked out really well, big crit numbers, and then Spectral came online, and that kind of put a damper to that. So we'll keep an eye on Sino, because I think the Des brings up a good point, is that Sino can play Assassins. He's shown that he is very, very prevalent on Assassins. But this year has not really been building them like Assassins. We look towards the Pele game that he had in recent time, and it was, okay, he went damage first slot, and then he went full tank. Yeah, things like Arc Druid pulled up into there, Pridwin. Sino will play the traditional stuff, but he will not play it the traditional way.
And he's not building traditional items. You'll see more solo lane items from Sino than you will be seeing, you know, flat pen and percent pen. A lot of the time, Sino just wants to be that engage opportunity. He doesn't really care to be one-shotting. He wants to be the engage a lot of the time, and he does it really, really well. So Aurora and Cyclone looking for the shield camp, can't really do it. Adapting gets gone on it. Short hammer, a little bit of damage. Adapting getting low, not enough. He gets into the air. Adapting out safely. Paul uses ultimate. Nice little trade. Paul showing that he's willing to commit right there. Doesn't really lose anything either. And whenever you're playing against a Thor, you want that Thor to be on the back foot, because a Thor on the front foot, able to rotate kind of around the map and make plays, is the scariest type of Thor.
Yeah, you don't want to give Adapting any room to really play on this Thor. Cyclone goes to the ultimate up to Panda Cab, and Panda gets the impale. Dunked in by Sino, but it's on point. Gets a beats from Panda before anything else goes through. Pull from Wrong U will make sure that Sino can't go any further. Beads traded out between the Hunters. Similar value, though Panda Cat still maintaining ultimate.
A little bit of a bad beats by Panda there. I think he thought Sino was going to land on him. Sino opts to, you know, kind of just cut off the exit path, and then Sino has no real ability to kill after missing the ultimate. But like you said, beads trade, I think, slightly in favor of On Her in this early portion. I think his damage output is enough. A little bit of damage onto Paul. Paul doesn't really care. He's going to get that back off soon for that trans, so he doesn't mind getting this little bit of poke, eating a little bit of that poke right now. But that dual lane is kind of the highlight now. No beads on either the Ishtar or the On Her. On Her is a god that can punish you with having no relics just by himself. And Ishtar is kind of more of a, I'll force your beads like a Cupid, and then you rely on your ally to come, you know, punish you for that.
Now, while in the fight, Panda Cat didn't use ult. I do see that it's on cooldown. Must use to clear the wave. Have a fast trick back to base. Roar will stick around Cyclone. Make sure that purple buff does get dropped there. Which is strange that we're still seeing the support stick around kind of as long as they have over in that lane. One thing that at least now sticks out as far as early builds are concerned, Pythax piece seems to be kind of the go-to. We've been seeing this a lot pop up on the Anubis. So what about this Pythax makes it such an enticing item, Bobby?
It's an item that you want to kind of play around yourself. As you can see, it's or you want to have the fight happen around you. Aurora taking a little bit of damage, but he is out. Beads forced on Aurora. Pythax is an item where when you build it, you want fights to happen around you. And when you're playing Anubis, what else do you want more than to have fights happening around you? Power to your allies, lifesteal to your allies, and to yourself, on top of also getting that health. So it's a good survivability option, it's a good power option, and it's a good, you know, cooldown. It's got so many stats. I feel like I've been talking about the stats. It really is a good item. The problem comes to, it doesn't have the, you know, true strength of like a Book of Thoth. Paul taking a little bit of damage, beats forced on Paul. Shinto trades out the ult. I will say, I'm not too surprised with the Anubis selection. I think it's more so Shinto playing Anubis that sticks out more to me. He doesn't really strike me as an Anubis player, somebody that you kind of think of him like Paul, where he's a player that doesn't like to die. He wants to kind of live fights, and that's not Anubis.
At the same time, you know, I would think the same for Shinto, but at one point when Rangda's mask was as strong as it was, he's bringing out Kabrak and mid, and nobody else besides, you know, at that time, solos, supports, and even by that point, the jungle was kind of filtered out from that point. So Shinto diversifying his pool a little bit. as far as what he likes to play, what he likes to get active with. Going into double lifesteal immediately as well, so really hard committing to the sustain option of his build.
I would be surprised if we see a bunch of anti-heal coming out for the Ferrymen too. They already have that tainted. Cyno, I expect a brawlers here. Cyno's a player that doesn't all the time like building the brawlers. He likes to build the Jotuns a lot, but it is a rat downside where you have to build your boots first, your acorn first, instead of building the actual flat pen item, so he doesn't get that early Jotuns like a lot of other characters do. So I'd expect the brawlers. Because if he goes Jotuns now, and he delays his brawlers till third item, or his anti-heal till third item, this Anubis is going to have 2 full lifesteal items for these next 5 minutes. And I don't expect that. I expect some anti-heal out from Cyno. But what I wanted to focus on also is a little bit on Ronnie's Relic already. He's already upgrading that Ankh. There's a lot of healing on the side of the Ferrymen. Aurora's got a lot. Baskin's got a lot. Paul's got a lot. It's not something that's needed, but it definitely makes fights a lot easier when you play around that upgraded Ankh.
I think specifically around Paul and really what he can do with that Kingslayer ultimate has been what we've seen a lot of lifesteal, or anti-heal, I should say, go towards for these teams. And I'm going to be keeping eyes on Paul because still 50 seconds, still his beads are back up. Aurora 15, which is why we saw maybe a large grouping of the Leviathans on the left-hand side, taking away the purple buff, stripping that one from Cyclone and Aurora, trying to keep the duo lane down, but still relatively even there. The only real lead that we see so far is coming from the Leviathans mid laner, Shinto, and adapting with about a half level up over Cyno.
And I think in that half level, I think Shinto backing at 12 to get that level 12 spike faster than Paul, and then looking to force an objective like Gold Fury, Pyro, if they want to wait that long, is going to be the best option. The desk highlighted it really well, where the early fights should be slightly in favor of the Ferrymen, but the Levi's have much, much better objective confirm. Objective burn. They've got the Anubis, they've got the Ama. Honor's also really good. Cyclone takes a lot of damage there. Beats forced, but he does seem to be fine. Beads down for Cyclone again.
And these Riptides from Aurora, just clutch enough to be getting him and Cyclone Spin out of danger multiple times now. We've seen Aurora go that direction, keep himself alive and healthy. We do see, though, as pointed out by you here, a fully upgraded teleport now by Fine OK. And typically when we see these fully upgraded teleports, that means that once this 10-12 minute mark hits, that first beacon pops up, you might be seeing early rotations from these solo laners. Now Fine OK, finally with at least a little bit of damaging kit, will fight up against Baskin, or more so Baskin kind of makes him fight, trades out ult for ult in the solo lane.
And it's really not even close still at this point. Fine doesn't have the damage to really, threaten Baskin, and he doesn't have the survivability to really trade all too hard. Paul taking a little bit of damage here. But
Paul might go
seems
down.
like he's fine. That Sigil just makes it so it's so painful trying to commit to him. Sigil with mitigation on sets 3, and he is just so safe. I will say, if Shinto commits ult there instead of just winning, I think we're going to see Paul beadsing and then getting out instead of holding the beads. Paul opts to hold the beads here. Fine OK, taking a little bit of damage. Blue buff getting invaded. Secured by Fine. He got that.
Wow.
Is that a Gooseberry secure?
I think it was a Gooseberry secure and a Gold Fury for the Leviathans goes their way. Aurora, though, out of home, he still has the ultimate. Locks Wrong You in play. Shinto gets the Scarab's Blessing on top of him, and it's a full commit. They've popped the Blessing. They've also taken down Wrong You and Shinto. It's a double kill for Paul, and you might just make it a 3-piece for him. The 6 Ferrymen, they lose the Fury, but they take the fight after.
What an incredible fight. Chased down by the Ferrymen there. The Levi's comp, until that Alma rotates, is not a comp that can run away. You are going to be getting chased down. Anubis, not too safe when he's running away. Same with the Kepri. And what does Yamoja do better? What does Set do better? Rat do better than most? They chase exceptionally well. Something that can easily do. Gold Fury on the side of Levi's, down about 1,500 gold now after the 3-piece by the Ferrymen. And Beacon is just spawning in about 30 seconds.
Do see now, 6 Ferrymen with that kill. With those 3 kills to Paul, do extend their lead up. About 1,500 gold over the Leviathans to kick things off. And the big one there, a 3,000 XP differential. What was a dead-even XP game essentially up until that point, now really ballooned out of control with those 3 kills for Paul, pushing him up well over Shinto in XP.
And this is not what you want to see. A god like Set getting ahead is always going to be scary. But just as bad, a god like Anubis falling behind is going to be detrimental for the Levi's. At this point, They can still fight. Absolutely, they can still fight. However, fights are going to be a lot harder. Set's going to be harder to deal with, and Anubis is not going to be nearly as safe as if he had a lead.
Now fight around the beacon. Aurora, the only one for the Ferrymen, immediately on point with those riptides. The fun part being able to try and push people off of the beacon if you can. Laner standing by. The junglers over to the left-hand side, adapting. Trying to get aggressive towards purple, maybe try and get a pick towards Cyclone Spin. But may have been spotted out by Cyno to dunk onto Cyclone.
Good wall.
He's got both relics. He's got the jolt as well, and the turnaround is there. Cyno gets the piece of the Aegis, and it's a double kill for Cyno. The gank for the Leviathans goes south fast. And immediately afterwards, the Ferrymen will take the beacon as well. What a turnaround for the Ferrymen under tower.
And Adapting had such a good idea going into that. You know, I'm going to land, force Beach Aegis. I'm going to drop wall, and he won't be able to get out. Little did he expect, or even Cyclone not maybe being able to get like a good, you know, angle to be able to actually get over that wall. But Cyclone positions himself in between and actually hits the dash. I don't even know how you classify Ishtar's dash backflip as, but gets the dash onto Adapting and then flips over the wall, getting out. And Cyno, sorry, was there to pick up the kill, getting Beads Aegis on Panda. Well, I guess Panda's beads were already down, but Beads Aegis on Adapting.
Great turnaround for the Ferrymen. What was a 0-0 game walking into about the 10 or so minute mark is now jumped up to a 5-0 lead for the Ferrymen. Nearly 3,000 gold up after that combination. Haven't seen the Soul Laners get active just yet over elsewhere on the map. Have mostly just been sticking to the lane, which is surprising given that what Final K has opted into. He's gotten his tier 3 teleport already. That was highlighted a few minutes ago. But now going into a frenzy, I'm surprised you don't see Final K leave this lane.
Yeah, and I think it was a little bit of a timing thing that kind of screwed with the Levi's where, you know, Final K wanted to rotate over. He wants to go to that Gold Fury, but he got two-man ganked. So instead of, you know, him rotating over for that, the Levi's take the 4v3 on that objective. Unfortunately, the Ferrymen are able to rotate to that fight, get the pick-off in time, or the triple kill. I guess it's not even a pick-off. The triple kill in time, and then Final K is not able to rotate. Now this is the point where, right here, this is what I wanted to see. As soon as this Pyro is spawned and available, walk over, hop the Frenzy on Alma, drop some Anubis 3s, Anubis 1s, and just blow up these objectives. This is something that Ferrymen have to keep in mind the rest of this game. At all points, Fire Giant can be committed to, and just like that, Ronnie committed to it, just exploded on. Does get his relics off, and it does not matter. 4v4 at this red buff Cyclone pushing down mid.
Roar steps a little too far for it, does lose his beads, but plenty of healing and sustain, does have those Fabulous hoops, so his shield plus the shield from the item, making sure to keep him alive and healthy. Did lose out on the beads, but with that Pyromancer going down, it was a one-kill turnaround instantly. And Cyno, you were talking a little bit about anti-heal earlier. Did go for the Brawler speed stick for himself, but opted for defense immediately after. I mean, this is classic of Cyno, build a little bit of damage and then full tank the rest of the way, but gets his cooldown from the breastplate instead.
I think it's funny that last week we saw hundreds of breastplate glyphs, and so far, I mean, we're only 15 minutes into the game, but we don't have a single breastplate glyph built yet. I expect Cyno's going to be building into it. At a point, maybe Baskin builds into it. I think he'll opt for the Spectral instead of the breastplate for this game because of what Panda is building. He's got that Demon Blade already. And we've seen this a little bit by the Levi's, but let's put a pause on that. They're pulling this Fire Giant.
Fire Giant started, Cyno looping around, but he's been spotted. Speeds a wall from Adapting, gets that, but with just enough presence from Cyno, does force the Leviathans off of the Fire Giant for the time. Paul even going to throw a spawn over the wall just to keep some vision on where the Leviathans are going. Tier 1 tower, under a little bit of threat, but without Cyclone Spin there, have to commit maybe a bit too far to try and dive under there.
It maybe didn't work going to this exact Fire Giant and threatening it, but this is just something that's going to be in the back of the Ferryman's mind now, where if they, you know, maybe send too many people to the opposite side of the map, or too many people get seen backing, the Levi's will pull the trigger and they will walk to this Fire Giant. And we saw how quick they killed that Pyro. We can expect Fire to drop maybe not as fast, but just as fast. I mean, you got Alma, you've got the pen from on her. It's not, you know, a ton for it, but it's still helpful. Exi on him. Alma's got the Frenzy also. Anubis. Cyno blink on a Panda. Panda beats Force.
Use the ultimate as well. Does have the Aegis, but we'll hold on to it potentially for the next one. The stun does connect, and that's another kill for Cyno. 4 in a row for the Ratatosker jungle. Styx Ferrymen so far have been goose-egging the Leviathans in these fights. Leviathans can't manage to pick up a kill, but what is their answer back to? And group up on the right side once more. Without their hunter, this Fire Giant, not really the greatest option for them.
And this Honor was the last pick by the Levi's. This is the god that was wrapping together their entire comp. And so far, that early game portion, Cyclone beats or ult traded by Adapting, and Cyclone Adapting gets to the air, and he's gone. But Honor was this final pick by the Levi's. It was supposed to kind of put the bow on the comp, give them everything they need, a lane to play through. Unfortunately, Dua was not a lane that they could really play through. They fell behind at that gold 3 point, and ever since then, Panda's been kind of just not getting camped per se, but he's getting dealt with very easily by the Ferrymen.
Aurora trying to delay this beacon a little bit longer with all
job by
showing
Aurora.
up. That's enough. Get Wrong You to dash away from the point, so Aurora can stand on top. Again, the benefit of the emote. You have plenty of ways to keep enemies off of this beacon if need be. Riptides, throw out an ultimate. Nobody wants to stand inside there just to cap this small beacon. So with that turnaround, the Ferrymen will get their second beacon to cap this one off. A 7-0 lead over Leviathans. Gold itself hasn't really gone too much further than what it was before. Still only sitting around 3,500 XP. Still about that 6K point. The bulk of that lead now, though, what was a mid lane massive lead for Paul versus Shinto is now over here in the dual lane. Cyclone Spin, without a single kill, has gotten a 3-level lead over Panda Cat.
Cyclone is kind of benefiting from jungler gank my lane, get the kills, I get ahead. And because of that, he's got that 3-level lead. But just for a second, I want to take a look at the starter items by the supports. You've got Aurora opting for the Benevolence, and Ronnie, which we have not seen in a long while. Khepri not going for the Benevolence. A lot of the times we see Khepri, he's going for that compassion for that backline play. Ferryman pulling this pyro, it's down to about half health.
Quick reset, though, with the Leviathans nearby. This is a coin toss. They try and go for this objective. Not the one that you want to do a full commit to, but going to continue pulling it back and forth. Fireman's a reset once more. Leviathans standing by are just enough of a threat. The Ferrymen have a good bit of burst damage with Paul nearby. Secure a pyro for themselves and make it a 1-1 trade on those objectives so far this game, similar to that Gold Fury, but with these objectives have come the kills for the Styx Ferrymen. What is it at this point, Bobby, for the Leviathans to try and bring themselves back in? Is it to step up to objective and get a fight going, or at this point you're waiting for the Ferrymen to start and you have that counter punch?
I think you want the Ferrymen to pull this first. I think you want to kind of surprise them at this point. Your builds are a pretty significant amount away from the enemy's build. You got 4 finished items in ADC, 4 in mid, 4 in solo, and Vino K looks to be just the first person on the Levi's that finishes that 4th item, getting that Spirit's Robe. You kind of have to surprise them at this point. I think what the Levi's want to do with their comp, how you want to play their comp, is you want to slow this game down as quick as possible and try to delay it to that 30-minute mark so you can hit that full build. And it's tough to do because you're forced to somewhat, contest objectives because you can't give everything up instantly. And you have to make it almost seem like you're going to take the fight if the Ferrymen go to it. Because that pyro took them 30 seconds to do. And that's just 5 people walking over, kind of standing there, slowing them down. Oh, maybe we're going to go for this fight, maybe not. And the Ferrymen were forced to kind of, drop it, pull it, drop it, pull it. And that's what they have to do on this Fire Giant also. We're only 21 minutes in this game. There's still a long while to go for that 30-minute mark for that EFG. A lot of farm is needed by the Levi's, so they're going to have to slow down this game a lot.
Now, at the beginning of this game, we talked a lot about the volatility of the Anubis pick as a whole. It's a very feast or famine style god. You get in there, you get the kills, you feel great, you fall behind, doesn't. Well, we're approaching 21 minutes in the game at this point. The Anubis hasn't really gotten anything done for the Leviathans just yet. 1 death on Shinto. At what point does this become the Anubis is not necessarily irrelevant, but where you kind of lose the value of having that Anubis?
I think the Levi's are fine with this Anubis at all points. They're looking for a little bit of damage onto this Fire Giant. I don't think they're trying to do this with, Panda B on the other side of the map. I think it was just kind of testing the water, seeing what's happening. But I think Anubis is a fine character even in the late game because of the Levi's comp. A lot of damage on the Paul, but not too much really.
Dunk from Adapting, that gets the beats this time. It gets still held on to for Paul. We'll need to use the here, but the Rivers from Aurora will separate the fight. Fine, okay, can't close the gap. And Aurora loses beads off of the pull from Wrong You. A lot of commit towards Paul. 2 big ultimates from Shinto and Adapting. At the end of the day, they don't get the kill, but they still learn 3 sets of relics from it.
A lot of relics down on both sides of the map now. You got double relics on Adapting. TP was used by Alec or Fine to get there. And now it almost seems like the Levi's want to threaten this. But adapting is going to be pretty useless in this fight. This is going to be almost a 4v5. Set can play around fights, kind of, you know, poking and then going in when he can full commit. He's also got that sigil finish, so he's very, very tanky. I mean, we look at the Ferrymen's, you know, side right now. A bunch of start items finished, and they're pulling this Fire Giant.
Wrong U's going to be the only one who sees it immediately. Final K near the pit. Fire Giant down to half. We've seen coin tosses before. Two of the Leviathans nowhere near this potential fight. Sino goes in, gets the beads off of Panda Cat, and keeps him out. They've given up the Fire Giant instead. It's all for the fight. Force Final K and Wrong You out, but you gotta be careful about a River's Rebuke setup. A double Riptide from Aurora will lock in two. Wrong You brings himself back to life, only to meet Grave one more time. Paul takes down Wrong You, and Baskin on Shinto. Adapting from Adapting will net the first kill for the Leviathans, but the 6 Ferrymen have already gotten the job done. 3 Leviathans down, and Adapting will be number 4. A spin is no good. Double for Baskin.
And what a perfectly played team fight by the Ferrymen. They're doing this Fire Giant unless you walk in. The Levi's have to walk too far in. At that point, immediately the Ferrymen drop the Fire Giant. They take the fight, and a phenomenal by Aurora knocks back not just the Kepri, but also the On Her and the Hades ult to follow up. And all the while, something that Sino does better than a lot of other junglers is he's distracting 3 other members on the other portion side of that Fire Giant, and nobody else is able to help them. Sino dies for it, but they kill 4, they get Fire Giant, and now they're setting themselves up to start pushing down these towers, and maybe even Phoenix.
That's something we saw just in the telestory bit that Mifflin had showcased on the desk, was the way that Sino, as you say, unlike a lot of other junglers in the league, and really unlike just a whole lot of other players, will throw his body out there. He'll just throw his weight around and say, okay, cool, who's going to stop me? You? All right, I'm just going to kind of stand here, focus on me, look at me, become that lightning rod style of jungle. And with the build he's gone with, kind of affords him to have a little bit of extra tankiness, especially with all this physical damage. Sure, Shinto is going to put a lot of threat towards him, but Shinto wasn't in that fight. Sino's stung his way over, distracting Panda Cat, keeping Adapting out of there. And it's now just allowing the 6 Ferrymen to continue to balloon this lead out of control. Nearly 10,000 gold up, 24 minutes in. Nearly every objective going their way, aside from first Gold Fury and first Pyromancer.
Right now, about an 8,000 gold lead for the Ferrymen, 11-1 in kills. Grouping on the right side of the map, and actually it looks like the Ferrymen are trying to catch him out. Aurora on the side. Thor ult is forced. Final K should be safe enough. Alma is a super safe character, but maybe Paul looks for this here.
Paul does get the Aegis. Sino dunks in, takes the beads, and gets the Scared's Blessing. That's 2 ultimates already from the Leviathans, just to bail Adapting out. While the Ferrymen are alive and healthy. Panda Cat not on this side of the fight yet, but might need to make his way back. The Titans are marching up left side, so Panda Cat will deal with that. 6 Ferrymen take down a tier 2 tower, slowly but surely, once Cyclone Spin shows up.
And they've got Wave actually coming now. Looks like a 5v4 is going to be happening here. And Panda's actually forced to reset. Fire or getting siege on right now.
Aurora's got ult. He'll throw it immediately on top of 3. Keeps the Leviathan zoned away from this. Panda Cat has gone back. Runic Bomb is good. Final K pulled back in by what looked to be a Riptide. Baskin will sack his life for the team, but they got exactly what they wanted. Tier 2 tower and a Phoenix.
Wall actually onto Aurora. Looks like the chase out is going to be rather slow here. Alma allows these chases. Maybe a slight potential for turn. Four's in the air.
Up in the sky, where's his dunk into the backline and finds Cyclone and takes him down. Shinto's damage is good. It's a couple along with Adapting, but now it's just Paul and Sino to keep this fight alive. They're both healthy. Sino will actually go up to the sky and chase out Shinto. Paul is going to double commit with the dive onto the mid laner. They get the job done, but Paul may have had a little too much. He uses the Aegis and the Kingslayer to try and get out, but he's just got to turn and fight as much as he can before he falls. 4 wiped off the map from the 6 Ferrymen. Only Sino left alive.
And overall, I mean, good play by the Ferrymen. They get the Phoenix, but great turn by the Levi's. Great chase there. Only losing your best Phoenix to lose allows you to push that wave out, getting ready for this Fire Giant. Also, a lot of shutdown kills there. We have Sino dying, Paul dying, both 1-5-0, or I guess Sino didn't die, but 5-1, or 4-0 on Paul, and he gets taken down. It's a shutdown kill. Now you look at the Levi's builds at this point. A bunch of starters being finished. 5 items deep on most of the characters. This is a point where the Levi's delay this a little bit longer. These fights are going to be a lot more even than even just that Fire Giant fight.
And the real difference that'll separate at least these next couple of team fights will be once these recipes really start getting sold off. Still holding on to all recipes for the Leviathans, but a couple of them built, or sold away, I should say, for the Styx Ferrymen. Deathbringer for Cyclone Spin, and then a Mantle of Discord from Baskin, opting for his defensive item. So now with the Styx Ferrymen, losing out on the fire, waiting for it about another minute till it respawns back in. What is the call now for Leviathans? Now that they know they've got that fight to try and go up against the Ferrymen, is this another one where they step up to the Fire Giant and they hold that defense? Is this one that they kind of just wait for the Ferrymen to step too far forward?
I think this is 2 opportunities to play this one. They can either try to take the fight. I mean, they're still down a good amount of gold, 7k gold, 6k gold. They're still looking to get their full build, so they are not nearly as strong as the Ferrymen. But I think they can play this one of 2 ways, where 1, they give up this Fire Giant right away, well, just regular Fire Giant, just concede it, sure, you can have it, we'll defend. Or they can look to kind of delay this till that EFG point, where they should be able to get their backs off and they should be able to walk at a base very strong. It's a little risky because if you do, have bad timed backs or you don't get enough farm in that time, it can be risky to give up an EFG if the Ferrymen, opt to run to that EFG right away. And if you see, Cyclone's build, he's going to be shredding Fire Giant. He's got the Deathbringer.
Is there wards? Oh no, he got spotted. Shinto saw him around the wall. And not too slick there, Sino. Gets spotted out a little bit. Was trying to go for the wraparound. Now might be a small collapse by the Leviathans. Magi's there for Sino. Doesn't want to have that one burned by a simple dash from Final K, so trades out dash for dash to make sure that he can maintain that safety for himself. And if we take a look just at the Relic roundup for both sides, it's only a mid lane Aegis for both teams, just a few seconds off. With Fire Giant back on the mark, could see this fight potentially break out at any point. Double Runic Bomb for the Leviathans, so they've got some secure potential, but Shinto's life bar is already melted through, Baskin on top, and Shinto goes down. Sino, credit for the kill, but set up by Baskin and Paul to get that one kicked off. Wrong you by himself. Riptide, Sino dashes through, gets caught by it as Cyclone walks up and makes sure that Wrong you stays out.
Still, the end of that ends up being a Cyclone ult for Ronnie ult, so it's not too bad. But this EFG is still in 30 seconds. I wonder if the Ferrymen are going to look to burn, or are they just going to try to take this fight and wait for this EFG? Final K actually teleports behind.
Adapting to the sky. Final K spotted out. Will Adapting be there to bail out Final K, or will he dunk onto the rest of the team? His option was to go towards mid lane instead. Panicat not going to be here for this fight. He's got to defend the minions up to Wrong you and Final K to see if they can steal this, but they're caught out. There's not too much for them to go. They do get the Phantom Shell as a bailout. Sino's silenced in place, trying to Jason to Wrong you. Paul impaled against the wall. A dunk by Sino onto Panicat, gets Bean and Aegis. He can't even get the jump. The silence there by Baskin, who can just keep the chase up, but he misses the damage after. Adapting, going to try and wall him off, but a Riptide from a roar is there to bail out Baskin.
And that timing actually happens perfectly for the Levi's. At this point, you're either forced to fight this fire on EFG right now, or this is going to be a 5v5 fight around this EFG. And Right Phoenix is actually spawned. The Levi's are now in a perfect position to defend this Fire Giant. They've now got nearly full builds on a lot of their important characters. We've got 6 items on Fine, 6 items on Panda, Adapting nearly at that 6th item, and you've got 5 items on Shinto. Levi's are in a much better spot right now than they were even 10 minutes ago, and that early portion of the game does not matter. It doesn't matter that it was 11-1 at one point. This game is now, next fight essentially is going to be the winner.
We do see group up, except for Final K and Adapting. Final K doesn't have teleport. Another 15, Fire Giant started by the Ferryman, but released immediately after. Half HP on the objective to kick things off. Second wave of beacons is jumping in. Final K uses the ultimate. Paul will commit in. Doesn't commit his beads. Just the Magi's from Sino, but at the end of the day, Final K, I was gonna say is out, but Paul seems like he wants to maybe keep this chase up.
And that's actually a super interesting play by Sino. It almost seems like he's found out that, Fine wants to pull his Magi's, and he almost baited Fine to take that dash right there, saying, oh, look, I'm close enough. Dash me for my Magi's. Fine does that, nearly dies. I think, actually, Fire Giant's getting committed to. We'll talk about that after.
Giant at quarter HP, it does go to Leviathans. What about the fight after? Shinto standing in place. Baskin's gonna pull 2 inside of his own, but it's a revive over to Shinto. Only Final K goes down. The 6 Ferrymen are gonna keep the chase up. Paul doesn't have ultimate. So maybe not as much damage as they were hoping for, but can Aurora catch a nice Riptide? Can Sino maybe cut off a path? Aurora, good Riptide's forward, he gets Shinto's beads this time. And a trade that he's not willing to take, steps up too far, even with the beads still available, he's not gonna get that one. Adapting dunks in, but doesn't find a home in mid lane.
What a phenomenal set of macro plays by the Levi's there. Other than Final K, you know, getting forced out onto Sino, getting the dash. They see Cyclone go to the gold feeder side of the map, and instead of just waiting for him to do that, they say, okay, you want to go to that side of the map? We'll take our strength on the other side of the map, and we'll take the 50-50 on fire. And they have so much burn. That fire went down nearly instantly, and that's the strength of the Anubis. That Frenzy, Amma, crit on the Amber. He's got that Deathbringer finish now. Don't expect Fire Giants to last very long around this Levi's comp.
They've already shown they have the capabilities to melt that, but now that we get away from kind of the fighting stage of this, where we're no longer battling in the jungles and we're starting to kind of push up towards these towers, these phoenixes, get these sieges going, how does a siege really look for Leviathans, especially having something like the Anubis on this comp?
It's going to be a tough siege. Anubis is not a god that can kind of walk up safely and poke it down. They don't really have, you know, a way to slowly poke down those phoenixes. It's going to have to be a fight taken, and either you win it enough that you can then walk up after, or a fight taken, you back up, you let EFG kind of heal you up, and you do that slowly. This is not something where the Levi's can slowly poke down the Phoenix. They have to poke down the enemy and punish the enemy instead of punishing the objective. But I heard about something in scrims, and it really interested me. Supports are opting for that 3K pot that you see in Aurora's, you know, in his inventory, and he's keeping the Sturdy Stew, giving the protection to his teammates when he gets CC'd, and to himself. It's an interesting play by the Ferrymen, and I'm curious to see how it works out for Aurora.
Sino gonna take his Runic Bomb to right side Phoenix. It'll take him a second to drop that one down. Doesn't have as much damage, and now a fight breaking out at left Phoenix. Does get the Frenzy away from the Leviathans, but the River's Review forces out the Phantom Shell. That gives Sino a chance to head back to base. Trades out a couple of ultimates for that one, but it slows down the siege of the Leviathans. Panda Cat still standing by, but has to jump away. A well-placed Riptide from Aurora can easily turn this fight.
And such a good play by the Ferrymen, really heads up. Sino goes right, takes that down, and instead of just giving up left, Aurora uses ult to kind of slow them down. Cyclone forced to use ult also. The Levi's used that Frenzy, but they have a 5v3 ult advantage. So now this is their time to kind of use that.
The Cat walks up, Baskin stunned as soon as he steps forward. And Paul just waiting inside of the jungle. Hasn't really moved from his spot too much. Leviathans with this Fire Giant saying, nice and healthy for themselves, but adapting is in the sky. Sino's gonna join him up in the clouds, and the dunk onto Paul. That's half his health gone in the blink of an eye. Sino goes over that side just to make sure Paul has the bailout. It'll be a 4v5 for a moment, and the Phoenix at half HP.
Wave is starting to walk up right now. Levi's looking strong with this EFG. They don't need the wave.
Wave does go forward. Baskin, his health is gone. Shinto combined with adapting is enough damage, and the Ferrymen have to give up the Phoenix. Now the Leviathans can head over towards mid. Do get cut off by Paul and Cyclone. That'll be a good chunk of damage towards Wrong U, but the combo from Shinto and adapting more than enough to melt down one member of the Ferrymen. Cyclone's ultimate traded for Panda Cats, but that's going to be better off for Panda Cat and the Leviathans. Even with Sino landing that stun, Paul still standing by in the jungle.
Levi's passively healing up with that EFG, which just fell off them. Good time to disengage. They got the best Phoenix. They got the Phoenix they opted for, but the the Ferrymen actually macro that well enough where it's not a massive loss. There's going to be pressure on the right side for the Levi's, pressure on the left side for the Ferrymen. One side's just slightly better because of EFG kind of being the next contest point. And the Ferrymen not wanting to be caught in the same scenario they were last time, where they're doing Gold Fury and the enemy does Fire Giant. They kill this Gold Fury right away. They're actually grouping up, maybe looking for a pick now with Aurora's ult.
Yep, left side of the jungle. There's nobody from the Leviathans anywhere in the same neighborhood at that point. Baskin will be on minion duty. Doesn't have teleport, so they might just be without this Hades for the majority of this next potential fight. Another wave pushing forward. Baskin will actually leave that one be. Instead, he sends Cyclone Spin over that side, but no matter what, you're either fighting a 4v5 or you're fighting a timer with the 5v5 over towards Fire Giant.
The Ferrymen actually opting to allow their Titan to kind of take some poke. Titans can clear the EFG. That's not the biggest problem. The problem is it slowly gets poked down. And the more waves that walk in, the more poke is going to be happening. It is a ticking time bomb, but I think they cleared out enough waves in left side where the timing works out well enough where left Phoenix will survive, Titan will be fine. But like I said, slowly it's going to be getting poked down. They have to kind of play around this Phoenix respawn and this EFG at the same time. And if anybody backs, instantly Levi's can burn it. There's no teleport like you highlighted. Baskin has the blink, the beads. Sino going for it right now. This is an opportunity for the Levi's.
Leviathans step up immediately to the pit. Frenzy is still available for Leviathans. Aurora does end up losing his beads as he steps into the pit to delay the Leviathans a little bit longer. Sino only cleared the one wave and is already back to pushing mid. But every wave that gets to that Titan without that Phoenix coming back up is another chunk of HP the Leviathans don't need to deal with on their siege. Sino, recognizing that no fight is to be had, will head back to base once more and continue clearing out these waves. But this continues to just benefit the Ferrymen because they're just getting this time for the Phoenix to go back up. Titan's not taking as much damage, and Sino is probably the fastest rotator that they have on this map.
EFG getting pulled again. Sino on the left side. I want to see them just do this. Just do it right now. This is a 50-50 that benefits you.
Into the fire, commit to the fight. Which one will it be? The Leviathans. The fire is so low, they get it, but Shinto is gone. He's the bulk of the big damage. Paul to the back line. Tries to take down Panda Cat, but it's both relics and instead of the trade to wrong you. Double kill for Paul, adapting. And Final K nearby, but look at the low health bar on Paul. He cannot commit to this fight as much as he would hope to. But Sino up to the sky, has 3 branches to jump, lands on the top of Adapting, gets the land, gets the stun, and waiting for Hammer, baits it out, and lets Paul pick up the kill. And the 6 Ferrymen have grabbed 3 Fire Giant buffs away from Leviathans.
Not to be missed, Cyclone beads just forced there, so they have no beads on their ADC while they're sieging right or middle.
They might just go for this one, though. It's 4 versus 2. Paul low in HP. Panda Cat and Final K, at least for Panda Cat, does have ult and finds up in just a moment. Can they take the 4 versus 2? Wow. Oh my god, Panda Cat is gone! It's just up to Final K to defend now. And with 4 inside of the throne room, Final K's got to use the ult. It connects to 2, but it's not the 2 he needed to stop. The 6 Ferrymen pull it out for game 1.
And overall, like a really back and forth game. Early game benefited the Ferrymen. Late game kind of was back and forth a little bit, but it's just really good macro at most of those points. Little misplay here by the Levi's, Ferrymen benefit. Ferrymen misplay a little bit, Levi's benefit. That Fire Giant burned quickly. Unfortunately, Khepri ult does not get off onto the Anubis, and Anubis is sitting inside that Hades ult, slowly dying, gets taken down. Hard fight to take after that, and the Ferrymen punished him.
And there's not many other teams in the league that would take a trade like the Ferrymen just did, you know, letting multiple waves over towards their Titan, constantly going back to base. I mean, that was, what, 3 times that we saw Sino go up for a fight, say, okay, no fight, I'm going to go back, clear a wave. Okay, I'm done with the wave. Back to the fight, no fight. Let's head back to base. So many times throughout that one, and the Ferrymen are able to buy just enough time to get themselves back in. And then the turn and burn on the Shinto, he was the one that needed to go down quickly. They did just so.
And good chase potential too. Yamoja Rat, they ran him down after that Fire Giant. And wasn't too bad once they kill, you know, Panda actually got 1 shot, and he had beads there. Overall, Ferrymen looking really good after game 1.
Yeah, clean win here for the Ferrymen. A bit of a stumble towards the latter half of it, but able to pull things back here and take the lead in the set. We're going to take it to a quick break. We'll come back with game number 2.
YouTube.com/SmitePro, YouTube.com/SmiteVOD. That's where we got all of our content up on the interwebs. And it's where you can check out all of the fantastic SPL action that's not going on live right now. If you missed a game from last weekend, if you missed any of the action, we put out a ton of content here at the studio. And notably, at the beginning of the set, we saw you lovely break down a Styx Ferrymen team fight. That Myth Telestrator bit is up on the YouTube right now. You can go rewatch it and rewatch it a third time and rewatch it a fourth time, all to your heart's content. You can watch him break down the Styx Ferrymen on YouTube. You can watch him break down the Styx Ferrymen right now live, because the Styx Ferrymen take game one, relatively decided early game. They had the lead, but after a back and forth mid game, they ultimately close it out.
Yeah, I think the Ferrymen execute very well in the game plan of that composition. I think had they not established such a solid lead throughout the early, things would have looked very shaky come late game in the 5-on-5 engagement. We even saw shades of that in the late game with the Leviathans fighting into the lead. A few of those team fights started looking a little bit more one-sided. Finally, a Fire Giant does go to the Leviathans, and I thought to myself, if they break the base, that's probably just game. I do not see the Ferrymen making a comeback, 6K ahead, right? But that was not taking into account the Paul factor. And the Paul factor is something you have to take into account every single time. Cyclone Spin in the final decisive team fight of the game has a great bit of damage output, but Paul gets all the kills, so Paul's going to get the shout out here on the desk. Just catches out 2 targets so quickly, and then from there, the Ferrymen able to barrel over the Leviathans. Seemed to me that the Leviathans were a bit overconfident once they had their first opportunity to be the proactive component on the map. They just found themselves in a bit of a poor position. Otherwise, I think, got to shout out Aurora in particular. It happens just about every week. A team says, hey, maybe we could just deal with Yemoja, and then they remember, oh, wait, hold on. All these pro support players are just incredibly good on this pick. Saw a lot of really good ultimates from Aurora. Saw a lot of really good peel Riptides, too. So impressed from him. I will say, though, and I don't think it's exactly what Genetics was alluding to with one of the weaknesses of Capri. Ronnie does have a bit of a nervous mid to late game on the Capri. The Scare's Blessings, I think he got caught out a few too many times in the early, a few too many deaths where that ultimate remained off cooldown. But he said, okay, I'm just going to start using him very early in the fight. Sure. I saw just a few too many nervous ultimates for me. At full HP targets, not exactly in danger. And then once Scarab's Blessing down, all of a sudden you're, hey, I'm just going to ult my Anubis and he's going to kill their entire team strategy. Doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good idea. And when we saw it work, you saw the damage come out from the Anubis, and then the Anubis dies. But I think there were 2 spots that game where Shinto was too far away, so he didn't get the Scarab's Blessing. And then in that last fight, I think the Scarab's Blessing is off just by a little bit. Like, Amaterasu and Anubis are standing next to each other, and it's just unfortunate. But it's such an if it's that execution heavy, like if you're relying on one avenue to go your way. And if it doesn't, and if your whole team fight falls apart, if one thing doesn't go your way, maybe it's time to look at other avenues.
I mean, that's just kind of the knife's edge that Kepri is forced to traverse, right? If Scarab's Blessing isn't finding value, Kepri isn't. So I think, although unfortunate for the Leviathans, I don't think it invalidates the strategy entirely.
Fair. We'll have to see if they go back to it. After game number 1, Leviathans fell down. They get their choice, first pick or second pick. They go towards that first pick slot. They want the advantage in picks and bans. They think that's going to be provided to them here in that first pick slot. I think it was last game we saw the Yemoja, right, come through, and Aurora certainly having a fantastic game number 1 on that pick, something they could look back to if they want to try and take that direction. Rongyu, certainly a known good Yemoja, as are many supports. You know, hard god to not get value from, of course, which is why we see it in that first pick slot. But thus far, we see the bans come through pretty standard, and Styx Ferrymen, they've got their eyes on it. They take the Yemoja away.
I wonder, if the Atlantis Leviathans decide to ban Chernobog in this slot, the Ferrymen might put eyes on jungle bans. Maybe take the Thor away, maybe the Mercury comes to mind as things that adapting would have a good deal of value on, but I'd be hard-pressed to imagine the Leviathans ban out the Chernobog themselves. Feels like a pick that they could very easily grab and then flex between either mid or ADC pretty easily. So I think restricting the Ferrymen into forcing out that ban, or even just checking the waters and seeing whether or not the Ferrymen are willing to ban it out, pretty valuable. and they aren't. So Chernobog available. I've made it explicitly clear how I feel about Chernobog, and when he's available, I think he should get picked pretty quickly. And the Leviathans seem to agree. Here's the thing. Not a single portion of this game is Chernobog poor at. Is his laning phase bad? No. So he's not bad in lane. Well, is he unsafe? No. He's got an Aegis built into his kit because he can jump into walls. Well, maybe he's just like really slow on map. No, he can jump into someone's shadow all the way across the map. Well, maybe once he gets there, he's got a little bit less auto attack damage than some of the other hunters. No, he's got one of the best stims in the game. Chernobog's real good. You'll never catch me arguing against him.
He's got a lot of stuff going for him, and I think he's got the win rate to back it up thus far in the SPL. You see a first pick from the Leviathans. We see the bans come through as well as they finish out. We're not going to be able to see that set or that Amaterasu here in game number 2, but that leaves some notable picks unbanned. We talked about the Chernobog, another one of those unbanned picks in game number 2 here, that Olarun going towards the side of the Styx Ferrymen. Now, automatically, I've got a red flag that just went up for me, Mifflin, and that red flag is that they have potentially just picked 2 magical side laners. That's a lot of magical damage that you might not normally have, and I'm leaning towards maybe they have to go towards a physical mid laner.
And I think Paul's certainly capable of that exact style of play too. I mean, if Pele is going to maintain availability going to the next round of picks for the Ferrymen, wouldn't be overly surprised to see that locked in.
Glory to Athens.
We know for a fact that some of these other assassins have been rising a bit in that priority list for mid too. Kleena comes to mind. We've seen Amaterasu mid. We've seen Erlang mid. If you can box and clear wave, you can play mid, it seems like. So if the Ferrymen are concerned with a bit of a magical focus, certainly is some options available to them to right the ship. Lance Leviathans get their front line locked in and a little bit more global presence. The ability now, assuming that this Athena is going to the dual lane, for the dual lane to be anywhere on the map together at any point, it's a pretty scary thought. That might also restrict the Ferrymen into playing a little bit more so towards that dual lane. Fortunately, though, for the Ferrymen, having a Hades in solo means that if you're going to camp over there and leverage the full potential of that global presence, at least for the Ferrymen, they're landing into a fight that has a very tanky laner who has good AoE and high sustain and relatively high survivability. Could make it difficult for the Leviathans if they want to continually put pressure there to actually hit pay dirt.
The Athena, another pick we saw banned away in game number 1. Certainly value there, and one we've seen Rongu consistently go back to for the Leviathans. Raijin picked up as well for the mid selection, back in action this week in phase number 4, or week number 4 rather. We're waiting on, excuse me, the Styx Ferryman third pick. I don't think they have to go towards that physical damage necessarily right now, although I'd be interested to see if they prioritize Cyno's pick. He looked fantastic on the Ratatosker with that global pressure in game number 1, and it might match some of the global pressure that the Leviathans
Morgan Le
have.
Fay.
Might, but won't, and won't be a physical pick for Paul either. Morgan Le Fay locked in. Triple magical for the Styx Ferrymen. Gonna have to make up that physical damage somewhere. And that is a bit of a concern because it is Cyno for the Ferrymen. Even when he's locking assassins, generally it's pretty tanky.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, you're going to have relatively low damage, which puts even more weight into Cyclone Spin's basket. Cyclone Spin, of course, has had a phenomenal last few weeks. That Ishtar in particular has been serving him very, very well. But whether or not that's going to be enough damage on their own, we'll have to see. I mean, diversified damage, I think, for the Ferrymen is still pretty decent. Just because one of those is a magical auto attacker, you get the opportunity to leverage Demonic Grip, a.k.a. Magical Executioner, which is going to benefit just about everybody there. Magical Defense, too. Feels like there's a little bit more restrictive options. That's one way to make up some of the physical damage. Having more defense shred, not only going to benefit whatever physical the Ferrymen lock in alongside it, but also help out those magicals dealing with the protection stack up on the Leviathans. I'm just thinking to myself, okay, that's got to be support, right? That's got to be support.
Aurora been
It's
one
gotta
of the
be support.
one of the proponents. I think maybe the only
He's the only
proponent
guy.
in the league that has been playing this Guan Yu support, and has not looked horrible for them. They're 4-0 after all.
What if it's Guan Jungle?
Oh,
I'd like it.
we've seen it once upon a time. It's been
It's
a
gotta be
while.
support.
It's been a while. Guan, still a little bit of flex potential before we get this last pick locked in. Leviathans, though, they ran out their draft. Wait a second.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So it's Olarun jungle. Yeah, Sino's done this before.
And he's won on it.
And he's won on it.
If I recall correctly.
That's right. He's played it exactly once, and he's won on it.
What are the benefits of Olorun jungle?
Get an Olorun on your team. That's not the ganks. I'll tell you that right now. That's a free one from me. That's not what you're picking it for, is for his ability to roll through your lane. Olorun jungle makes it pretty easy for you to transition in towards objectives. Having a roaming hunter basically means that those auto attacks are always going to be available on whichever side of the map you find pressure on. You'll always have sanctified fields in those early game team fights. Weakness of Olorun jungle is that you have an Olorun that's roaming the map, so there's a highly exposed, low survivability, no mobility mage walking around that you could probably just jump on in a jungle where he's furthest away from one of his bastions of safety. But, I mean, in the late game 5-on-5, could be cool.
Well, I'm looking at the other side as well, and we've got 2 ADCs over there in addition. Maybe, is that a Soul solo, do you think? Or maybe a Chernobog solo, more likely, for Finokai.
Oh, man. Sure hope it isn't Raijin solo, I'll tell you that.
Oh, that might be.
And Lance Leviathans, I mean, Soul ADC, Chernobog mid, Raijin solo, Athena support, Thor jungle, if I had to guess. I mean, both these compositions are eclectic. They're strange, they're occult, and quite frankly, they spook me.
Eclectic is a great word. I think unique is another fun
Eccentric.
word. Eccentric.
Yeah.
I think team identity is maybe a good term to end on, because we've seen the Raijin solo before, only from, actually Nika might have played it, but only really going back to by the Levi's, and then this Guan support and Nika hasn't gone back to it though.
No.
Right? So
Right.
Levi's somewhat identity, and on the other side, I don't think anybody's arguing that Olorun Guan support is an identity of the Ferrymen.
Yeah, the Ferryman special. I'm just looking at pace of game and trying to figure out who's going to be the progenitor of aggression. I feel like Thor is going to have a lot of that onus in the early. I think if the Atlantis Leviathans get option, it's jump on Olorun at every opportunity. If it's Olorun jungle, the second any one person spots him in the jungle, I want to see Chernobog go up in the air and just say, hey man, here's the thing about how you have no escape. You can slow down time, I'll walk around it, you know? And there's going to be high difficulty for Olorun if that's the game plan for the Atlantis Leviathans. But if the Styx Ferrymen, and they're very used to doing this, can slow down the game, get it to 40 some odd minutes, triple goose eggs for everybody in the lobby, it is a very scary composition to play into. Lacking a bit in initiation, lacking a bit in counter engage, but so strong if they're able to hold the defensive position. Good luck running through a wall of Morgan Le Fay poke. Good luck taking space up against Sanctified Fields. Good luck walking past to Hades. That's the type of stuff that this draft is very good at. It's just getting to the point of the game that I think the Ferrymen are going to struggle with.
Both of these teams sticking to their guns, bringing their own ideas into game number 2, and we're ready for it. We'll throw it over to J-Mac and Inbound.
Thank you so much, Frog and Mifflin on the desk. That's right, once more, it's J-Mac, it's Inbound, and Doug here for game number 2 between the Ferrymen and the Leviathans. Game number 1, probably this one started off slow, 8-9 minutes of a whole lot of nothing happening. Leviathans pull a Fury, and then immediately get punished right after. 6 Ferrymen get 3 kills, and then start their spiral out of control. We saw a bit of bounce back for Leviathans towards about that 30-minute mark once that EFG came up. But outside of that, it was a lot of control for the Ferrymen. Is that maybe kind of the expected similar pace that we're expecting here in game 2?
I think just seeing how they played that first game, we should expect another slow kind of build up to this game. And then objectives start to get played with, and that's, I think, the time when these games are going to start popping off. I think both of these teams have established that they don't really care to do too much pre-5 minutes, I would say, at the minimum. The junglers don't look to gank too much. They want to farm for 5. I mean, especially this game. Thor ganks pretty well pre-5, but he wants 5. Sino on this Olorun does not gank even at 5, I don't think. I think he just wants to take fights. But I think we expect slower-paced games. And Finokai likes this Raijin, and I think he likes it a lot in this Hades match because he doesn't have to sit in the wave like he did with Alma.
Sit back and kind of poke from a distance, whether you use it with Raiju, whether you use drums, or just some min-hands. Feel a little bit of that extra poke along with there, so. I'm also kind of interested to see where Sino goes in the early game. You know, ganking not the easiest thing with an Olorun. You have Sanctified Field, so until 5, not really an easy option. But I wonder which side lane he starts to put some of that early priority towards. Because typically when we watch the Ferrymen games, Sino almost like clockwork is over at shield buff. Last game though, we saw him instead go to the opposite side of the map, head over to the cooldown buff and tried to get Bastion a little bit ahead.
Yeah, I think he's going to look to play it more towards duo this game. I think duo is something where you want to get the shield buff, and Sino's already rotating to it. Last game, I don't think they cared too much for that duo pressure. This game, I think they wanted the duo pressure, especially into Soul. I mean, you think of Soul, she's a very strong character at this early portion with these auto attacks. She doesn't scale all that well, though, and Bastion actually looking to get ganked right now.
Bastion does have a dash. He avoids the wall, mistiming from adapting. Catch that and follow up with the damage after, but putting some pressure onto Bastion. I think a safe call for the Leviathans early, not going for a full commit, but just showing some presence on that side of the map, because the important thing is that last time Bastion essentially got to kind of free cast in the Soul lane for the first 12 to 15 levels of the game, and then just join these team fights afterwards. Something that you point out, something I'll kind of revert your way in a moment. Bastion loses out on his speeds. Hammer doesn't connect with the double tap, so Bastion fine, but down a relic. But going, at least to what you were kind of pointing out towards me, Gilded Arrow for Sino in the jungle. A bit of an odd pick there.
It really is just Olo clear is so good, you don't even need the jungle, or the actual jungle clearing item. And when you get to that Diamond Arrow spike, there is very few starters that spike like a Diamond Arrow Ola run. He gets 80 auto attack damage, and as a magical, that's equivalent on your autos to almost like 400 power, something like that, and it's actually just crazy damage you get. And that's why you see a lot of, these magical ADCs go for that Diamond Arrow. It's just so much extra damage on your auto attacks. It makes you actually kind of auto like a hunter, even as a magical god. And so that's why I think he's fine having slightly worse clear. It's really not going to be bothered all that much. Even after Olo's nerf, I don't think the clear takes that big of a nerf. And once he finishes this, Telkines, I think this, yes, he's level 5, but I think Olo wants that Telkines before he really wants to fight. Yes, he's strong in his ult, but he needs that extra, auto attack augmentation just to do some damage on the actual enemies. Wow.
It's all right. You were able to get there, and that's the important part. Now, I kind of want to maybe point towards adapting now. Not to say for anything that he's building, but more so kind of the momentum for adapting this game. It was talked about on the desk where the Ferrymen, maybe not the best fighting in the early game, want to wait till that 25, 30-minute point of the game, get that team fight kind of kicking up. So for adapting, we already see him starting to get active. Maybe he's already answering my own question. Dash from Bastion. Missed wall from adapting as well. I was going to ask how much emphasis is on adapting to really kind of get things kicked off for Leviathans to try and prevent the Ferrymen from hitting that tipping point.
I think a lot of it is on adapting, but I think a lot of it also comes down to this is a solo lane that you want to play around. You do not want your solo Raijin to be kind of left out to the wolves. He's going to get that Pythax online and eventually be pretty self-sufficient. But he's always going to be having the 1v1 potential in favor of Bastion. Bastion's just going to kind of out-sustain. For the most part, he's going to out-clear unless adapting is putting the pressure like he is. And, Sino's not able to, match Thor's pressure in this early portion. Sino's done just about nothing this entire game other than farming. But now that he's back, he's getting this Telkines. Yeah, Telkines finished. Now this is the time where Sino can actually do a lot in these 1v1s, these 2v2s, even 3v3s. He's got the big ult, and he's got a lot of single target damage from his ring.
I think it's good that you point out that Sino's just kind of been a little farm goblin in this game. Hasn't really gone into these lanes. Went to duo, helped get the early shield buff. Hasn't touched this right side. We're on the flip side. We've seen adapting now commit one ult, and if I'm not mistaken, at least 2 other ganks towards that lane. So 3 times adapting has struck towards Bastion's side, but every single one, aside from the very first that got beads, he's come up empty-handed. So haven't really seen the fruits of adapting's labors just yet, where as Sino on the opposite end has just stuck to the farm. Make sure Bastion gets a buff, make sure that he's clearing out his camps, and just trying to get through a bit of the early game woes of the Ola run jungle. It still feels weird to say it, even though we're literally seeing it on screen, and he's already done it once before.
That's the weirdest part is, this is not the first Ola run jungle we've seen from Sino. No, he played it before, he won with it. He obviously thinks it's good if he's going back to it. But it's not a jungler that plays, well, I guess this is just a Sino thing. Sino just doesn't play gods that are just normal for that role, or he doesn't play them normally even if they are a normal god. Sino's looking to play I think for these Gold Furies, I think that is like the portion where he's like, this is where I want to go. I'm going to be here at this point. Let's burn this objective. And then when you get to late game, there's always a benefit to having an Ola run late game, as Miff said on the desk.
So at that point then, when is the trigger for that first Gold Fury? Is it, okay, now I'm level 7, I've got my Telkines, I've got my first power spike. Do you go to the Gold Fury now? Do you maybe try and go to a lane and get some poke that direction? What's kind of that momentum shift for Sino to go towards one of these objectives like this Gold Fury? As we see Ultimate's traded out in solo. Fine, okay, losing a hefty chunk of HP up against Baskin, but kind of going back to, I mean, what is that point for Sino? Is it now? Is it wait a few more minutes?
I think it's definitely wait a few more minutes, especially with how strong Soul is in Duo right now. Full Telekines. Cyclone doesn't even have his dev stacked yet, only 20 stacks. This is not the point that you want to be fighting at, and actually looking to gank on Cyclone. Cyclone forced out, no beads, and he just gets taunted and killed. Ronnie, nice dash taunt, punishing Cyclone, no beads, down another 90 seconds.
Now, I'm honestly surprised that this Athena even got through. I mean, this has been one of the top 3 pick ban gods over the course of this regular phase. And almost every single time it goes into wrong use hands, he just has a stellar performance on it, has really kind of brought this god back to the forefront, along with a few of the other supports here on the map. So seeing him get this pick, and also the fact that the Cyclone's beads were down, just the strength of that Athena, man. Dash taunt, sometimes it doesn't even matter if there's follow-up, you just do not want to deal with that kind of CC.
And it was a bit of a surprising dash taunt too. Cyclone had ult. He had an opportunity to immune that taunt, but he kind of like, Aurora kind of like got around the wall, wasn't really expected. Cyclone wasn't getting pressured too much, so maybe he was a little bit, you know, not as on, you know, par with the ult. But either way, nice kill by the Levi's, up about 1,500 gold. And I think we're starting to see a little bit the Ola run weakness and why you see usually assassins and warriors in the jungle. Sano's not able to do much. He's not able to go to these lanes and you know, put a lot of pressure on someone. He walks to dual lane, Panda's just going to walk away. You're not seeing a blink Ola run. He's got the beads. He's playing, you know, more of a defensive style. And so this might come back to, you know, hurt the Ferrymen. They have really no semblance of early game potential. They don't have like instant CC. Guan Yu's not an instant CC character like that Athena. So this Ferryman comp is something that, at what point do we really see this comp really get strong? Currently, it's not now. I don't think it's in 5 minutes. I think this is something we're going to have to see 25 minutes minimum for the Ferrymen to actually be, you know, confident in their fights.
Now, one item we've been seeing a lot with some of the hunters popping up, even ones that tend to maybe be a bit more ability focused, but seeing it here on Shinto, what are your thoughts on the second item fail not? Typically we see it third, maybe sometimes fourth after things like your Executioner. What are your thoughts on it as a second item though for Shinto?
I think it's a big benefit for just Chernobog in general. He's got so much attack speed in his 2. Levi's actually looking for the Gold Fury, about 2/3 health. Aurora probably spotting this out. Shinto's walking over about half health.
Aurora goes up onto the Cavalry, forces a reset of the objective, gets dash from Wrong U, now picks it back up. The 6 Ferrymen might just try and take this one away. A Sanctified Field from Sino. Panda Cat gonna throw out the ultimate, but he doesn't take that one away. The 6 Ferrymen walk up, say thanks for doing the bulk of the work. We'll reap the benefits afterwards.
Jeez.
We'll lose the life of Baskin in trade. So Leviathans not empty-handed in this, but losing out on the Fury.
Sending 4 to shut down Baskin. I mean, they sent 1. They sent Adapting 3 times by himself. It didn't work out. But, you know, with 4 people, you can take down a Baskin. It's rare to see Baskin die early, but 4 people is enough for Baskin to take it down. About a 1,000 gold lead in favor of the Levi's. They don't get the Gold Fury. They were the ones that pulled it first. And I think we saw some of the strength of that Ola run. When you play it like that, when the enemy pulls the objective first, and you can then walk up and they don't have a ton of engage, Olo can kind of like, you know, play with himself towards the back of a fight and drop the ultimate and make the fight look a lot easier, and then just 50-50 that Gold Fury. And I think that is the style you want for them to play. But playing that into Athena is not easy. A dash taunt could just end your entire game.
Also, we can dial back in on these dash taunts. Paul, man, Paul is the most like comfortable player when it comes to his relics. There are so many players who would, as soon as that dash taunt there, you still see a Shinto. Sure, it's, you know, Chernobog. He's not a huge danger threat. When I see a dash on under a tier 1 tower, I'm popping those beads. I'm thinking somebody else is around. Adapting's in the sky. Maybe, you know, Panda Cat's lurking around the corner or something like that. But Paul holds on to beads once more, just recognizing how much damage he's still able to take this early.
And that's like a Paul thing, as you said. Very rarely do players relic like Paul. You know, you hear like zap beads, zap Aegis. Some of the times you're like, what is this guy doing? Why isn't he using them? Paul's kind of the optimized Zapman relicer, where he uses relics incredibly well. A lot of times he saves them and it looks great. Zapman has those too sometimes, but he also has times where he should just use relics and he dies. Going back to your fail nut question with Chernobog, though, Chernobog is a character where he's got so much attack speed in his 2 that he can opt for this cooldown crit item. Cyclone getting gone on a little bit. Ult double 4. Cyclone down to half health. Actually trades out a lot of damage, but Panda's just going to sustain that back up. Cyclone ult is forced. Did hold the beads, though. Fail not. It gives a lot of cooldown. Allows you to use your relics. Go, and there's another fight happening. What do you got here?
Well, Sino gets tossed in, holds on to his beads, but a dunk by Adapting forces these ones out, but there's not enough HP on the health bar of Sino. He will fall in. Paul picks up a solo kill on Shinto in mid, all the while the Styx Ferrymen, while they lose out on the left side, Paul makes it all on his own here in mid, takes down one, Adapting rotating over, does get the wall on Paul, and with Final K nearby, rotating out, Paul tries to run to any safety he can, but he's just buying time. Thundercrash in by Final K. Paul will turn around and fight a bit, but we'll go down at the end of the day. It's a killing spree already for Adapting.
And Adapting is kind of making his mark in this game. A lot of ganks in solo lane. Maybe they didn't work out all too well, but then he gets the kill onto Baskin earlier. Couple kills here, one onto Sino. Sino's actually got, you know, ultimate still. He wasn't able to get it off. A little strange, but really good early game so far by the Levi's.
While seeing an early kill from Paul, we can actually go back and kind of take a look and see exactly what had happened. 2 full HP. In fact, Paul down a level 2 Shinto. Just lands with an easy peasy full combo. Actually waits out the dash from Shinto. Even one Aegis, or one hit Aegis out there. Still enough damage. Now Chase on the Cyclone spin. Does have his beads and set ultimate perfectly on time to get away from there. But it's another member of the Leviathans there. Gets away from the root. Shinto, not enough to take down Cyclone spin, but once more forcing the Hunter back to base.
So much pressure onto Cyclone, and he still only died one time. Absolutely phenomenal ult, phenomenal beat. If he plays that just about any other way, we're talking about, you know, Panda getting the kill or somebody else getting the kill. Cyclone being 0-2, down 3 levels maybe even. But Cyclone, he's done it before. He's also, just like Paul, a really good relic user. Uses the relic perfectly there, the ult perfectly there, gets out, and he still's got his tier 2 up, down only a level. You'd think with how much pressure the Levi's are actually putting out, this would be, you know, kind of a bigger lead. But it's only 4 kills, but they've got 3K gold with those 4 kills.
Yeah, those three of those 4 kills, I should say, are on the back of Adapting. That's where, for a moment, some of that lead was really coming up here for Leviathans. About 11.5 over Sino. Panda Cat should be taking over to 14 soon. You might see some threat that direction towards him. Styx Ferrymen on the bit of the back foot right now. The pressure from Adapting and this essentially kind of triple global comp has really caught the Ferrymen off guard as yet another Fury. The Leviathan start, but the Styx Ferrymen are nowhere to be seen this time. It's Adapting standing in mid and Wrong Yu over to the right side. Pyromancer started by the Ferryman to try and answer back. Leviathans get one objection. Shinto gets the stun. The Ferryman gets the Pyromancer, and it will be a kill on a Wrong Yu. Shinto, though, is over the middle of everybody. With the drums from Final K, a dunk by Adapting. The Leviathans aren't giving up the fight yet. They take down Sino. Baskin, he's got 2 locked in. He gets the Aegis away from 1. And Panda Cat will trade out and take down Baskin. Aurora is 1 hit away. He's got the dash, but he doesn't have the heal to go back. We'll have the path cut off by Adapting and Final K, and it's Adapting with the kill.
Cyclone was getting pressured a little bit there too, but Cyclone actually got that kill. And he's actually kind of back into this game, now only down, you know, it was just about even, but now he's down only half a level now instead of almost a level and a half. Big shutdown kill for Cyclone. Overall, that was kind of the perfect fight for the Ferrymen, and even that fight didn't go all too well. You know, Sino got a massive ult out, and actually, Athena ulting down into Paul. Paul beads Aegis are up, beads Aegis are used, getting low. Adapting a little bit of off on that wall, but not enough. Still gets the kill. Paul taken down, now 1, 2, and 2 on the Morgan, and Adapting 5-0-3 on the Thor, a part of every single kill this game.
Adapting, really having a bit of a legacy game on the Thor. It started out a bit rough, trying to go for these ganks against Baskin, but finally gets it done over in dual lane and has now just been sweeping his way across this map, picking off these crucial targets of the Ferrymen. The Leviathans now at this tier 1 tower push their lead, got 4,000 point, and starting to group up towards the right side. This would be a very early Fire Giant. Ward is removed away, Aurora steps up. The fire has already been started. Taunt misses from Wrong-Yu. Damage there from Fine OK, but it just seems to be a bait from the Leviathans. See if they can pull any Ferrymen out of position.
And I think entirely that was their plan all along is, let's just do this Fire Giant. If somebody comes, we're going to dash taunt them. If a fight breaks out, we have Shinto's ult. And really brilliant kind of macro here by the Levi's to, you know, put this Chernobog over in duo lane. We've talked about it a lot recently with the Ferrymen kind of having really smart macro with where they put their lane players. You know, you have the global in left lane now. If a fight breaks out in right, this could be a 5v4 in no time.
Sino shows up, tier 2 at half HP. Baskin goes in, gets taunted, loses beads instantly, as well as about half of his HP. Small heal from Sino will keep him alive for a short while. But it's still just going to be that potential man advantage should Shinto use that Living Nightmare, jump over to the side. Aurora goes in for the instant stun on the Binoke. Good damage follow-up from Paul and Sino. Takes Binoke out of the fight for the time being. Meanwhile, Shinto still just keeping Cyclone pushed under that tier 2 tower. Styx Ferrymen don't get anything in the fight just yet, but they keep both of their towers that were under siege alive. Something you pointed out to me. Wingblade from Sino picked up.
Must be just for the, you know, Raijin poke. If Raijin ever tosses the 2 onto Olorun, he gets that burst movement speed. Not a ton of slows on the Levi's comp. I mean, I guess Chernobog also has it on his 1. Athena's rarely ever hitting you with a 3 unless she's dash taunting, and at that point you're just beadsing anyway. So, slightly more defensive now with this Olorun. Not as much damage, but a lot more survivable with this Wingblade.
Fire started up once more. Aurora's the only one nearby. Gets tossed back by Wrong-Yu. Ultimate still down for the time, but has plenty of defense to stay alive. Now Baskin can take his spot as that front line for the Ferrymen, but Baskin's not super tanky himself. Just gets stunned, hit by the hammer, and crashed in by Final Cannon. Ultimate in response. Baskin nearly down, and a dunk from Adapting should shoot his off, but he doesn't get the actual damage off. Instead, it's used Beads and Aegis to get out of the fight. Now the Leviathans funnel back in one by one to try and keep the Ferrymen pushed out. But 3 of the 6 Ferrymen on low health bars, all forced back to base.
And the dash taunt actually hits Aurora, and they use the Frenzy, and not a lot of damage comes out. And it's not like Aurora's all that tanky, but even after that, Fire Giant getting pulled about half health. Nobody in the area by the Ferrymen, getting down to about a 1/3.
All is here. Does get some damage on a Final K. Uses his ultimate in response. Crashing by Final K, but Final K's already used everything he's got in the tank. Now let's turn back towards Aurora. The Fire Giant goes to Leviathan, but Wrong-Yu is not out of this fight. He is instead gone entirely. It's Cyclone Spin who gets the kill. But the Leviathans got what they were looking for. They started this fire multiple times and finally hit pay dirt.
5,000 gold lead for the Levi's. Gold Fury is up, Beacon is up, Pyro just taken down by the Ferrymen. Now it comes down to, was this Fire Giant worth? Yes, they got it. Yes, Ronnie was the only one that was taken down. But there's 3 other objectives up on the map that the, you know, Ferrymen are going to be able to get and kind of get themselves back into this game. 4K gold lead, Fire Giant in the back pocket of the Levi's. And we have Shinto with a 4th item Deathbringer after the Fail Knot. Gonna be a really hard to fight Chernobog for the rest of this game. It's gonna be very hard for the Ferrymen to kind of optimize it, or to itemize into a Spectral. Unless Baskin goes 2 defense items on top of the Tainted, then the Hades isn't doing much damage. I expect, you know, Shinto to be kind of the big part of this game for the Levi's.
We'll see how Leviathan's positioned for the push. At the moment, moving up towards left side. Still 2 towers left standing, 1 in mid, 1 in the duo lane. We saw Shinto putting threat on that tower earlier with just Cyclone Spin to defend, but now there's a bit more backup from the Leviathans. This Global's composition, the Levi's have put together, adapting on the Thor, Shinto and Wrong-Yu able to jump in at a moment's notice to wherever this fight breaks out. It's made it so tough for the Ferrymen to be able to respond back. They wouldn't even go for a real defense at this tier 2. They'll sit back and watch this one crumble down.
And I think even on top of the globals that the Levi's have, the Ferrymen really don't have that great of engage anyway. So even if a fight does break out, it's going to be a weird fight breakout a lot of the time. There's no, easy engage. It's going to have to be almost an all-in fight with this Hades using Blink.
Tier 2 in mid. Go down similarly to the one over on the left-hand side. No fight back from the Ferrymen. Just let this one go. No reason to fight over a tower just yet. With it, Leviathans don't really seem interested in going for a Phoenix just yet. Might group up. Might try and posture towards one or the other. Might not have that opportunity to really push in just yet. Not really too many level 20 power spikes just yet on Leviathan's side. I believe it's only Shinto who's upgraded his starter for himself. Wrong you got his. To get that extra little push with the war flag or the war banner. 6 Ferrymen just spread out their defenses, show some presence, and that's enough for Leviathans to pull back for the time. No real seeds to the Phoenix just yet.
And with only a minute on fire, they're going to be looking to clear out their own jungle and then getting ready for this next Fire Giant. They wiped out all the towers, even with that Fire Giant. It actually looks like they've got a little bit of a grouping happening here. 3 strong, and Shinto can ult over whenever.
Just be fine, okay, not with them. They're going to need Shinto here soon. Panicat doesn't lose out on anything this time. Ult from Cyclone Spin. Caught inside the sap right now. Wrong you. Can maybe turn towards one of them instead. On towards Sino, who's holding on to Beats and Aegis, but needs to use them now. Maybe a dunk in from adapting will get the job going. Baskin, quarter HP and caught out with no one left to help him. The Leviathans pick off one, and Sino's low. He can't even go back. He's got to walk all the way to the fountain if he wants to get his health back. This is just going to open the door for Leviathans to take the bird.
Bird already down to about a quarter. A little bit of damage, actually a lot of damage on the Cyclone. Aegis forced, Rising a little bit of damage. Is it enough?
Rising
just barely lives, but Sino taking down instead, but a lot of damage actually returned onto the Levi's, all of them really low. Also, Aurora also taking a lot of damage, barely getting out. A lot of people getting out 1 health on both sides. But the important part is, left Phoenix down for the Levi's, Fire Giant up in about a minute. Great time for them to set up for this next Fire Giant. Paul may be looking for something on Shinto here, though.
Shinto caught by 1 ability, the other 2 just missing out, so Paul not able to force the relic that he was hoping. Aegis still there for Shinto just in case, but not something you want to use when you're just walking back after such a huge victory, taking out that left Phoenix.
And I think we saw the problem with the Ferrymen's comp when they tried to chase down. Cyclone was forced to dash in and then ult, and even after he used both of those abilities, the Levi's just kept walking away. And at that point, the Ferrymen have overcommitted. They don't really have that great engage chase down potential. And the Levi's, on the exact opposite hand, have some of the easiest and best engage with a dash, Athena taunt, Thor ult. Even Raijin can kind of, toss his 2 in and then dash in because he's got the double relics for safety. This Ferryman comp is super reliant on the Levi's going at them. And so far, the Levi's have been able to do that without even getting punished.
The Levi's will give themselves another Fire Giant. None of the Ferrymen stepping up to defend this one. 24-minute fire now for the Leviathan. Cyclone Spin just clearing out some fire minions on left side. Will now back up for the defense. We saw, at least, I can't really call it a defense from the 6 Ferrymen this time, just because Baskin gets caught out trying to chase a bit too far up. Then Cyclone Spin nearly goes down during that. But how does a true defense now look with the 5 strong of the Ferrymen on this next Phoenix?
The Ferrymen have to kind of look for an all-engage comp because the Levi's are able to kind of just walk up, poke down the Phoenixes, and back up because there's no threat of engage on them. As long as, Athena's paying attention a little bit, if a fight breaks out in mid or breaks out in right, depending on which side she's at, it's very hard for the Ferrymen to actually win these fights unless they're all engaging. And it's kind of reliant on Sino with this ult to get a big ult.
See if the Leviathans can break the base once more. A 3-2 split for right and then mid. Baskin and Sino trying to defend, and Shinto fine okay. The poke war just continues to win out for Shinto and Fine. On this Raijin Chernobog combo, Aurora taunts back in on the right side of the map, but we'll be able to resustain just a bit with this team. Not a ton of HP coming back each time, but every little tick of that heal helps. And remember, the Leviathans, they can really kind of diversify which side they want to fight. They put the globals in two differing lanes at this point. Even Shinto can just split push the left side because he can always join in at a moment's notice.
And Ryzen is actually a somewhat deceptive split pusher with the auto attack speed that he actually got in that buff a couple patches ago. Actually, Ronnie looked into the dash to engage, beats forced on Cyclone, he gets out, Roar forced to go in. Maybe getting taunted back in, no taunt, and Roar ulting out. Sino ult for the disengage. A little bit of damage, Panda Aegis forced, Final K beats forced also. Engage on a Bastion. Bastion actually getting the double ult, but they're both getting out. Nobody's dying here.
Adapting does man take out Baskin, and now it's a double top. I wrong you again. Cyclone without a relic. He is gone. Late Frenzy popped at the end.
Wow.
But the Leviathans have grabbed their third one. The Styx Ferrymen now on a defense. It's Paul and Aurora to see if they can hold out against the 5 of the Leviathans. But the Levi's,
They're so low.
may just go ahead and take these burns. Low health bars. Paul's got a lot of damage in hand. Is that enough of a
Ronnie
threat
has ult.
for the Leviathans to back away, though? Aurora doesn't have ult yet. Paul's still waiting on his. Adapting tries, but Paul's got a lot of damage. Final K is nearly gone. It's a dash in by Aurora to get the job done. It's a 2v5 defense. Now it's going to be a 1v4. Can Paul get the job done? He gets the knockup on towards one
Ult soon.
person. He's back to full HP going in. It's a dunk by Adapting,
Soon enough.
but the Titan is as good as done. The Leviathans tie up the set.
This game really comes down to just comp diff. This Levi's comp was thoroughly thought out. A lot of strengths in the comp, a lot of ways to play the comp. The Ferrymen need a way to engage in these fights. You saw in way too many of these fights, they're actually going pretty close, but there's just nothing the Ferrymen can do to continuously chasing in the fight. A lot of times Baskin is just forced into dashing in and almost just trading himself out just for some damage.
Yeah, I think you kind of put it strong between you and the desk at the very beginning, which there's none of that initial kind of immediate CC to start one of these fights out. What are you going to do? What? Jump in with an Ola run and, woo, I hit a little knockup. Cool, that's a great way to start. Not a fun one to go towards. Baskin doesn't have the immediate unless he, as you say, expends that dash in there, and then Aurora has to immediately cancel ult. So just such a tough one for the Ferrymen to try and fight back in. And more than anything, I guess, just the lead that the Leviathans established so early in this game.
Yeah, the Levi's had that lead early game. Slowly but surely, they're pushing their lead along. Ferrymen have a couple fight back opportunities. They play it pretty well. Again, I think the comp just needs some sort of CC somewhere.
Well, we'll see if the Leviathans with this bounce back can continue to in this set and extend it forward. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Game 3 right after.
up, I've tried to tell you this 100 times. Not getting better by lying there pretending to cry. You on repeat, you can see, cause you have closed your eyes. You say you listen, but you're missing what it's all about. Rise up now. If you never fall, you don't change at all. Cry out now. Have you given up? I will never stop, yeah. I've tried to help you, but you keep reading between the lines. There's nothing there for you to complicate, we're not aligned. You say you listen, but guessing that's just another sign. Not growing up, you're growing old, your life keep passing by. Rise up now. If you never fall, you don't change at all. Cry out now. Have you given up? I will never stop, yeah. Now if you break it, I can take it, I don't need a prize. Leave out the fact that I
The Leviathans answer back and guarantee us at least a game number 4 after that win in game number 3. You still have Frog, still have Mifflin bringing to the action on the desk. And Mifflin, a much cleaner look from the Leviathans to be sure, but my eyes are on a problem maybe on the Ferrymen. A lot of lacking the pressure in the early game. Maybe the Ola jungle needs to change.
Yeah, I think the overall pace of this game is essentially just an inverse of Game 1. The Atlantis Leviathans take control very early on, tend to dominate in the team fights afterward. But I agree. It is weakness in the Ferryman draft that affords so much pressure to the Leviathans. Who's going to engage your fights? It really came down to, is Baskin strong enough to just leap in and press ultimate? Unfortunately for the Ferryman, by the time Baskin was involved in the engagement, he would leap in, press ultimate, and lose 40% of his HP in about 0.5 seconds flat. Otherwise, never really saw the Ferrymen get to hold defensive positions, which would have been one of the primary strengths of this composition. Had they been first on Fire Giant at a more even state, things would have been much more difficult for the Leviathans. But instead, it's the Leviathans, and I'm sure you'll see it in every single one of these clips, just running at the Ferryman. Adapting has himself a great game on this Thor, a lot of very disruptive walls. Wrong use initiation was consistent and concise. Panda Cat, Final K, both get involved pretty early too. Final K in particular makes very early rotations towards mid in this game. Makes it difficult for Paul to exist on that Morgan Le Fay. Just couldn't quite deal with that chase down potential that Raijin's got. And from there, with an early game lead, with Fire Giants going their way, the Leviathans break the base. Again, because the Ferrymen didn't have any way to really initiate a fight and stop them. I mean, they would be able to throw out Sanctified Field. That would stop one Phoenix Siege. Leviathans would back up and say, well, you won't have it when my next minion wave is here. And they were right, and they would just knock down the bird.
You know, these fights came down to it. I mean, the Ferrymen, they had some tricks in the bag for sure, and I do think there were moments of brilliance. Certainly we saw some engages from Aurora as well on this Guan support. But when it came down to it, as they were bouncing back and forth on the engage, I just look over at the Leviathans comp, much more standard, much easier to execute, just a lot more tools consistently in the tool belt as those fights went long. And they were just, you know, I think it showed as the game got longer. The Styx Ferrymen, especially when they got to those middling Fire Giants and we had the back and forth fights, the Ferrymen did not have that early lead to fall back on.
No, they didn't. If you look at just the damage numbers, anecdotal as they are, doubled up in both solo and jungle were the Ferrymen.
Right.
So if we're talking about relative output, Leviathans just simply had more damage to play with. We're going to find more kills. We're going to have a bit more of a lead, a bit more rotation potential. I don't hate the Ferryman composition top to bottom. I don't even hate the idea of running that many magical picks. I just would like to see someone that could get aggressive, be that bridge selection to get that composition into the late game. Just someone playing spoiler to ganks or playing spoiler to aggression, and it didn't feel like the Ferryman had that.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like a struggle for them to rotate around the map and make impact as well. As you mentioned, some of those final K early rotations. When the Raijin is making those early rotations, all of a sudden you have this extra force of damage, and you compare it to the mage out of the jungle on the other side. Immobile, just walking around. It felt very different when you compare it to the Game 1 global pressure that Sino was able to bring on the Ratatoskr. So, 6 Ferrymen, they got to go back to the drawing board, consider what they want to bring out in this game number 3 draft. Notably, they've gotten the pick selection. They go back to first pick, so they're going to have their option for what they value up at the top there. And these are the sets that get interesting, because this is now guaranteed to go 4, so we're going to, get a little bit deeper in there, potentially could even go 5. And the longer you go in a set, you start to develop your own little meta, your own little, guaranteed picks and bans, what's been effective in the set, what hasn't been. I think we're nearing that point now about, like, what do you value from game 2? What bans do you want to hold on to maybe from game number 1?
Yeah, I wonder. The Ferrymen in a position now where they could really try and fish for at least one of their priority picks. So far, it seems like Baba Yaga, Amaterasu have been largely addressed. Maybe you're able to grab one of the two. Chernobog, of course, has made his way through picks and bans a few times now, too. Sticks Ferrymen in a pretty decent position to vie for at least one of those top 3 selections. And we know every single opportunity they get, they're going to move towards them. We'll see whether or not the Leviathans can bounce back with a plan from the second pick position.
Picks and bans now for game number 3. And I think, will be unsurprising to see some of those targets continue to come through. I think they will continue to refuse to allow Paul to have the Baba Yaga, which is smart given that how he plays that god. The space creation gods and the get in there gods have been really strong from Paul historically. And I think in this set already, taking away the Baba Yaga, taking away the set that he played in game number 1, was able to get in there a lot. Even in game number 2, he found the solo kill on the Morgan Le Fay into Shinto. So I don't think Paul's a bad one to focus out with the ban selection.
So Baba Yaga being taken away by the Leviathans plays to your plan here. Now option Yamoja or Set, I think. Probably being considered by the Leviathans in this ban slot, whichever one they don't address. Likely get taken. Instead, it's the Freya. Shot towards Cyclone Spin. This makes it a bit more difficult a decision now for the 6 Ferrymen. Which way do they go? In game 1, it was the Yamoja, and they'll be doing so once more in game 3. Good damage output, great wave pressure, good rotation potential, high sustain. All things Yamoja has, but most notably, the ability to restrict relic selection. So often, if supports don't have to go towards it, it opens up the door for Sunder or Horrific or Sprute or something along those lines. But up against Yamoja, at least one of those relics is guaranteed to be a Phantom Shell.
I can't believe I've never heard Sprute before.
Never heard that.
It makes a lot of sense. It's a fantastic combination.
Yeah, I made that up. That was me.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
No, I mean, forcing relic selection, forcing a lot of other stuff with this pick as well. I think, game number 1, we saw the Erosion pickup, which is an item we don't often see, but you're almost like, Yamoja just provides a force of so many things. You have to have the anti-heal, you have to have the anti-shielding, you have to have the anti-space. Leviathans, they answer back almost instantly and grab their dual lane. Soul, successful for them in game number 2, as was Athena. Now unbanned once again. This is where this Freya selection goes. It's sort of a throwaway ban, so they keep the Athena on the board and they go back to it.
Now, 6 Ferrymen, if we're just going off priority list, Set Raijin, wouldn't hate that. Yamoja Set Raijin as a top 3 would be pretty strong. Doesn't shore up maybe some of the weaknesses that the Ferrymen had in the previous match, which was initiation, but I imagine Sino in this position will likely be looking towards warrior jungles for some reason. Something about Surtur, something about Bellona starting to work its way through my mind. So the Ferrymen have a lot of really good options from here. But considering they've already seen the Freya ban on the side of the Leviathans and the Hunter is locked in, means that Cyclone Spin's God Pool at risk now at being exposed a bit would force him down maybe into a more standard Hunter selection. Push come to shove, always has that Ishtar available. So it will be the Set. Likely for mid. Has flexibility, could go jungle as well, but not exactly Sino's God playstyle. And it's back to the Hades. Hades looks real good. I mean, that god is just incredibly strong. If you were to break down point by point exactly what he does, I mean, it is stifling the amount of pressure he can pick up. And alongside Yamoja, he won't have to be the sole initiator for the Ferrymen. I think just a fine selection here.
Top 3 locked in now for the Ferrymen. Ask the question for the Leviathans, what do they want to prioritize here in this 3rd selection? And it will be that Pele. Unpicked, unbanned, I believe, thus far this set. Goes towards Leviathan, still has some flex potential, could go towards the jungle role, could head over to Shinto in that mid lane. The 2nd phase of bans now coming through. Sino still needs a god, and they choose to target him out. I thought they might have chosen to target out Cyclone Spin and his god pull, as you mentioned, but still focused on what Sino could go back to for this Ferryman draft.
So now things like Naja start to become a concern. We know that Sino's very comfortable on that pick, would have an okay ability at removing individual picks from the playfield. I like to think of Windfire Wheels, especially with Sino's tankier build, as essentially a banish. So if you could use it in reaction to Volcanic Lightning, remove some of those AoE auto attacks from the team fight, could simplify the engagement for the Styx Ferrymen. That's not to say that Sino hasn't got plenty of picks still available. Surtur's still a potential lock-in here too, if he wants to be a frontline space creator. Looking at the dive potential already with just the set in Hades for the Ferrymen, feels like any one of Sino's aggressive selections would fit the composition very well. Unless Leviathans, on the other hand, I think have revealed their hand a bit with that Thor lock-in. Likely now we're looking at a Shinto Pele adapting Thor.
Yep.
Tons of global presence, great scaling come late game, thanks to that soul ability to just shove down structures incredibly high. I'm not getting baited again. I'm not breaking down the Achilles until that god portrait's locked in with color.
Yeah, this would be an interesting 2 lock-ins. Ishtar still available. If he wants to go the Hachi, a little bit of a different direction. Jingwei now hovered. I'm with you. I'm convinced production is messing with us a little bit. But that's not the case. The Jingwei gets locked in for Cyclone Spin. And it's not the Achilles, it's the Osiris for Sino on the Ferryman.
Yeah, I mean, Osiris is... His day in the sun is long gone. My man has sunset a while back now. Still does have very high tankiness. The tether, of course, making him incredibly durable in the team fight. If you're going to go full tank, you can essentially, if you channel tether before Confound from Athena, just eat up the entirety of the Leviathan's ability pools. But I am just not a massive fan of the WM1 style picks right now. Things like Erlang Shen just have not been impressing me. Feels like Bakasura's fallen off a bit. Osiris, we're not in the mannequins meta anymore. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for him to leverage the aggression that we used to associate with him back in like Season 8, Season 7. So if anyone's going to do it, it would be Sino. I'll be watching it very closely. But even just speaking from my own personal jungle experience, I couldn't tell you exactly what is attracting Sino to this pick into this matchup. There's not one pick on the other side where I'm thinking, yeah, man, I'm going to hit Sickle and just walk him down. Because I look at Soul, Disapparate's a great answer. Raijin, because your CC is so delayed on Osiris, even the fact that the pre-fire on Thunder Crash is so high, you don't exactly have anything to catch it out. So this Osiris could still dominate the early game. That is the potential of all those auto attackers, the WM1 assassins / junglers, is if I'm 2 levels up, eventually if I close gap, that's my win condition. Putting yourself in that position has been very rare on picks like this recently.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if we see, huge early game focus just from that Osiris, something like a Mannequins, which we haven't seen in a while. Just walk them down, try and take advantage of that first 5 minutes.
As it used to be.
Right? I mean, Sino certainly has faith in it, and I think we were all questioning the Nike the very first time that he picked that way back when, and certainly has found him some success over the years. We'll have to see how the Styx Ferrymen choose to play it out, especially through the early game. I'm looking back at the Leviathans draft. They hold on to that soul lane pick for the end. They basically test the Ferryman. They're like, we might go back to the Raijin. You can ban it if you want to. You've got first phase, you got second phase. You can value it if you really want to. And they just let him have it. They just let FineOK go back to the maybe non-traditional, closer to traditional at this point with how much it's getting played. They let him go back to it. They're not worried about the mage solo.
No, I mean, it is lacking in initiation compared to other solo laners, but it makes up for it in poke potential and still has a certain degree of CC that's valuable in the team fight. Tycho drums from range, pulling people back in, still really good. Thunder Crash, if you're tanky enough to survive, it's still a great way to start up the fight too. Raiju, some of its changes now having damage on first tick, prevents blink, and then also has the slow. So CC's okay, it's just you're not going to have the same level of tanky bodies standing between me or standing between my back line and their front line. It's more so a front-to-back style.
Yeah, I mean, I think the double mage solo maybe makes a little bit of room for it. Baskin routinely now going back towards this Hades. Has a lot of tankiness. I think we saw him struggle in game number 2, just trying to be the only one in there at times. Like you said, you know, get in there, blink or dash, and immediately channel the ultimate. Let's see how they adapt in the fight style, though. Game number 3, who can pull ahead and put themselves on match point? We've got it with the casters, J-Mac and Inbound.
Thank you so much once more, Frog and Mifflin. Here in Game 3 with the Ferrymen and Leviathans, it's J-Mac, Inbound, and Doug back once more as we dive into this one. And I think the immediate one is one that was highlighted by Mifflin on the desk, and I think one that we'll probably keep an eye on throughout this entire game. It's Sino on the Osiris. He, again, goes to another auto-attack style of jungler. I think that's now rounded with Bellona, Erlong Shin, and Osiris. I think the only one we're missing is maybe Gilgamesh kind of in that conversation for those warrior jungle styles. But what are kind of your thoughts on it? We saw a massive swing of buffs and the spicy changes that came up for the Osiris before. I think a lot of people probably thought, yeah, Osiris is back. He's got, you know, cleave on his 1 to the minions. He's got a lot of extra stuff that got thrown into his kit. And we saw nothing from him.
I think solo Osiris was somewhat expected. I think even after the buffs, Osiris in the jungle was not helped all too much, and I still don't think he's that strong. I would expect him to go this Atalanta's, and I think with Atalanta's, he's looking to kind of bully that early portion of the game. The power, attack speed, flat pen, makes it so his abilities just, you know, threaten you a little bit harder, and his autos threaten you a little bit harder. But, you know, I'm kind of on the same train as Myth, the same train of thought as I don't get the Osiris entirely. I think you see the Erlang, and it's obvious. Erlang can force relics. He has that early game potential like Osiris. Osiris doesn't really force relics other than maybe Aegis if he does enough damage. So I am very curious how Sino pilots it, how he builds, if he's going to go like Ada's full tank, or if he's going to go... And we have a first blood already? Cyclone already went down, beads were forced, and he still died. I mean, we talked about it at the beginning of the second game. Auto-attack Soul with that arrow in that early portion of the game, she's throwing 80 fireballs at you. You're going to get chunked quickly if you don't really react to it. I assume taunt happened, a lot of damage, and Cyclone got taken down. First blood goes to Ronnie, which is, you know, a lot of people want that first blood to go to ADCs, and I think it is very underrated when supports get that first blood. You compare now when these dual laners are going to get that Thebes finished. Ronnie's going to have it 300 gold, 400 gold earlier, and I mean, deservedly so, he got that first blood.
Yeah, let's actually watch that first blood back. I mean, this was Ronnie waits till that level 2, immediately taunts both. And even Cyclone's been very late on the beads. I don't think he was expecting Panda Cat to walk up and his stellar burst on the middle of both of them there. So just good pressure by the Leviathans. It was a slow clear from Aurora and Cyclone on the camps. Gets them the lane a little bit late. Let's Wrong You and Panda Cat set up nicely. Very fast first blood in the dual lane. Kicks the Leviathans off on the right foot. Most of their lead coming from that first blood bounty, but just good pressure. It's so hard to find the Soul Athena this early on, especially if you're going to be using beats as late as Cyclone's been in.
And on top of that, they don't have that jungle threat for this Athena also. They don't have a, you know, an assassin that's going to be going Jotuns first. They have the Osiris that's going to be going Addis first, who's, you know, the god of the job is, the job of the god is not to kill frontliners, it's to kill the backliners. And if you get a fed frontliner like an Athena, these dash taunts are going to be very hard to punish. Especially when you look at like the mid laner on the other side of things. Set's not really somebody that's going to be killing frontliners either, so this Athena can be very, very strong. Fine, looking to get ganked by Sino.
Fine, okay. He does have his Thunder Crash, but Sino doesn't really have any CC to follow up. He walked up, hit 1, hit 2, said, oh, well, I guess that's all I got. Back to the jungle I go. And speaking of the junglers, I think this is the first time that we've seen one of the junglers this game go anywhere except for the mid lane. Both the cooldown and shield buff done by their respective side laners. No real presence shown from Sino adapting that direction. Maybe some help needs to be thrown over towards this dual lane. Paul on the rotation as the buff does get secured by the Ferrymen. Paul recognizing that no fight left to be had, will instead head back towards mid.
And that's just like the walking over just in case somebody overcommits. Really no potential to actually, you know, rotate to this. Set wants to kind of be farming for that trans, but, you know, if they stay a little bit too long, it could just be a free kill for Paul, and Paul's always happy to take a free kill. Shield buff looking to get confirmed by Aurora and Cyclone. Instead, they get the smalls, they get out, they go back to lane, and adapting level 5. No Jotuns, just the tier 2 is rotating over.
Beads are back up for Cyclone. No level 5 for him or Aurora, but adapting seems to just be interested with grabbing and confirming the shield buff for his team. Denying the XP to the 6 Ferrymen, just getting that for himself. Get back and try and get that Jotuns online. We'll see where Adapted decides to strike this game. Game number 2 on this Thor. There's right side. Basket, 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 basket. And eventually it hits, but it takes a while. Ultimate from Aurora used. Gets some strong poke against Wrong Yu. Sino dunks in, lands the ultimate, but Wrong Yu goes to channel his own, but there's just a little too much damage. The return fire from the Ferrymen get them their first kill of the game.
And Ronnie actually, you know, got out of that Aurora ult, but then he walked back up as Aurora got that Omi regen from ultimate, and he was actually able to put a lot of damage onto Ronnie, and I don't think Ronnie expected that damage. Even after that first blood now, a return kill to the duo lane. Sino does get it, but the assist goes to the duo lane. That lead that Ronnie kind of had from that early spike of getting that first blood is not gone, but it's definitely mitigated a little bit. That Thebes is actually finished at the exact same time. So that early blood maybe would have been a little bit better in Ronnie's hands, or in Panda's hands.
Ult's traded out by Solo. And ultimate in from Adapting, not quite enough to get Basket. Does take the beads away from the Hades, and that is the important part. Paul gets taunted back in. Shinto lands knockup. Paul is still going to stand his ground. In fact, just continuing to fight out that wave as Shinto pushes up. But one thing to note with Adapting's gank is after all the fighting over on the left, he still hasn't gone back and gotten that Jotuns yet.
And with an ult like Thor, who's not a normal 90-second cooldown ultimate, that Jotuns is usually expected before your first gank, so then that second gank can be just as quick as that first one. Fortunately though, forced to ult, well, maybe not forced to ult, looks for the play to be made, doesn't have the Jotuns, so a long cooldown now for Adapting to not be entirely useful. Aurora looking out secure on the purple buff, and he gets it again. Fortunately, he does pick it up. But I think Cyclone's fine with him picking up as long as he gets the objective, the purple buff objective. Shield buff looking to be gone on. And actually, Sino rotating, big rotation here.
But there's 2 more Leviathans chasing out afterwards. Cyclone low, puts the
Huge
airstrike early. Taunt from Wrong Yu and down from Shinto. Gets a kill, but Sino's able to try to get one. Now with Paul here, he continues swiping away, pops the bead, dives in on top of Shinto, needs one more in hand, and that's going to be one for the mid laner of the Ferrymen, one for each of the teams in there. And an extra one on top. The 6 Ferrymen come out in advantage with a 2-1 and a purple buff invade. Adapting, sitting back, tries to go for a mid camp, but Paul will teleport over the wall and even take that farm away.
And maybe something sneaky that maybe goes by without getting noticed is Adapting still didn't have ult there. That comes from not having Jotuns when he went for that gank in right lane, in that solo lane. He actually doesn't have it in duo. So that's just a 4v3 almost for the Ferrymen, and a really big ult by Cyclone. Sino also gets into the middle of that fight and gets the Judgment Tether off, reducing a lot of damage. And a little bit of a sneaky, you know, thing that's kind of snuck up on Osiris. His Judgment Tether also has the attack speed reduction, which is really relevant in this early portion of the game. Dropping your attack speed from 1 every second to 0.7 every second reduces a whole lot of damage on a lot of these auto attackers, and Soul is going to be doing a lot of auto attacking. Pele in that ult does want some attack speed to be able to get off as many as possible, as quickly as possible. So it's something that maybe is not completely noticed. So just wanted to point that out a little bit.
No, I think that's a very relevant catch with the Osiris and with Sino in particular. Going towards defense, second item, not uncommon to see from Sino. Immediately after the Atalanta's bow finished up. Sino back on the left side, going to confirm the shield buff for himself. But I kind of do want to dial in a bit on the Atalantas, and really what is it about this item that just makes it such a prevalent item for Sino to rush in this first slot?
You think about those jungle warriors, and they like the power, they like the attack speed from that Golden Blade first item. But the biggest point is this flat pen. This is scaling through the entire game with exactly how warriors want to play. They want to hit those squishies that have a low amount of protections, and that flat pen is going to be very relevant during that. Yes, their clear might be slightly worse with no Golden Blade. Yes, they might have a little bit less movement speed, so their chase potential isn't nearly as good. But that damage from that flat pen on Addis should not be underrated.
Sino, a little bit late on the rotation to his own team's blue buff. Tries to steal away the enemy, but doesn't quite get the damage to grab that one. So both blues go to the Leviathans, as Aurora is met by Shinto in the mid lane. Those two know with the 1 kill and 1 assist that Paul got, does manage to pull a small lead over Shinto in experience, even if the team on the overall is just a little bit behind in gold. The experience from the Styx Ferrymen, they're keeping them relevant. Sino chased out. Shinto adapting though, not necessarily on the same page for that damage. We'll just throw out a bit of poke, send Sino back to base. Now clear out the Harpies. Aurora standing by, but Aurora doesn't really have a whole lot of follow-up this time, just kind of scouting to see what the Leviathans are up to.
This portion of the game is going to be a really awkward spot for both teams. They both got pretty tanky comps in regards to their 3v3s. Paul's not going to be doing, you know, as much damage as the Pele Whale once he finishes the Jotuns because he went for the Sigil instead of Bluestone. You have the Osiris in jungle who's going to be a little bit more tanky. And then also you have Aurora and Yemoja who's a bit more of a defensive support even though she does have some more damage. So these fights are going to be a little bit slower, kind of poking your head in, seeing how the fight's going, backing up, going back in, poking a little bit more. It's not going to be those full all-in, somebody's getting one shot, unless relics are down.
Baskin and Fino, fight over the cooldown buff. That one does go over to Fino. I see Leviathan's move up. Right on the screen buff. It's already down, so not really anything Aurora can do except for throw some poke over the wall. Waiting to see where these junglers decide to get active. It's Sino getting ultimate from Damn, who's gone over to the right side. Bead's gone from Final K and an ultimate from Wrong You. 2 of them just to make sure to bail out Final K. He'll get back to base, but he's now down to Beads and his team down ultimates.
And the Levi's a little bit on the back foot over on that side of the mat. Final K, no mana, adapting, gets his ult forced right away. And actually, Shinto's looking to get gone on. Yemoja ult is up. Shinto taking a lot of damage. Ult is still available. He ults out. And Aurora has no other ability. Shinto plays that very well. Waits out the Yemoja ult, holds ultimate until that is over, and then ults out. And Ronnie should be fine here.
Dash from Wrong You, and Final K's even joined the mid lane battle this time, but Paul's got some big damage, has popped the beads because he's been pulled under tier 1 tower. Patient use until the very end there. Allows Paul to continue staying alive in the fight, doesn't have ultimate. Once more, an invade to the purple buff. Panda Cat souls that one away from Cyclone, so more XP denied to the Hunter, the Ferryman, but in return, Sino has stolen away a blue buff from Final K and will just keep swinging away as Final K bats some damage. Actually taunts him back in, but I don't know if you want to fully taunt Sino at this point. No magic defense, but still tanky with that passive.
And not a ton of power that Final K has, so that damage is more a bunch of different types of damage that do 10 damage each. And actually, Levi's looking for the Gold Fury, already down to half.
Fury falling. Leviathans do have the pressure in, but Aurora walks up, and even without ultimate, it's still just enough of a threat with the 3-man core of the Ferrymen stepping forward. So Leviathans do a bit of a heat check, see how much they can do in a short amount of time. It's a decent bit of burst, but just too much start with Aurora nearby.
Also, not having the true secure for a mage in mid makes it a little risky to be doing that. Usually you want to be finding these Gold Furies and these Pyros for free at that point, or where, you know, it's a fight you can take. So I don't mind the Levi's heat checking, like you said. It's something where you have a nice little lead right now. Why force it to a point where they could take the lead? Why not just hold it until it's a lot more guaranteed? So I like the play by the Levi's, and actually Athena ulting to right lane.
See if they can maybe catch out Baskin. 2 versus 1. Baskin's got beads and ultimate. Will actually pull Wrong You back to the tier 1 tower, but not too much follow-up beyond there. Meanwhile, it is the beacon captured by the Styx Ferrymen. Paul and Sino standing by there to make sure it goes down for the team. Styx Ferrymen, even despite having the 1-kill lead up over Leviathans, haven't been able to pull the gold back their way just yet, even despite all the fighting that's been happening across the map. XP nearly even. Gold still only with that 1,000 range. And just the fun of soloing. You get an ult, you throw an ult right back, you taunt back and forth between each other, but maybe it's to buy space for Shinto, who did rotate over, but didn't have a way back into this fight.
And with these assassin mids, you usually see a lot more scuffles than you do like true quick fights. And I think we see both of that with these comps where people are poking their heads in, seeing how the fight's going. Nobody's taking a ton of damage. Sino's playing something that doesn't have a ton of damage also. These fights until, you know, Ronnie gets that true Onk online, maybe that erosion also. It's going to be a lot harder for the Levi's to actually confirm kills just from the base defense from the Fairies. And then also, Yemoja, ton of shielding, ton of healing, and then also has that Fae Blessed. She's usually going to be really strong on the defensive side of things. I like that the Levi's are playing this slow. Wait for that Onk, wait for that erosion, and then start to take fights.
Now, the question does lead is, where does the next fight really break out? Because it's been a scuffle here and there, mostly in soul lane we're seeing the fights, a little bit in duo. The beacon is down at the moment in mid, so nothing really to fight over for there. Is the next big fight, at least for these two teams, or maybe the next big attempt at a fight, going to be around what is objectives? Gold Fury, Pyromancer? I mean, where do you kind of see the strengths for these two teams to fight in?
Maybe adapting, looking for a fight in solo lane right now. He's kind of just standing around waiting for it. That's the dash that he was waiting for.
But can't he even go for the dunk? Does land on top of Bastion, gets the full combo with no beads. Bastion maybe not expecting that ult back, even with Final K standing his ground. It's a turnaround for Leviathans, who have now tied up the kill count, but continue to hold on to that gold lead. Sino dives in, has to use the ultimate go back, but he's being taunted back in by Fino's ult. Is there enough damage in? With the help of Wrong You, this should be another kill for the Leviathans, but with a roar by, it won't be enough. Gets beads away from Final K, locks him inside, but there is the Phantom Shell to make sure the Leviathans can get out of this fight.
And the Levi's are playing this early portion of this game kind of exactly how I'd expect it. This, right now, right before that gank happening in solo lane, is when this Ferryman comp is going to be very strong and a lot stronger than the Levi's comp because they have the Yemoja, they have a lot of healing, a lot of shielding. The Levi's, though, instead of fighting into that Yemoja, they just look for a bunch of ganks in solo lane. So they play away from the strength of the Ferrymen, and they force fights where they're stronger. And, I mean, you think about Raijin at this point, Hades at this point. Raijin isn't even necessarily stronger, but a 2v1, you're just guaranteed to be stronger. And now the Ferrymen, there's kind of like a little bit of a clock ticking right now for them, where if they don't get something going right at this point before that Onk is finished, before that erosion is finished, they're going to have to play probably for at least 20-22 minutes until they can actually do something again.
Ferrymen certainly a team that can slow things down, kind of delay the pacing of the game, force enemies to really make some mistakes. But Leviathans are making no mistakes. It's right over to the Gold Fury. Sino stunned out by the Thor wall. And a guaranteed Fury for the Leviathans. And now, their first significant lead of the game, 3,000 gold up. And maybe could still try and press the gas pedal somewhere else. But the Six Ferrymen, their response said, okay, we'll send a bunch of people over to Gold Fury. We'll head over to the Pyromancer. Spot out on a ward, but not much that Shinto can do. It's an objective trade out. Fury for Leviathans, Pyro for Ferrymen. We'll add a tier 1 tower for Leviathans on that left side push.
And I don't think it should be understated kind of how well the Levi's have actually played this early portion of the game. Even though they were down 3-2 in kills, their macro and their farming and just how they were playing around the map got them almost a K lead. And that was before, you know, Bastion even got killed in that gank. And now, 2,700 gold. This Levi's portion of the game is going to be dominated in the next 3-4 minutes. If the Levi's can really start pushing their lead once they hit that level 20 and get to that level 20 quickly, this game could be over in I don't know, 8 minutes even. Really, this Levi's comp is going to start popping off in that 6 minute range.
It's a breakneck pace.
It is.
We've seen the Leviathans go that fast. The only other teams that are really kind of playing the game at that level of speed is really just the Oni Warriors, kind of one of those other top 3 teams out here. We've seen some very fast games from that squad. Haven't quite seen it yet from Ferrymen and Leviathans, typically at 28-30. That benchmark that's been set for these two teams. Fight around Beacon as it's spawning up here. Adapting, caught out. Massive chunk of damage from Paul. Sino's going to continue this chase in, though. See if he can get a kill on Adapting. Gets the Athena ultimate to bail Adapting out, but Sino needs his ultimate to bail himself out. Jumps over the wall. The Six Ferrymen get quite a bit there. They get beads and Aegis from Adapting, as well as ultimate from Wrong You.
Sino might be... Wow, actually, Final K just up down, looking for a roar. Roar beads are forced. He does take a lot of damage, but not enough. Now it's just one taunt right now.
Baskin dives in, Final K responds with the taunt drums immediately after. Silence from
Adapting
Baskin.
going
Not
up.
gonna get a lot. Adapting can crash right down on top of everything. And even with the ultimate from Aurora, that's not enough to bail out Baskin. Everybody on Leviathan's able to poke themselves out of that River's Rebuke. The Six Ferrymen now down a player, essentially down 2, with Aurora having to go back to base. Leviathan get the beacon and even dive into the tower. Paul taunted back. He's got beats. He's got Aegis, but he doesn't need the Aegis. He goes for the damage check and lives on a sliver, a fraction of HP.
And we're talking about Paul last game really knowing how to use relics. He uses beats there, holds Aegis, and lives with like 10 health.
It's a menace.
Unbelievable that he, calculates it that well, where he's just, yeah, I'm fine. I gotta use my beads, but no need for Aegis here. And Paul actually using his ult at the beginning of that fight. If we really look at it, what's happening with this current, past couple minutes, there's just not a ton of damage that the Ferrymen have outside of Paul. Sino's not doing that much damage at this point. Baskin's trying to farm up still. He's not really rotating over, so we're not going to include him. And then Cyclone's just pretty far behind when you compare him to Panda. Panda's got 4 items finished. Rod, Demonic, Telkines, and that Typhons. Right now, this Soul is absolutely huge. She's going to be doing a lot of damage. And then we also look at Shinto, 4 items. Final K, 4 items. Paul taking a ton of damage.
The Sky is adapting. Paul might just try and turn and burn at this point. Dunk missed by adapting. Bit of an Aegis from Paul that doesn't get any value this time. It's a death for the mid laner of the Styx Ferrymen. Now, what will Leviathans do with this lead? They were already hinting at Fire Giant a moment ago, and now head back that way as Cyclone Spin goes for the split push. It's fine, okay, on the zone duty, and I don't think anybody wants to step up to the Ryzen at this point. Fire Giant starting to go down swiftly to Leviathans. Can Sino even find a path back in? He's spotted by Shinto. Aurora walks in, but Aurora's got no ult. Taunted back, no beads, no health bar. The Leviathans melt down the support of the Ferrymen and go right back to fire.
There's just not enough damage on this Ferryman's comp right now. And actually, Final K looking for the 1v1 on the Sino. Sino trading kind of well right now. Both getting down to about 1/3 health as Fire Giant is getting pulled. Sino getting very low. Final K brings the 1v1. Fire Giant also getting pulled. Hades is forced all out. Cyclone is here, but this Fire Giant is getting way too low.
Cyclone Spin, stunned out by the wall. The Fire Giant goes to the Leviathans. Baskin nearly takes out Final K. Cyclone goes in and guarantees at least one before he's traded out after Paul and Baskin, the only ones left alive, and that's after Paul had respawned. Fire Giant and Pyro, plus a few kills, go to the Leviathans and push their lead up to 7,000.
There is very little fight pack on this Ferryman comp at this point. It is reliant on Paul to be able to win these fights, and right now he is only level 18. He is the same level as the enemy jungler, and there's 3 other people ahead of him. This Levi's comp is really starting to pop off, and the Ferryman comp, I mean, this Osiris jungle is not going to get any stronger. He's level 16 with 3 items, and only one of them is going to be truly increasing his damage.
Now, Styx Ferrymen, only 2 towers left to defend, and their defense kind of almost feels like it's hinged off of Aurora's ultimate more than anything. Baskin can walk up, but Baskin doesn't have defense. He's not very tanky. How crucial is it for the Styx Ferrymen to kind of almost play that counterpunch style against the Leviathans? I mean, how valuable is this ultimate from Aurora on defense?
The only way they win a fight under Phoenix is if Aurora hits a massive ult or a massive 3. That is how reliant they are on Aurora. There is so much pressure on him for the next, how long is Fire? 2.5 minutes. There's so much pressure on Aurora for the next 2.5 minutes to keep them in this game. If he doesn't play nearly perfectly, Phoenixes are going down, and that FG is going to be threatened, and we're going to be seeing so much pressure in the favor of the Levi's.
Levi's start to group up a little bit, 2 to left, 2 inside the mid jungle. Do you see rotations in from Final K from adapting, level 20s hit for a few of these players, so big power spikes for Leviathan. Sino losing out in the 3v1, has to ultimate away from adapting Fino and Shinto. That's going to be one more Osiris ult down. Sino just trying to get any farm that he can, but with this many players walking him down, he can't defend tier 2 tower. He goes back to base, and it seems that both tier 2s will be forfeited to the Leviathans.
Curious to see if the Leviathans opt for a more aggressive approach here. It looks like how they're pathing, they're going to be backing up, resetting, going for this Gold Fury. They still have a minute and a half left. I'd like to see them do this Gold Fury, reset if you have like a bunch of really strong spikes. If not, start putting pressure on the map again. Keep the Ferrymen, you know, kind of choked out, put them on the back foot, and just keep putting this pressure on. Don't stop because you're ahead. Keep pushing and end this game.
We do see 2 head back to base immediately. Not a massive power spike for Panic Hat, just tier 2, at least on the ring, but a spectral armor for Wrong U. Not really dealing with any major crit just yet. I guess anticipating Cyclone's starter item that he has finally gotten online now, but that's the only crit that he's got unless he goes towards a Deathbringer last slot, but maybe that does dissuade him. Leviathans will go for the beacon cap, puts them on a bit of a timer if they go for it, if they try to end the game out, but instead we'll leave that one on the field. Not going to cap that one just yet. And do you kind of like this call? I mean, you're getting ready to set up for next fire, 3rd beacon's up there, you can send the Titans off. Are you a fan of the call that the Leviathans are making to just leave that one up?
If they pushed it right now, it would just be going down mid, which I don't think they care about too much. It's not going to be putting enough pressure on the map. So I'm fine with them waiting for this, going for Fire Giant first, and then actually pushing with the Titan once they go for the Fire Giant time. I think that is the timing they should set up for. I think if they do it now, they're just going to be trying to force them down mid as they go for Fire Giant. But I'd rather have them push down mid with the Titan while having EFG, or regular FG.
Well, they will cap beacon, so 30 seconds on the clock. Then we'll see those Titans start to march down. Leviathans can try and group up towards Fire Giant. Everybody on their side has the ability to at least upgrade their starters if they haven't already. I think Adapting the only one who hasn't gotten that Bumba sent back yet, but just needs a little bit more gold. Should be able to get it with this next wave and with this Pyromancer going down. Leviathans have complete control of the right side jungle. 6 Ferrymen not even in the same neighborhood at this point. 3 players sent to the left side. Aurora gets spotted out by Shinto, but Aurora manages to maintain his bubble even despite Shinto being there. It seems the knockup was just off the mark.
Levi's 11K lead, not really extending their lead in the past couple minutes. I think they're happy with where they're at. Mid is going to be pushing down with that Titan. Fire Giant is spawning right now. They're happy to kind of play around this next Fire Giant. I think they played this a little too safe, because if this Fire Giant fight doesn't go very well for them, or the next siege doesn't go very well for them, depending on when the Ferrymen fight, this game could be even with that next EFG spawning. So defensive and I think safe, but sometimes safety isn't the best option.
Titans do clash. Leviathans will shred through the health bar of the Order Titan and beeline it straight to the Fire Giant. Somebody on the Ferrymen will have to stick by and deal with that. It might just be Cyclone Spin as the lone one to handle the Titan. Well, the rest of the team goes over towards Fire because Leviathans have already started up. They spotted Sino, they taunt him back. They get the bees right away. He doesn't have the ability to blink out, has to use the ultimate, but Shinto trying to chase in, gets Volcanic Lightning in, and a crash by Adapting will notch 1 kill for Leviathans in the fight, and now overturns Aurora. Does get the ultimate away from the Emoja and the Shell in response by the Leviathans. They've gotten their first pick. It's 40 seconds until Sino's back.
A lot used, though, by the Levi's, and Cyclone still has ult, still has double relics, and he's strong right now. Levi's, because of how much damage they actually took on Final K. Actually, Final K gets his backstop. Paul's doing a lot of damage, and he's still got an entire item to go. That party punch on top of those 5 other items, he is chunking.
That was what, 3 different yellow numbers that popped up alongside just the ability damage itself. Feels like we're all the way back at the start of the season now. Only thing he's missing there is Bluestone, but went Sigil, so a little bit different regard in that case. But Paul's been swinging on this set both games that he's gotten it, but now he's got to get the step up with the team. Fire started by Leviathans, half HP, and it's going quickly. Nobody's in the pit in time. Aurora might not be able to get there to stop this one. It will be Leviathans grabbing Fire Giant, not enhanced, but still yet another objective for Leviathan. Cyclone gonna try and trade out, but he needs some assistance. That Primal Fury's doing a bit too much damage to him. The 6 Ferrymen will get him, but look, the Leviathans are already in position to push on right.
And this is going to be a pressure moment. I think it's a little too risky to fast do this. You need to slowly set up the waves, especially when you're playing against a Yamoja. But already up on this Phoenix, waves are pushed all the way down to the Phoenix other than middle. So a lot of setup for the Levi's here.
Levi's 2-3 split. Sticks Ferrymen, trying to figure out how they want to go with their response. They go with a kind of waxing and waning 3-2, figuring out where they want to put Sino, where they want to put the rest of this team to defend. Final K will be able to push the minions up no problem on his own. Shinto resustaining inside the jungle. Fine, just back away.
Wow.
Wall and double tap from Adapting. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but at least puts threat. Keeps the Ferrymen from pushing forward. They're starting to get the manpower. Maybe try and fight back against what the Leviathans offense has going for them.
A lot of sustain on both sides now. You have the FG for one side and Umoja for the other. Baskin actually takes a lot of poke there. Might have to get the reset off, or they're going to be looking to push down mid.
Sino tries to step up. Taunt onto a roar. Not going to get anything beyond there. Sino's walked up. Now has that kin size online, so a bit more damage for the Osiris, but similar levels of threat to find OK. Do you see Shinto half held by Baskin? That might just send the Pele back for a moment. In fact, his low health bars on the right side. Paul removes Panic Hat. He's going to keep on going. Teleport around the wall, not available. It's an ultimate from Fine OK in response. And Adapting is in the sky, but where will he crash back? It's over towards mid just to deal with the wave. Might get caught out. He's already used the hammer. He gets the backup from Wrong U, but the tether is already there from Sino. Will find a stun on Adapting. The wall not quite enough, but Shinto, he's got the turnaround with the ultimate. Takes out Sino as Baskin continues marching in. Cyclone low, Cyclone in the air. Baskin locks in 2, but the 2 are already able to get out of the circle.
Taunt's back up. This could be Ronnie looking to re-engage here. Actually, Shinto blinks in a ton of damage on the Cyclone. Cyclone Aegis is forced, and now Hades forced out by himself. Paul plays incredibly well, and actually Adapting looks to hammer on Paul. Paul Aegises the damage. Adapting gets the auto off. Paul gets taken down 2 for 1 after Panic Hat is the first one down in that fight. And the Levi's, they get that Phoenix. They get a 2 for 1. This Fire Giant, maybe I misspoke. Maybe they were fine playing this safe. That siege looked pretty easy for them.
Nearly got a second Phoenix as well, if not for the fact that Baskin showed up to keep Adapting from pushing alongside the wave. Pyromancer does go to the Leviathans once more, so another Runic Bomb in pocket for the Levi's team. Make sure that they can keep up their siege, but Fire Giant buff, only about a minute left, and massive power spikes coming online. Spectral armor for Fine OK. Still, Wrong U holding on to that stew for himself. Gonna see what other big spikes come through. Shogun's Kasari, that's the next one for Wrong U. Got a bunch of auto attackers on the team. Go ahead and bolster that a little bit more.
Always down for Shoguns, especially when it comes down to objectives and for sieging. Also, Panda died with both relics up there. He got poked down to about half, and then I think Paul's damage just completely surprised him. And it was a lot of damage, especially because he's still, 5 items deep. Maybe that party punch buff, putting it to 20%, or 30%, sorry, for physicals. That's just enough for Paul to be confident with his damage even at this point in the game. Once he finishes that, I don't know what the next item is he does. Maybe it's Serrated, Bloodforged, Titans, whatever it is he opts for. At that point, he'll be doing even more damage, and then we'll have a Paul running even more rampant. But set up for now, Levi's have the right Phoenix down, FG for another 1 second, and they're waiting for this Phoenix, or for this Gold Beer to come up.
Easily melt through that objective and make their way back over towards Fire Giant. The good news for the Ferrymen, so that's a fairly easy Phoenix to defend when you gotta deal with Fire Giant. So not the worst case scenario, losing out on one. Even potentially if it was the second one, it would have just been mid, so still somewhat easy to deal with those. But Leviathans with this 15,000 gold lead, still very relevant. As mentioned, Paul hasn't been able to get his 6th and final item online. Most players on the team have not gotten another one. And Cyclone Spin goes to Deathbringer despite the fact that there are 2 Spectral Armors. Now granted, he bought it when there was only the 1 on Wrong U, but now Fine OK's got one. Just feels like Cyclone's damage is really being hindered now in the late game with these 2 items picked up by Leviathans.
I will say, if the Ferrymen get to a point where they can actually, have some control over that Fire Giant pit, the difference between having Deathbringer on an objective versus no crit or just Ornate is pretty night and day. So I think even if there is a Spectral on the one side, he's got the Kins to shred through them. He doesn't really care too much about that Spectral. But EFG being forced, about 80%, Levi's pulling.
Steps up, loses bubble to Fine OK, who misses the brunt of his damage after, but Fire Giant already down to half. Baskin does have Blink. If he can get around the wall to get there, Fire Giant does manage to get reset by the Leviathans, not willing to commit fully with Aurora standing nearby. And picks back up once more, Adapting, sitting off to the right side of the pit, but it keeps teetering back and forth. Leviathans not willing to make a full commit on this coin toss yet.
The Phoenix is getting poked a little bit. Right hasn't a fire wave actually coming down the right side. Middle got threatened a little bit. Fire sitting about half, but Ronnie's getting poked.
Sino goes in up against Fine. Okay, gets the ultimate away from the Raijin, but Sino keeps going in. The River's Rebuke has caught out one. It's forced the Phantom Shell, but Fine, okay, he's just losing his health bar to everything, but so is Baskin adapting. He picks up an immediate triple kill in the fight, but now it's Cyclone Spin to turn around and get one of his own. How far can he escape, though? Wrong you and adapting, chasing him out, and Shinto right along the way. Paul picks up a straggler. Fine, okay, had nothing left going for him, and now it's only Paul left. Still 3 of the Leviathans, but those 3 cannot do fire on their own.
And he's actually going to be able to get to right and get that right Phoenix up. It might not feel great for the Ferrymen. It might feel like you lost that fight, but that is what they needed to do. They got their Phoenixes back up. This EFG is not something that can be threatened by the Levi's at this point. They have no consistent damage. Ronnie, Shinto, adapting are not the ones you need alive to be able to go for this Fire Giant. You need Panda to live. And Panda taken down. Paul also picks off Finoke at the end of that fight. Finoke is getting a lot of work done. And actually, maybe they're going to be trying this Fire Giant because they have so much time. Paul having no beads, his ult is spawning soon. See what happens.
See if Paul can get in there, cause a threat. Does throw one spawn inside, so they know that Paul is nearby. Does he opt to go in? He's got ultimate. Can he even go for the steal? Not quite enough damage, a bit too early. Paul not able to stop EFG, which does go on to 4. Panda Cat just spawned back in. Fine, okay, a couple seconds away. Styx Ferrymen still don't manage to stop the Fire Giant entirely, but do manage to at least delay things. But I think the biggest threat on the map right now, adapting 8-0-5, no one has been able to shut down this Thor just yet.
Even thinking back to last game, so much that adapting did on the Thor, and this game again, we've talked about it a billion times. Some days there's a Thor day, some day it's not a Thor day. Today is absolutely a Thor day for adapting. Absolutely phenomenal. Ferrymen actually grouping up right now. I wonder if Finoke saw a roar there. This could be a little bit of a threat for the Levi's.
Beat still down for 24 on Finoke. A lot of relics down on the side of Leviathans. Sino chases in with the ultimate, gets Finoke to use his. That's at least a good start for the Ferrymen to force that, but Relic didn't come back up. Wrong use dash, taunted in, he's found 2. Paul is going to be able to walk away, thanks help with the River's Rebuke. He's trying to use the wall to back to the secondary wall health bar for himself, but it's a crash in by Shinto. Not enough damage to take down Paul, but plenty to take down the other 2. Paul by himself, and Paul gone. Fine, okay. Credit for that kill. The Baskin can't get it done in the backline, and it's a full wipe double kill for Fine, okay. DSI for Leviathans. They can hard shot and take game 3.
And again, you see the problem with the Ferryman comp. No hard CC on these engages. It doesn't matter that Fine didn't have beats there. He is just going to be able to get out of there. There's just no hard CC. At this point, looks like it would end for the Ferries, or for the Levi's.
Now Levi's can walk right in, knock down the Titan, and set themselves on match point. Remember, the last time these two teams squared off, it was a 3-0 for the Ferrymen. The games were going long, but the Ferrymen held control. This time, a resurging Leviathans team looking great and now put themselves at a 2-1 lead.
And I think after game 2, game 3, the ones the Levi's took, this Raijin solo is actually doing a lot, and I think this Thor jungle is doing a lot too. At this point, I think those are the gods you have to look at if you're on the Ferryman side of things. And I also think on the Ferryman side of things, for their comps, we got to draft some CC somewhere. This Hades isn't enough.
Hades, I mean, even with Aurora on this Yamoja, those ultimates, every single time Aurora went for one, Phantom Show was waiting for him because there was nothing else to really that level of damage or even just that level threat of the walls. As much as I love the Warrior jungles from Sino, the one that's probably the most crucial for him to need, that Erlong Shen, just keeps getting banned away. So that CC just isn't quite there for him to help out his team.
Yeah, I think even going back to that Rat makes a little bit more sense than Osiris, so I hope we see it switched up.
We'll have to see if something changes for the Styx Ferrymen, because right now the Leviathans on match point. Can they close it out in game number 4? We'll find out right after this break.
Of the universe.
universe inside of me. Help me beat the shit out of my ego, please. Wash me now in the blood of the Lamb and the holy. Let me go to hell and cleanse my fucked up mind. Let's embrace the sunrise and the sunset and the time between them. Let us stay forever young and never die. Can you give me something to sedate my worried mind? Put me down to sleep so I can drift away a while. Give me something now so I can feel the pain again. 'Cause I can't bear the thought All right. About time it got interesting around here. It's okay to be impressed. Wiki wiki. Don't worry, I gotcha.
I don't know if you can see here, Smite fans, we've actually upgraded our set a little bit. We had 3 shakers here in the middle before. Now we've got 4 shakers. Maui's Tropical Splash, new flavor, new shaker, brand new on the Advanced GG Smite, available now. You can see the website right there, advanced.gg/Smite. A fantastic combination that just melts in your mouth. Peach plus strawberry, just an incredible flavor combination. You're looking, you gave me some sort of look there.
Yeah, whatever you're saying, man, I agree. And people should buy that.
Maui's Tropical Splash favorite, thanks to our friends at advanced.gg. Head over there, pick up some of that new flavor. Maui, definitely one of the gods in Smite. Some of the other gods in Smite we just saw played in the last set. Styx Ferrymen, they fall down in game number 3 to the Atlantis Leviathans. You still got Frog, you still got Mifflin. And the Levi's, they, I don't want to say turn things around. It felt like once again, I mean, they just had the control from the get-go.
Yeah, this one is a little bit more nuanced because the early game was a bit more back and forth.
Sure.
I think the first primary turning point, I believe, was the Stygian Beacon fight. I saw Baskin go in, he channels his ultimate, things are looking okay, and I was like, oh, wait, Baskin's hitting 3. Where are the rest of the Ferrymen? They weren't there. The Leviathans grabbed Baskin, they grabbed the Beacon, and from there it felt like the team fights really start to get a lot easier for them. As we started to transition closer and closer to that late game, Sino was starting to fall off in his impact on map. Osiris struggling a little bit to actually connect meaningful damage or CC, and all the while adapting. Started to spool himself up. Just a phenomenal game. He's going to be in the forefront of the majority of these clips because it really is a game that was dictated by jungle pace. I believe affects around 80% of the kills. Got a lot of it done himself too. This Thor pick has just looked good for the King, and that is a sentiment that I am not the first analyst to say. I'm not going to be the last either. Nope. So we're creeping up on a decade of this happening in competitive Smite.
Yeah, sometimes adapting just does the thing. And there's not much that you can do to prevent him doing the things on the map. At this point, it is a foregone conclusion in some of the games that he will just have performances like this. Comes on, I think, 10-0 to finish out that game. And top in the damage charts as well, right up there with Fine OK with Panda Cat as well. Just looked like a team effort as well from the Leviathans. And I think I was talking to Bobby about it after the set. It very much feels like a bit of a draft diff for the Leviathans. I think that as soon as in game number 2 and in game number 3 they were able to grab this Athena, Rongu has looked great on the initiations. They've been, adapting's gone back to the store, Fine OK has gone back to the Soul. They've kept the core the same for games 2 and 3, and they just are consistently finding the team fights, the engages they want.
Yeah, I think Hades is getting global diffed a little bit too. Feels like so often Sino's trying to get something started in mid, or maybe he's hovering close to the dual lane, and they're saying, cool, I'm just going to teleport to the actual polar opposite side of the map and play there. And Baskin's just throwing his hands up like, I'm outnumbered. And that's happening a whole lot. So if you're going to continue to allow the Leviathans to have these massively global compositions, I think getting Baskin on something that is a bit more survivable would serve him well. Even if we were to run back the exact same 9 picks and switch out the Hades for something like Amaterasu, I feel like the Ferrymen would probably have a much better time dealing with some of that global presence. Or you can circumvent the issue again just by banning out maybe just the Athena.
Picks and bans for game number 3. Ferrymen back in the driver's seat in that first pick position. They have the opportunity to shift their bans if they want to try and adapt here to this composition that the Leviathans have been running back. And they just shift things up just a little bit off the bat. All-around one we've seen before, but Soul, new to that ban column, will be taking away Panda Cat's ADC choice.
So a double Magical Hunter ban from the Ferrymen, followed up by a standard Hunter, so a whole lot of shots towards the Leviathans ADC here.
Yeah.
This leaves so much value on the table. The Ferrymen have gone towards Yemojin first slot. A fair deal, and will do so again. I cannot leave anything at the feet of the Yemoja pick. I love this pick. I feel like it slots into just about every single composition. Anything that can restrict relic selection will find value. And so I think Yemoja perfectly at home in the meta. It's just about what you're leaving available to the other side. And unfortunately for the Ferrymen, it's a whole lot of priorities still out there.
They ban away the Athena from themselves, as opposed from the Styx Ferrymen as well, worried that they were going to first pick it here in game number 4 as sort of an adaptation. But that's going to take away the pick that Ron Yu's been going back to, games number 2 and 3. Yemoja, of course, has been successful for the Ferrymen just in, you know, it's hard not to get value out of a Yemoja pick, so I don't hate the go back for first pick. I wonder where the Leviathans decide to put their focus. If it's something where they want to try and hold on to the same core, maybe they prioritize the Thor after the game that Adapting had.
I am not a goddess
Instead,
of mercy.
they go back to the Khepri from game number 1, and they take away the Freya. I mean, they take it away from Cyclone Spin, but also, you know, a good pick in its own right.
It is. It's a lot of damage. It is a relatively low-pressure lane there for the Leviathans. Khepri and Freya together, even with the Conduit gem start for Freya, going to struggle a little bit in keeping up with wave pressure. Feels like Yemoja plus any pick for the Ferrymen should be able to shove those waves relatively easily. So it might just come down to jungle presence and who makes first rotation and start controlling some of those neutral camps. It is interesting, though, that they do decide, the Leviathans that is, to go towards the Khepri so high up. There is, like, non-zero but close to 0% odds the Ferrymen take it in their next 2. So it more so indicates to me that the Atlantis Leviathans were maybe just holding off on their other selections, wanted to see a bit more of the Ferrymen draft before they commit to anything. But even then, the Camozots isn't exactly committing to something. That's a flexibility pick in 3 roles, jungle, mid, and solo. It is lacking for CC, which is now an issue with the top 3 of the Leviathans. A lot of single target CC there. Not exactly massive threat on beats just yet. But what they aren't lacking for is PvP potential. They have a whole lot of damage spooling on the Leviathans come late game.
Yeah, no doubt about that. They are going to be wanting to get in there. And, you know, the pseudo immunity from Camozots plus the actual immunity from the Khepri ultimate. We could see that come through in the team fight. Styx Ferrymen, they grab their jungle and solo. Sino back to the Ratatosker. At least, you know, if it doesn't slot in anywhere else, that'll give him the glow pressure that he was successful with in game number 1. These bans come out, though, and because of these pick priority differences, we see some focus shifts. Mages really looked at in that second phase. Morgan Le Fay, Hebo, and Hades all taken away set as well from the board. It's going to force Shinto towards this Pele. I say that, I mean, Shinto's played the Camozots as well, but they grab another aggressive assassin.
And you could flex either 2, depending on whatever you want. Could be Camozots mid, could be Pele mid, and I'm not going to complain about really either of them. Little bit higher dive potential from the Camozots, Pele a little bit faster burst, but regardless, going to have massive damage wherever either of those 2 picks go. I am critically surprised that the Ferrymen do leave Raijin available. Maybe they don't think it's been a massive issue, but Raijin would help you out in a little bit in that range damage. That poke potential would also help out a bit in initiation, thanks to that Taiko drum. Would not be surprised at all to see a 10th overall Raijin pick for the Atlantis Leviathans. Styx Ferrymen, only thing they're really lacking for is maybe consistent damage, and that's going to be shored up no matter what, just by needing a mid and a hunter. Izanami's leaning into that pressure style that the Yemoja's already alluding to on the Ferrymen. Shoving waves never looked easier. Heimdall, though, I mean, decent scaling come late game, good boxing potential, incredibly safe, decent at dealing with the Freya in that if you've got Bifrost set up, you can just remove yourself from Valkyrie's discretion range, so if a boxing match goes low, should be able to escape relatively easily. Does, though, not exactly build up a whole lot of confidence in the Ferryman composition. And then the Tiamat alongside it. Strange selections here for the Ferryman. She's got good damage follow-up on the CC. Like a long-range stun from Yemoja into a Primordial Onslaught is going to be pretty difficult to deal with. And then chain CC potential, of course, with the Sigil Mastery. But not exactly a standard AoE mage. And that's generally what I look towards, especially when you're playing against Khepri.
Yeah, Tiamat one that I think Paul forced to go a little bit deeper into that God pool. Set, Pele, Hebo, MLF, Baba all off the board. So, Tiamat's something he's gone to before. Heim is, I'm with you, a little bit interesting to me, given that Ishtar's up, Rama's up, we saw the hover as well. A lot of different picks. Opting to go for the Heim is a little bit interesting. A lot of safety in that pick, of course, against these two assassins. But you make a valid point on the Raijin. They don't give any focus towards it. They could have banned it away in that second phase, opt not to. Instead, focus out the Hades solo, the other mage solo that we've been seeing. That leaves room. Fine, okay, going back towards this Raijin. And to loop around on one of your original points, after that top 3 on the Levi's, you mentioned CC. I'm not, like, Pele and Raijin bring a little bit of CC, but I'm not sure anybody brings that, huge CC engage that you might be looking for in a standard comp.
Yeah, they don't have the simplified, hey, I dash taunted, please kill whoever. It's a little bit more difficult than that, but because there is so much circumstantial and peripheral CC on the Atlantis Leviathans, I'm not overly concerned in their initiation. A banish on a single target, you could jump on him. An abduct onto a single target, you could jump on him. If Pele finds her way into the back line, blink knock up, you can jump on that guy. Raijin, of course, with the Taiko drums, can do the exact same thing. So because there is so much scattered CC in the composition, I feel like there's enough threat on beats that the Atlantis Leviathan should be able to create opportunities to go for individual picks or disrupt a team fight. I'm not overly concerned for that. The only concerns I really have are for the Ferrymen right now. I'm a massive fan of this Atlantis Leviathans composition. That Raijin, I think, just really rounds out their draft incredibly well. I would not be surprised if the Ferrymen, with their last pick, were considering taking the Raijin themselves, if not just to deny it from Fine OK. But if I'm Paul, I'm thinking to myself, do I want to be a Raijin into a Camazot's Pele draft that has a Khepri to make it easier to dive me?
Sure.
Probably not, because the leap is so slow, the ultimate makes you so slow, it would be really difficult to survive that dive. I think the Leviathans may have just won out on draft on this one, solidly. I think that is a very, very difficult to deal with draft.
Well, Leviathans, I mean, it feels like they've had the draft advantage the last couple of games. It looked very strong in Game 2 and Game number 3. Game 4, they're on match point, and the Ferrymen, they've been trying to find an answer. It feels like they might be trying to pull shades of Game number 1, where they found that early pressure. Sino was a huge factor on that global pressure in the early game. I mean, if you're looking at this Ratatosker, is that the key that they need if they're going to win and push us to a Game 5? Is it Sino who the onus is on to get active early?
I think the duo lane for the Ferrymen certainly has that potential on their own. Hard-hitting Heimdall plus high-pressure Yamoja means that you should be able to at least bully the Freya throughout early, but actually knocking down your lane opponent, and this is true of every lane, is very difficult. It is not the most common thing to see people just dying in the 1v1 or dying in the 2v2.
Sure.
The jungler is there to tip that scale, and having the global presence on Rat does make it a little bit easier.
Styx Ferryman backs up against the wall. The Levi's looking to close it out here. We'll see with game number 4. We'll throw it over to J-Mac and Inbound for the cast.
Thank you so much, Frog and Mifflin. Game 4, Leviathans on match point. It's J-Mac, Inbound, and Doug here to bring you that important game for Leviathans. The last time these two teams faced off, it was a 3-0 to the Ferrymen, but the Leviathans not going to give this one up so easily, going to keep this fight up. They have now pushed us to a lead in this 2-1. And I want to go over a bit to this Ferryman composition, because it's a team that hasn't really been bringing out a whole lot of unique picks. We actually look at some of the other teams in the league, they're bringing out considerably less than at least a large majority of the lead. But just in this game, Paul going to this Tiamat, Cyclone Spin going to a Heimdall, something we haven't really seen from Cyclone or from Paul in a while. What do you think is kind of the reason for bringing out, not necessarily like niche picks, but just kind of these oddball ones seemingly out of left field?
I think Heim is a strange character currently. I do think he is a little weak. I think his build does not feel all too well. I do think he's one of the best options into Freya, just considering he can force out beads very easily, force out her ult really easily, and then he also has the safety to just Bifrost away whenever he wants. He's also a god that also threatens this laning phase better than most other hunters, so Freya, who's usually going to be able to outclear some of the worst hunters. Heim is a god that kind of trades easier. Well, I say that and they got outcleared very hard, but he can trade better than a lot of other hunters, along with this Yamoja. I also think Tiamat is something Paul kind of always goes back to in he wants to play a more hyper carry style type of god. He'll pull out the Tiamat. I also think Breastplate is in a really good spot, and you know Paul is a Breastplate fiend. I would not be surprised if he goes book Breastplate. I am not as, you know, not happy with the Ferrymen comp as they were on the desk. Myth really did not like the comp. I think it makes a lot more sense than their Game 2 and their Game 3 comp, and I think it brings them back to a little bit more of there is a semblance of strength to their comp, and there's points in the game where they're very strong. And I also think giving up Ryzen is not the best thing in the world, but this is such an easier matchup for Alma than it is for Hades. Hades just outranges. Actually, Sino takes a little bit of damage there, but solo lane, it just makes a lot more sense. Alma can actually match up to this Ryzen better than the Hades can.
And can stand up, resustain, especially with his Death Soul. Try and fight back in it and kind of keep this right side alive. Do you see? Actually, I haven't really seen the junglers rotate over towards these side camps just yet. Usually, again, almost like clockwork, we see Sino on one side or the other of the map. Try and get either the cooldown buff, the shield buff, make sure that your side lane gets that advantage, but just sticking over towards these mid camps, making sure he's able to give some of that pressure there. And maybe some of that afforded just because of the fact that Paul's not on the assassins like we have been seeing, or even the Morgan Le Fay. Tiamat, not really known for being an early game style of god.
Not at all. He's going to be looking to farm up, try to get this book stack. I'm curious to kind of see if he's going to go for the tablet build. I know we've not seen the tablet build in a little while, but I think there's always a possibility for that to be used because of just how strong it is in the late game. And it's not like you're playing Tia for that book spike. It's not like that's the point of the game that you want to fight, so I wouldn't really mind him going the double stack build with Breastplate. But again, curious because I've not seen Tiamat in a long time, as have most of us, so don't really know what the build and the build that Paul's going to pull out is.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute since we've seen consistent Tiamat. I think we've seen her one time so far in the phase. And that game, at least to my knowledge, wasn't a win, so can't really judge Tiamat's current state based off one moment. Let's see what Paul does in this game. I think you're right to highlight the potential of at least the Breastplate. Paul's always been a bit of a Breastplate fiend. That's just been his MO for the last 3 seasons or so that he has been playing. And if you're going into the book style build, whether it be tablet or just Book of Thoth, synergizes nicely with the build.
Exactly. It synergizes really well. It gives you a lot of damage, a lot of survivability. And especially with Breastplate's buff recently, it obviously is going to help it out. And this is the point in the game where I think Alma's going to struggle in the early portion against Ryzen. Ryzen just outclears her. But now she can kind of dash onto him and always threaten him with some damage. And eventually, even now, she could probably just go look to proxy. And this is why I think the matchup is just so much easier. You can use Alma's rotations to be stronger than this Ryzen.
Yeah, it's not quite the, okay, I'm waiting for dash, I'm waiting for silence. Here's not, it's just, okay, I've got basic attacks ready. I can switch stances, get that extra boost, and really fight back in. Sebastian having a bit of an easier time. So much so that he's even gotten Sino to rotate over. Blue buffs aren't up just yet. Fine, okay. We'll sit back inside of the tower to head back to base. Sino searching around to see if there's any farm to be found, but only thing out right now is a single roaming Harpy, and he's not even going to notice that, so heads back and deals with Paul. Well, what's kind of the maybe the curve of the game here? You know, game number 1, we look back, it was 9-10 minutes, nothing really happening, and then all of a sudden it's nothing but action beyond there. Last couple of games have been very heavy early control for the Leviathans. What's kind of that pacing of momentum for Leviathans here in this? Is this an early startup for them, or is this one where they're trying to ramp up and get towards that late game?
I think the Levi's are able to play both ways. I think they can look for this early game. I mean, you have the Pele jungle, or the Pele mid, you have the Kama jungle. Double Assassin is always going to be strong in the early portion, so I'd expect that a little bit. But their comp does scale really well. Shinto actually gets blinked on by Sino. Not a ton of threat here. Tia's not close enough. You know, Shinto's passive out. Sino does use the blink there. Actually adapting here.
Goes up in the ult, just in time. Now tugs back down in alongside. She's used the beads. Has just enough health, but there's the Acorn Blast to trade out a 1-for-1. Paul still alive. Adapting.
Good shoot.
He misses the screens, but he hits the bats after. Does Paul have enough follow-up? He's got the safety of tier 1 tower to go back to. But a close and bloody bout in the mid lane goes for a 1-1.
What a surprising, you know, amount of damage there. I didn't think there was really much kill potential at all there, and then You know, Paul returns a lot of damage onto Shinto after Shinto ults in. Sino barely gets up into the air, and then after he gets up into the air, he comes back down. It was a lot closer than I thought it would be, but it ends up being a 1-for-1, about 600 gold in favor of the Levi's. Across the entire game, I think this is going to be a kind of common thing to be happening. I think mid lane is the important role right now, not just across this game. I mean, the game in general, I mean, Paul's already going for that tier 1 breastplate, so not too surprising for him to finish off that and get the full breastplate, especially after the buff, into this double assassin. But mid lane is the most important role right now. They have the widest god pool. Games usually happen around what they want to do and around their spikes. And I think it makes sense for Paul to also optimize his build to live a little bit.
Oh, Sino steals the shield buff away. FineOK used the ultimate to clear the wave, put a little bit of poke towards Bastion as well. FineOK's got to go back to base himself. We'll actually cancel that back, or maybe it stopped. Cyclone Spin walks up to go ahead and pick up the shield buff. Does have a Bifrost to go back towards his purple, so not too much threat or danger his way. Thunder Crash in by FineOK, but he's got Shinto on the way just to try and bail him out if Baskin commits, and maybe recognizing that FineOK jumps into place, says that there might be somebody around that corner. Wisely so. Roar finds Panic Cat, that's managed to stun him out inside the river. Let's trade out ult for ult in the duo lane.
Since this is the first Freya game we've also seen in the set today, I think it's a good time to talk about the Freya nerfs, or nerf, I guess. No longer is it a 90-second cooldown, it is now 100 seconds. Not too big of an issue there, because Umoja's cooldown is, what, 140 seconds, I think it is?
Wild.
It is a lot higher than Freya's, but there's now an opportunity for the next 100 seconds instead of 90 seconds for the Freya to get punished because she has no ult.
Yeah, it's not like a Billy style of Hunter who's going to want to build cooldown, or even one of the other mages who would build into it. The 200 seconds, Sino, pulled back by Wrong You, stuns adapting, dashes back towards Aurora for safe, but Shinto crashes right back in. Can Sino get to the sky time? No, we can't! Adapting shuts him down in place, and with Cyclone's been rotating over to be a 3 versus 4, but Cyclone's in the middle of all of them, and he's knocked down as well. It's Shinto with a kill, a 1-1-2 Pele, and even a crash back in from adapting after, just to make sure that the Leviathans start out their game 3-1 up over the Ferrymen.
And the Levi's have been happy to kind of give up this Umoja, and Ronnie just rushes this Phantom Shell. He actually got a 4-man Phantom Shell, even if it's not, you know, actually getting value from the Phantom part of it. That Phantom, the shell value, the shield value, I guess. Oh, and they actually are catching Aurora, but he does jump back into his 3, and he actually gets out. What an unbelievable play by Aurora. Super close. Levi's almost get the punish. What a good play by Aurora. Lives. Only 9 stacks on that Thieves. He was actually so squishy there.
That was like last frame. Like the Riptide was fading away and it's down to its last little bubble, and he walks up and it's just enough time to give him that push back towards safety. That's such a risk, because if he walks up and it's not available, he's dead. But has just perfect timing, escapes there. Is able to live for the time being, but really playing on narrow margins with that style of play. It was great on Wrong You. Waited out. The Riptide said he's going to go here. We know exactly where it goes. Riptide points in the exact direction they're going to head towards and gets that pluck after, but just not quite enough damage yet. The Lance Leviathans can keep up their lead for now, about 1,500 up for their team. But these rotations from adapting from Shinto towards these fights have really turned the numbers game for the Leviathans. The Styx Ferrymen just are not fighting on even ground, and probably won't be able to do so for a minute. Aurora out for the Leviathans in the jungle once more.
Another really good Riptide placement by Aurora. Saves himself just barely again. And I think you're correct to highlight a lot of this early and mid portion of these past 2 games and now this game. It really comes down to adapting in Shinto's rotations and how they're like walking around the map. They're almost always outpacing Sino, or at least Paul, so they have the advantage. And a lot of the times they're outpacing both of them.
So for Paul, on this team act, I think the death brings up something, which was that Paul can play the Raijin. He's played it many times in the past when Season 8 meta was around with Raijin. Paul and Shinto, those are the 2 go-to guys on that pick. But mentions maybe because of this double assassin that it might not be as valuable a pick. Do you think that Tiamat brings maybe an extra bit of safety up against the double assassin that Raijin doesn't have to deal with that?
I think that's 100% correct. Raijin, slightly more delayed on a lot of his safety abilities. His ult, he has to kind of go into the air before he's able to get the CC off. His jump is also slightly delayed. You compare it to Tiamat, the jump is near instant. Once you get that jump off, you have the instant CC immunity, and you also have the mitigations. And on top of that, with Paul's current build, where he goes breastplate with that book, just a lot of protections just kind of built into the build and the kit. So I like this Tiamat. It's a lot more survivable. It should be a lot scarier also come late game just for how much poke it provides. Raijin provides, you know, some semblance of poke, but he has to put himself a little bit out of position to get that poke off. Tia, nowhere near out of position when she drops her tornado and it just walks towards you.
Dash by Baskin. Good damage to Fine okay for the time. But I am curious on how Sino will go for the remainder of his build. We looked at the Rat game number 1. It was the same Acorn. It was a Brawler Speed Stick, trying to deal with the healing. And then it was Breastplate Rune Forge. Now if you go the Breastplate, that does put you at that 40% CDR. Do you think that Breastplate is the call to go to for Sino? Would you rather see maybe a bit more damage, or would you like to see that extra tankiness come for this Rat?
I think I'd be fine either way. I think he plays better usually when he goes the slightly more damage or tanky options. Opting for the Breastplate at least looks like, I don't think any other item in that tree really speaks to me as a better item than Breastplate. So he's going to be having a lot of cooldown early, as you said. He's going to be at that 40% mark. So that means he's going to have to get involved. He's going to have to start making plays, ulting in. We've already seen him blink in a couple times, but he's the one that's going to be starting a lot of these fights for the Ferrymen.
Adapting just waltzes up to the beacon and catches Aurora off guard. He's about a quarter of his HP away. Now 3 versus 2 around beacon gives the Ferryman advantage. Aurora can step back up and cap that. So over on the right side we see Shinto has abandoned his lane. Trying to go for a gank towards Bastion. 2 versus 1 is nice unless you're trying to fight under tier 1 tower. Bastion goes for the ultimate, stuns only Fine okay, but Fine recognizing there's no further follow-up, no need to use the beats.
And I think seeing that fight in Soul Lane also kind of shows that this is a lane that both teams can kind of play through. Raijin provides a lot of CC, a lot of damage to, you know, keep the Ama in front. Ama also has a lot of dive potential because she's just so tanky on the dive, so Rat has a threat on this Raijin. And I think it's on both of these Soul Laners to, you know, a lot of the times play very safe. Also, I think at a point we're going to see Baskin, Cyclone actually ults the Kepri route, gets himself out of there. I think at a point we're going to see Baskin maybe look at Proxy and then he's got this Frenzy, which we see a lot of Amas opt for. But usually that means early fights around Gold Fury. So at a point, Baskin's going to have to either look to Proxy or he's going to have to try to lose a wave to get a rotation off.
For now, he'll figure out his wave on right side. Thought for a moment he'd be eyeing up towards blue buff, but might just now be going for that Proxy as you mentioned, or seeing what's in the jungle to try and scout out for the time. But he is at least cut off on his path by Final K to the top, so he's not able to get that Proxy, so maybe no push to Gold Fury just yet. With the Pyromancer going to be spawning in soon, could be a threat over that way. Baskin dashes out, Sino blinks to catch, adapt, and gets the stun and the beads from the Camisots, but now Sino's being dove under the tower. He's taking a lot of damage, and Shinto's got plenty to return right back. Baskin, he's not going to live through this dive, or maybe he will. The Screech wasn't in range, and Baskin, he's able to get out of there. Can't say the same for Sino, but Baskin escapes at the end of the day.
And that entire time, Paul is pushing down mid, getting the waves, and he actually ends up getting the tower. Even though Paul didn't rotate, across the entire map, it ends up being a 1 for Gold Fury, or 1 for middle tower, which is a trade that's in favor of the Ferrymen because of this tower and who they lost. Sino's also not an important person to get ahead. Sino is one of the most efficient junglers when it comes to making a play when you're behind. So if you want somebody to fall behind, it is 100% Sino. And if you want somebody to get ahead, it is your mid laner, Paul, and that is exactly how that play lays out for the Ferrymen.
Trades life for tier 1, as you said. And the tier 2 or tier 1 on the right side doesn't even go down either. Final K doesn't opt to push that one in because Baskin lives, so way back to base and teleport in. But with the use of that teleport means that we likely won't see Baskin on the left side of the map either until he walks it there by himself or until we see that teleport upgraded maybe one more time, comes off of cooldown. Gonna push to that side of the map. Paul, a bit under fire by Wrong but not too worried. Can keep his clear going. Does opt for Divine Ruin in that third slot to deal with the massive amount of self-sustain that comes from not just the double assassin Leviathans, but also the lifesteal from Pandacat that he'll inevitably build into.
Exactly, and also a lifesteal item that's not really viewed all that well is that Vamp Shroud that, you know, Final K's been going a lot. Bloodsoaked gets a lot of sustain, especially when you have so many abilities coming out, so many abilities that are hitting multiple people. Final K is going to be sustaining a lot. Ferrymen looking for a little bit of a heat check on this Pyromancer. Not a ton of damage onto it. Ronnie's just sitting around the corner watching him do it.
You see double brawlers from the Assassins Leviathans as well. Trying to deal with what Aurora's got. Collapse on a Final K. Beads and an ultimate used to try and take him down, but there's just not enough damage coming from Paskin and Sino. They're forced to retreat as soon as Adapting shows up on the scene. Even Aurora and Paul not able to get there in time. What could have been a great pick for the Styx Ferrymen comes up empty-handed from them. All they got was Final K's ultimate from it.
And Final K at this point is just tanky enough that he can force out the beads and then continuously killing after. Actually, hold up on that. Pyro's getting pulled, already down to about 1/4 health. Get much ult out.
You use it, resets the Pyromancer. Baskin guys over towards Adapting for the Ferryman nearby, and now Cyclone Spin pulls through the mid. We got a full group up. Curse Stonk used by Wrong Yu goes in and pulls a roar back. The knockup is good, but Cyclone Spin interrupts it and throws one through the realms. It'll be thrown right into the backline. Adapting swoops in and try and bails the time for Final K, who's able to dash out, even ultimate from Wrong Yu to bail. Now with Pandacat on the scene, Paul's got to be careful with this Freya in tow, but you see Baskin dash in aggressively. The Leviathans, what started to look so great in that fight for them, is now going south as Baskin trades ult for ult with Panda.
And really good force outs for this point. The Levi's are also way too low, and you know, Paul's stopping backs right now. Gold Fury is up. They get the Pyro, they don't lose anyone, they get a lot of damage out. And now they have a Gold Fury that's looking to be done before anyone from the Levi's can even get here.
Baskin taking that one up for the team. Gold Fury down for the Ferrymen. The gold lead now effectively nullified. The Leviathans started out great, 1,500, near 2,000 gold up, but in one small fight with no kills, mind you, in that one. Nobody died around Pyro. It was close, but no one goes down. It's just objective trade outs. Monogate dives in aggressively with the Thunder Crash, but not going to be punished for it just yet. Instead, turn burn back onto Paul, and then back to the Beacon. Leviathans go.
Does it again. Final K happy to dash in right now, taking not a ton of damage in return while sitting around this Beacon. Ferrymen don't want to give this up, want to contest it a little bit. It's already down 3/4 for the Levi's.
Aurora and Bastion standing on the point. There's 4 Leviathans though, and wisely the Styx Ferrymen will give up this second Beacon cap. Final K playing very leisurely with his crash. Every single time we pan back to him, he says, you know what? I've got tankiness. I've got some defensive stats. Why don't I just dive in the middle when nobody else is going to punish him for it? Nearly grabbed the tier 1 tower. Man, Final K, again, every time we pan over to him, it's another crash in. Oh, it's back off cooldown? How about again? Because nobody's punishing for it yet.
Yeah, they're just not at the point. Paul right now doesn't have enough power, enough pen to really actually threaten the Raijin through the Genjis. Raijin also has that breastplate, which gives us a surprising amount of magical protections along with physical protections. Paul up down to mid, Adapting into the tower. Sino's here. Adapting jumps it, and then ults the stun. Looks to be all she wrote. Get the middle tower, get out. Cyclone taking the 1v1 in duo.
Not really wanting to fight this 1v1 though.
Avoiding it.
Level down to Pandacat. He's got the full pulse of Radiate just out of the time being. 3 items deep for the Freya. Not something that I want to try and take a 1v1 at this point in the game. Even with Aurora nearby, I'm not sure this is a fight I necessarily want to take.
100% agreed. I don't think I'm wanting to take it either. Pandacat's still happy to, you know, kind of hit anyone who's in front of him at this point. And I want to take a second and just talk about that Pyro fight, because I really thought Aurora was going to die on that fight, but there's just not a ton of damage to actually kill frontliners. And actually pause on that. Cyclone's getting all in. Aurora gets the ult off.
Good ult by Aurora, actually cuts off the ultimate from Shinto. Not able to get that Volcanic Lightning in. Cyclone bails out. Baskin on the scene though. Gets the ultimate. I'm not sure if he actually clipped a player with it. At least got a minion. The Shinto stun out. Pandacat to the sky. Paul waiting patiently on the ground for whenever he crashes back in. Paul dives back, gets the knock up, but it's going to get beaten out. The silence is there, and the revive is good to keep Pandacat alive, but it didn't get him very far. It's right to the clutches of Cyclone Spin, who never went back to base. Paul can keep charging forward. A full cast that one nearly into Wrong Yu. The Styx Ferrymen, they're not done with just the tier 1 tower. They're going to head to tier 2. Final K now on the scene. Make sure the tower does not go down. The ultimate just to scare the Ferrymen off.
And what an complete, fight that the Levi's actually wanted to opt for, but the Raijin Final K does not rotate. He sits over in solo lane and pushes that down. And Ferrymen happy to stick around, sustain up with these Yemoja. 4v5 on this side of the map. Panda's still dead. Sino gets the stun up into Final K. Final K takes a little bit of damage, adapting on the side, taking a little bit of poke, but he still has his ult for safety. After all of that, 1 kill, but it was probably onto the most high-value target that the Levi's have at this point. The Freya is kind of the end-all, be-all of their comp at this point.
Ferrymen will 5-man death ball through their own jungle. Sino
Every
up
dash.
to the sky. Wrong you caught out. The knockup is there. Stun followed up. Wrong you gone. No ultimate to bail him out. But what about adapting? Does have Bat out of hell. Shinto needs a path out. He managed to just squeak by. But what about Final K? He doesn't have his ult yet, but does have beads. Over the wall he will go, but Paul's going to join right back in the fray. Does get the Tycho drums, but they're not enough to keep him alive. Cyclone spin picks up yet another kill for the team, ties it up 4-4.
This Heim might not be looked at as one of the best hunters in the game right now, but Cyclone is piloting this so well, and Relics, Ultimate, Bifrost placement, all of it is very, very stellar, and it makes this Heim so difficult for these double assassins to go on. Back when Heim was a very OP character and really good in the meta, he was good into these dive comps, and that's this entire Levi's comp. Ferryman now 5 strong, getting ready for this Fire Giant, and actually doesn't look like he's rotating.
Fire Giant started up, adapting nearby as well as Wrong You. We've seen Kefri steals before. Can Wrong You find one here? He'll just walk, he just moseys on into the pit. Immediate dash out, stunned by Sino. Solar players, not enough. And the 6 Ferrymen get Fire Giant, but they're not done with the fight. They saw Wrong You go in and know that he doesn't have much backup. It's crash in, and a scarce busting early by Wrong You. It does deter the Ferrymen for a moment. But meanwhile, look where Paul's been the whole time. He's bullying, adapting out of his own jungle.
And Paul's at that level 20 Tiamat spot. As soon as he gets this back off, he's going to have the full Sands of Time upgrade. Now, I don't think he's going alternate timeline. I assume it's going to be Pendulum. But if he does go for that Pendulum, 40% cooldown, a ton of harass, a ton of poke. If he goes for the alternate side of things, a little bit different style, but it's a lot more defensive. He can play a little bit more loose with his life because he's got that second revive, just like the Kepri kind of does. Maybe he's a little jealous and he wants to get the Kepri ult on himself.
So, hey man, I want one of those for myself, but won't do so. Will be Pendulum for Paul. So maxed out on the CDR. Plenty of opportunities. Continuously get that poke off in fights. And maybe more so for that ultimate. I mean, sometimes overlooked on Team Out, you think a lot of, okay, Team Out's got the Lizards, good for split push, but you can get a couple of those, Typhoons off in the middle of team fights, get a couple of those Bulls for chase down. That 40% CDR just keeps those Children of Creation up so frequently.
Children of Creation,
I believe that's the name of the ultimate.
That's a good call. I didn't even know that one. But yeah, Yemoja, a lot of good uses of her ultimate. A couple different ways to play her. Ferrymen are opting to play... Oh, Children of Creation, nice job. Ferrymen opting to play a little bit more, slow. Wanted to get this poked out, and actually Sino maybe looks like a gone on right here.
Adapting and Sheen to close in, but Sino spots that out fast. Immediately up to the tree. Jumps back to safety. So the gank over in left lane. Comes up empty-handed for the Leviathans at the very least. Getting an ultimate away, but again, that's what, 40% CDR Sino on the Ratatosker. That's going to be up pretty soon.
And Shinto actually uses Blink there, which is part of the engage of the Levi's. It's reliant on Shinto for these fights. So honestly, really good trade for Sino there, being so ready to use that ultimate and able to be already walking back. It's already almost halfway back to being, actually just hit halfway back to being up. So Sino's going to be useful a lot faster than Shinto is, or Shinto's going to have to look to ult into the fight, which is always tough.
Shinto's all by himself. Meanwhile, the entire rest of the lobby is over on the left side, pushing down tier 2 tower. Shinto trying to carve a path to the backline, but doesn't have the tools to do so just yet. Not even sure he got spotted out. He'll head back to mid lane. As tier 2 does crumble to the Styx Ferrymen. No Fury up, no Pyromancer, no Fire Giant, not much left besides just the structures. So the Ferrymen will head that direction. Shinto spotted out, but a lot of damage thrown Baskin's way. Does have teleport, could go back and upgrade it. But good poke by the Leviathans keeps one frontliner out for the time being.
And actually good poke by the Ferryman onto the Levi's also. Adapting 3/4, Final K 3/4, Ronnie about half health. Bastion's got enough sustain, and he's got this Yemoja and Fire Giant on top of him. Trading is not going to be all too beneficial for the Levi's, so they have to be a little careful with that. Fortunately for them, Ferrymen are not looking to push down Phoenixes yet. They want to go down right lane, get this Titan. Probably go for the tier 1, tier 2 tower. They do have a lot of gold in pocket, so maybe they look to get the reset off, but either way, they're going to be playing on the right side.
My mistake for also forgetting the Death's Embrace, and Baskin's like, oh man, half health, again, I have to go back, probably teleport in. No, he just goes over to an Oracle Harpy camp, says, cool, there's all my HP back, and we can reset once more. Right lane, Titan's Clash, and Titan's down. Only towers in the solo lane left for the Ferrymen to knock away. And having Fire Giant buff, plus a near full build Heimdall, means that not much time left to be spent there. Paul's not with the team just yet. Shinto gonna split push. Adapting not with them either. This will be a potential 5 versus 3 for this tier 2 tower. We'll call it 6 with the help of the Titan there. Leviathans might just give up all structures on the right-hand side just to allow their assassins to keep their push up.
And Baskin backs to upgrade the TP. Titan is pushing down right. Should be pretty free for the for the Ferrymen. 4 towers down for the Levi's. Right after Pyro and Gold Fury look to be in their sights. Pyro seems to be free. Gold Fury maybe some contention there. I expect the Levi's to give it up, but there's always a chance you look for a fighter on the Gold Fury.
Well, with that Pyromancer though, Bobby, that's 3 Runic Bombs in pocket now for the Ferrymen. 3k true damage on these structures, as long as they don't get destroyed, or just some better secure around fire, because you look at these 2 comps, yeah, Paul's got some good burst damage, but he did build into some defense, so it hinders a bit. So having that extra bit of burst to try and secure around there could be an answer back. Leviathans don't really have that similar level of burst. When you got Kamazot's Pele, that can do something, but it's a lot of chip damage, at least from what I'm seeing on this board.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's good to highlight the secure potential with, I mean, even if it is Paul and the bomb at the same time, that's something pretty easy to coordinate. You know, drop bomb at 3k, I'll hold 2-1 combo till 2k, and then we'll burst it at that point. It's a lot easier when you have the bomb on your side and you're not coordinating to try to out-secure. But we've also seen Sino with this bomb look to split and opt to play in a different lane than his teammates do. And right now already, he's pushing down mid, and he's got the Children's of Creation Tiamat minions pushing down middle. So there's always the threat that Sino's going to be looking to split.
Yeah, can keep those lizards going from Paul. Run alongside them, try and get a help out. Left side is pushed up decently far for the time being. Not anything major for the Ferrymen. Would think maybe Sonic could go over to that lane, try and keep things up, but wants to stay close to the team. Especially with Fire Giant started by Leviathans. It's already at half HP. It's melted into Spraya. It's an ultimate from Aurora to at least force the Leviathans out of the pit, reset the Fire Giant, and give Paul and Sino a chance to join back with the team.
And really nothing used there other than Aurora's ult. No Onk, no Shell was used. That's just the Aurora ult for free, and they're actually looking to op on again. I already have.
Back up, Paul. Now, which of his children to throw at him will be the Tornado. Fire Giant back to half, back into the back line, and Wrong U low. Wrong U may just go down here, gets the revive, but it's not towards him, it's towards a teammate, Cyclone. Able to bail himself out as Baskin takes down Shinto, adapting. Paul's back, gets hit by a Riptide from a roar, and Paul gets the double. Fino K on the run, the last man standing for the Leviathans, but Sino's Phantom Stun is there. Baskin's got the enhance, Baskin's got the double. The 6 Ferrymen can now forget the Fire Giant, head straight up to the Titan, and will tie this set up 2-2 and take us to game 5.
What a final fight by the Ferrymen. Absolutely beautiful. Middle Phoenix goes down, walking into the Titan room, 29 minutes, 30 seconds, clean end by the Ferrymen.
Ferrymen, one big team fight. I mean, and they did that again. They did that without Aurora's ultimate. He used that in the, I'm not even gonna call it a fight. He used it in the Fire Giant startup before that. Walked up, threw it around, and everyone on the line said, okay, cool, that's an ultimate. We're good for that fight. Except they weren't. Man, Baskin to this backline has just been a major threat. And I think one thing we talked about in the waiting room coming into this set was there were 3 things that we need to see taken away. No Baba Yaga for Paul, no Chernobog in general, and then the third one was this Amaterasu from Baskin. He has just been so clean on this pick.
Yeah, 100% it's correct to highlight this Alma. You compare the Alma pick this game to the Hades pick in game 2, game 3, it's night and day how much more Baskin actually does on this Amaterasu. And I raise you with Rat or Sino on Rat. The night and day difference from the Ola Run Jungle game 2, the Osiris Jungle game 3 to this Rat in game 4 and in game 1. Give me some more of that Rat.
It almost feels weird to try and compare Olorun and Ratatoskr, though, just in general.
It's
I
not.
mean, it's Sino, so you kind of have to, but at the same time, I wasn't a fan of the Olorun, wasn't a fan of the Osiris. Yes, they both can jungle, but this one looked a lot better for the Styx Ferrymen. They keep it up, they tie up the set, and take us to game number 5, and that's coming up right after this break.
Styx Ferrymen push us to a game number 5 early on in the weekend. Our first game number 5, our first possible game number 5, and they take the set to the distance. You still got Frog, you still got Mifflin. And Mifflin, break down that game for me. I mean, that looked like Styx Ferrymen sort of control from the beginning.
Yeah, I'll be the first to admit that I think the Ferrymen lost the draft. I really did. I thought the Atlantis Leviathans had taken it just off pressure alone. But I think it's the small adaptations that I wasn't accounting for. In particular, I felt like Paul got back into his own pace throughout the early game, just played that backline style, real slow, farm it up, allowed the side lanes to kind of control the pace throughout the early, and just had that passive farmer there. And then we hit an inflection point around that 10, 12-minute mark where Paul was just a little bit too tanky for the Leviathans to deal with. The first time I watched Paul dash in, or jump in, I should say, I thought, oh, he's no longer killable, and things started to look really good from there. Baskin on the Amaterasu didn't feel like he was under as much pressure as he was previously on the Hades, was able to transition into those team fights very well, separating a lot of those engagements. The ultimates from him, super clean to start off the fight, and then he trusted his backline to be self-sufficient. I think Heimdall exactly that for Cyclone Spin. Anytime he was left alone, anytime Adapting found him or Shinto found him, it was Bifrost out, ultimate away, and all the while the rest of the Ferrymen just death-balling together. So clean stuff to him. I really did think the Levi's had it, though.
Aurora continuing to impress as well on the Riptides from Umoja. He's looked great on this pick. I've noticed some trends in the last couple of games. Okay. In the picks and the drafts, right?
You gonna tell us?
Yep. Rat is 2-0.
Yep.
Kepri is 0-2. And Athena is 2-0.
Right.
Those are the trends that I feel like if you're looking ahead for picks and mans for game number 5,
and
maybe you're looking at some of those trends to try and take advantage of those. If you're either of these teams, maybe take away the undefeated picks, maybe don't go back to the defeated picks. We'll see in picks and mans for game number 5 where these two teams decide to go. I'm just saying, I'm not an analyst.
No.
I'm just a chair one, and
Right.
I see these trends. So you got to imagine they're seeing some of these trends.
Yeah, and they have, clearly.
Rat Tusker taking off the board first. I'm going to pat myself in the back for that one, naturally. Leviathans, they lose game number 4, so they're back in the first pick slot for the all-deciding game number 5. That means they control the destiny in terms of where they want this first pick slot to go. Amaban could come through. So far, a couple of the picks that we saw success in game number 4 just now. Rat off the board, Umoja taken off the board as well. I'm looking at the Athena as well.
Yeah, I think the Leviathans, given opportunity, would likely first pick Athena. So if they ban something besides the Ama, I think the Ferrymen now likely to leave it available for themselves will actually be an Athena ban from the Ferrymen. And so now Leviathans pick a field on meta Assassins, still have a pretty decent amount of Guardians available. Seems like Hades has fallen a little bit in that priority list, and will be the Amaterasu locked in. That's been one of Baskin's bread and butter as of recent. Just far and above one of his best picks, has absolutely dominated games on it, so I think not even taking into account how good Final K is at it, and he is quite good at it, it's still just valuable to take it away from the Ferrymen.
Yeah, certainly a pick that can facilitate the style that Final K has been going for. He's wanted to rotate out. Ama can help with that a lot, but also, you mentioned take it away from Baskin. Baskin this set, though, has gone a couple of times over towards this Hades, one of the better lane matchups, I think, into Amaterasu. So we'll have to see if that gets focused out here for the Styx Ferrymen. Things have slowed down in the draft a little bit. I mean, I think we've seen fast drafts thus far, even throughout the first first 4 games, rather. We've seen these top 3s come in relatively fast. Now, with both teams back up against the wall, these are the picks that they're either going to win or lose the set on, right? This is the deciding factor. So I think it makes sense to spend a little bit of time to really think about these top 3 and deciding to go a different direction, trying to take a little bit of a different look into the composition. We've seen the Ola run before in jungle. Maybe goes somewhere else this time. We'll
Gotta
see.
hope.
But Hercules, new to the board.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Hercules drafted so high up. There's not exactly a matchup that is just dominant into Hercules. There's no one pick and you're saying, yep, that's it. I've dealt with them. It's now no longer an issue. So in taking it early, it does allow you to hide your hand a little bit going forward. Maybe look at a little bit more of the Leviathans draft before you pick up some of your own volatile picks. But certainly not something that they needed to grab overall. I don't think it would have been banned out. Certainly wasn't going to be picked there by the Leviathans, considering they already had the Amaterasu for themselves. But what it does bring is incredible survivability. I think in a set now where the Hades has been proven easy to kill throughout the early to mid game, grabbing something that can hold its own into continued pressure, certainly going to be valuable here for the Styx Ferryman. Hercules is exactly that, with mitigate wounds, his mobility, his survivability, CC immunity ultimate, still very strong. We've been talking about the Bologna jungle just about all day. Haven't gone a single death segment without mentioning the possibility of it, and finally is going to show itself here. And already into the Leviathans draft, I'd argue triple auto attacker composition. Disarm seems pretty good to me.
Disarm does indeed seem pretty good. Likely to go, I think certain probably to go towards that Bologna jungle, as we've been talking about. Olaron, likely ADC, could potentially end up in that mid lane, but safer role for that pick for sure. The triple ADC, or triple auto attack rather, composition for the Leviathans, something we saw them take advantage of, and I think game number 3 was that shred potential. Just simply being able to walk in, delete the FG before the Ferryman could react, and then walk away from it. So already with this top 3, they've got the potential to start to look in that direction. But these bans come through for the second phase. Sobek and Pele taken away from the Ferryman. On the other side, targeting out Shinto a little bit, taking away that Anubis, which would have been fun to see one more time. The Styx Ferryman now with that 4th pick on the roster. I'm looking at support. This is the first time I think we haven't seen Aurora's pick in the top 3 thus far in this set.
And there still is a lot of really good value picks available. Sobek, of course, a respect ban towards Aurora, but Ganesh would not be the worst on the planet here. I mean, of course, doesn't really feel great into the slow immunity of Soul and Mercury, but defense, shred, space control, that silence to prevent this all-in commitment, I think could help out. Maybe you even put eyes on Ares from this position, prevent some of those dashes. Plenty of options for the Styx Ferryman. Don't even necessarily need to grab a support in this slot either. Could go Instead, it's the Charon.
Wow.
A pick we have not seen a whole lot since his first week of availability. I mean, the CC output is pretty decent, and we know for a fact, having watched a lot of these support players playing ranked, that he is incredibly survivable, loves to play in that back line, is just going to be a part of the dive. So the frontline dive now, the Styx Ferryman, is going to be Hercules, Bologna, and Charon together, just running it down. But it is worth noting that the Leviathan's backline, as it presents itself now, is incredibly safe and could continue to be so if that Ixchel isn't locked in.
Yeah, I was about to say, this Ganesh hover could continue along with the peel. But man, a complete shift from that standard support that was just initially hovered.
That's crazy.
If this was locked in, this would be a complete shift in the meta that the Leviathans have been looking towards. I mean, maybe something
that's crazy, no way.
Similar to the Khepri that we've seen, where Rongyu wants to be that safety factor. But this Aphrodite Ixchel, I'm with you. I'm not sure if it's worth like full analyzing it until we see it get locked in, but certainly something they're considering.
That makes way more sense. I'm holding my breath, Frog.
Yeah, I'm like, well, the Raijin as well, they've got an Amaterasu. So they've been putting the Raijin in solo. This would have to go mid.
Dude, the draft is so back. We're so back now on the Leviathans.
Oh, man. Just so many hovers. We're getting baited a little bit for sure. I think, you know, I'm just going to let them lock in
I have a plan.
the Horus for the support, more than likely, on the Leviathans. And the Raijin locked in. Now, we have seen an Ama mid before. And we also have seen the Raijin. It feels like a Shinto pick in this draft.
It does. Is there flexibility? Yes. I doubt we're going to see that flexibility. This is so much better than Aphrodite Ixchel. I'm going to go ahead and get ahead of that right now. I think this is a much better way to round out the draft for the Leviathans. Now you've got even more sustain to play with. So in this battle of attrition that the Ferryman likely would have won just by having all that self-sustain for Bologna, the Olaron team-wide healing, as well as the Hercules self-sustain. Now you can shore that up at least a little bit, thanks to Soul, Amaterasu, both having self-sustain and Horus with the team-wide there. So as far as healing is concerned, relatively even across the board between the Leviathans and the Ferrymen. damage output from range and consistency, though, I think certainly over to the Leviathans. If it's a poke battle on Phoenix line, Soul and Raijin just going to output a little bit more than what a Tiamat and Oleron will. But in neutral territory team fights, especially in the jungle, I actually really do like this Ferryman composition. Oleron controls so much space in those narrow paths. Tiamat has a little bit easier time lining up her own abilities. And then Charon's massive AoE global ultimate, just so much easier to line up as opposed to any fight that occurs in the actual lanes. Whereas the Leviathans, should there be opportunities to take fight in lane, will have a much easier time getting that Mercury involved. So I think where both teams are positioned on map, going to be very significant. That's going to be a major contention point between both sides. The Leviathans vying for more tried and true, let's line up against each other 5-on-5, no shenanigans, no secrets, let's meet in the center of the map. That's what this draft kind of feels like to me for the Leviathans. Whereas the Styx Ferrymen are like, no, I want to guerrilla warfare you in the jungle.
My one worry, I think, with the Ferryman draft is that sort of dive aspect that you mentioned, right? Bologna, Hercules, and then Charon is going to be up in that front line as well. I was thinking about safety for the backline picks. We talked Heim last game. So valuable to have that safety just from your carry. And maybe Paul's jumping in on Tiamat and being tanky. We saw that last game. But the Oleron, we saw that weakness exposed in game number 2. Lack of mobility. I mean, that could be the target that the Leviathans choose to go for.
Yeah, and when we look at the backlines, Raijin, a little bit less in this conversation, but certainly more so than Oleron, is relatively safe just by nature of having a standard leap. Oleron is super easy to jump on. And then you compare the other two picks, Soul's incredibly difficult to lock down, especially by nature of CC the Styx Ferrymen have got. If it's Charon starting up your fight, silence feels pretty good. Giving your team an HP shield feels pretty good. Having a root, that's all right, but it's not a standard stun. It's not a confound. It's not a pluck. It's not going to displace anybody super easily. And Soul is just so hyper survivable that I could see so many of these team fights. A concern for the Ferrymen is, do we overcommit onto Soul? If yes, how much damage are we taking in the process?
We've played 4, and it's now a one and done. Styx Ferrymen versus...
Let's jump right into game number 5. All that's left is to see which of these two comes out on top. Will it be an undefeated Styx Ferryman once more? Will Leviathans be the first one to punch a loss into that team's column? It all comes down to this. It's J-Mac inbound and Doug here for game 5 between these two teams. And we see some adaptations from the Ferryman kind of changing things up. We see the Oleron, not in the jungle this time though, Bobby, going back over to his rightful spot for Cyclone Spin in the dual lane. Paul back on the Tiamat once again. Speaking of the polls, haven't really brought those up down here because it's been kind of that 60-40 back and forth. Nearly dead even. The fans still wavering just a little bit towards the Leviathans this time.
And it's unique to see how the comps have kind of changed. Game 2, we saw a little bit of a funkier jungler for Sino. I think Bologna, while she is funky compared to a lot of other assassins, she makes more sense than I think Osiris and Oleron in the current meta. And then you also look, Raijin now playing mid instead of in jungle. Instead of solo. We have no double assassins in mid jungle. I think a lot of this game for the Levi's relies on what adapting can do. I think if he falls behind and he's not able to kind of throw his weight around, this Bologna is going to kind of, smother the entire game. But I also think if adapting gets his rage online early and he gets a couple kills, gets some stacks on that rage, I really think this game could just run through adapting. Mages are both going to be mostly farming. You don't really see a ton of mages like to fight early, so I don't think it's on them. It really does come down to, I think, this adapting Sino matchup.
One thing I noticed immediately by the Ferrymen, specifically from Aurora, was like Frenzy. Wave 1 walked into lane, pops it instantly. While it doesn't necessarily get them a whole lot of lane pressure, I think it's something that we don't really see traditionally when you do see a Frenzy start. A lot of supports will sometimes hold it, wait for the first fight to break out, maybe towards an objective. Aurora says, well, we ain't got time to sit around and wait. Fires off that relic immediately, tries to get some of that pressure. Not winning it out now. Obviously, just because going against Horus Soul is still a difficult matchup, even if you do have an Oleron. But I like to see the early relic use when a lot of other players just sit on their hands and kind of hold that and wait for a while.
Yeah, I mean, a minute and it's already almost back up. There's potential where maybe that Frenzy gives them slightly more you know, clear, and they actually are able to outclear. But I think Olo's nerf, the early game portion of his 2 is now a lot worse, and I think that Frenzy, if we're talking about pre-nerfed Olo, I think that Frenzy does help and they do outclear. But unfortunately, Olo's nerfed, not clearing as well. Soul, incredible early clearing god. And then Olo gives a good amount of grouping so they can actually clear a little bit easier. So I don't mind it either. I mean, 40 seconds already, it's already almost back up. So always fine with that early relic usage. I think this dual lane is a good lane to highlight right now, pre-5. Horus is looking to get involved. He's always going to be dashing. I mean, you saw Cyclone take 80% of his health. He just has a good amount of healing, sustained from pods, sustained from his 3. So he doesn't look like he took that much damage, but this will be the lane that I think this game plays through early.
Now, one thing I kind of want to get maybe your thoughts and your opinion on has been adapting on Mercury. He's gone to it a few times. This kind of new age Mercury build. You don't rush the Golden Blade any longer since you can kind of pick it up with the Gooseberries instead. Usually goes for a Rage immediately, first item. What's kind of your thoughts on this very early kind of crit power spike that adapting's been going for?
I think the first item, it's actually slightly worse than Golden Blade, but I think the spike of the item in the build is just a lot better. And actually, Adapting ends up sealing that away. And Final K looking to play up on the blue. Unfortunately, realizes he's going to be getting walked at, so he has to, you know, kind of walk back to the solo lane. But I think the build is better as a curve through the entire game with Rage. I do think that Golden Blade is a lot more kill potential as soon as you hit 5 and as soon as you finish the item. But a lot of games aren't decided in that first item spike, so I do think 90% of the time the Rage is just going to feel better. Getting those early stacks is going to feel great. And then especially when you get that second and third item done, when you have like Deathbringer and maybe a sustained item or some pen, that 3-item curve is just so flawless. It makes the god just feel a lot better in mid.
How much does items like Spectral Armor really hurt Mercury? Because we've been seeing it. Usually the games aren't going super late against these Mercs, so we don't really see the Soul Laners pick up the Spectral Armor until typically 5th, maybe 6th item. Does kind of going this early crit spike for Adapting maybe kind of change up the build path of Basket or Aurora early to kind of maybe force a Spectral sooner than they would normally go for?
We sometimes see supports go for that early Spectral, almost second item sometimes. I would be a little surprised if we see an early Spectral out of Baskin. Maybe third item, maybe. I think he wants a cooldown item after this Sekhmet Scepter, which is going to be giving him a little bit of cooldown also. If he goes for Spectral after Sekhmets, he's not going to have enough cooldown for the Herc to really be effective in that mid-game portion. So I prefer him to wait on that Spectral. You're not too worried about the Mercury gank, especially with just how survivable you are with that second item, you know, physical defense. But I do think supports usually are the ones that have to change up their build. I would not be surprised at all if Aurora goes for that Spectral second. But I also wouldn't be too surprised if he goes for that cooldown build, cooldown second item.
Speaking of it, on Aurora, yeah, I think more than anything, the god that Aurora's gone to. Haven't really seen too much of Charon just yet. I think 6 or 7 games played, only has been able to find, I believe it's 1 win so far on the god. Hasn't been really performing well at all ever since he was led into competitive. Not a lot of teams are finding success with the pick. What is it about Charon from what we consider, you know, maybe one of the ranked monsters where he's so good in a ranked kind of setting? What kind of maybe separates his ranked dominance from how he performs here in competitive?
I think players in ranked are a lot worse at locking people down and committing to kills. Final K actually getting committed to a little bit here.
Dash in for the ride. Jinjito's got a lot of damage already, but not enough to break through all the shielding. Sino collapsed on and taken down. Basket needs 1, but Shinto's able to escape now. Paul's not there in time, but maybe Paul can go for a cleanup kill after. Dash by Fino gets him to safety. It's just first blood for the Leviathans and nothing for the Ferrymen.
And on top of the first blood, that is a stack for the Mercury. Mercury is the god that is the mid game, is going to be the late game monster that the Levi's want. Getting an early stack already. You're already seeing him critting a ton. Rage is giving you a ton of crit chance and a good amount of power, but every stack that you get, more crit chance, more power. And this jungler becomes even more scary. And especially when it's on a player like Adapting. There are some players, when they get a lead, they just feel so suffocating playing against, like you can't even walk into the jungle or walk up lane, especially into a Mercury. And when we get to those 4th, 5th stacks and second item, I wouldn't be surprised if the Levi's have the same sort of lead, that they just walk to the objectives. Adapting adapting on Mercury, Final K on Alma, they have Panda on Soul. Those are 3 gods that have phenomenal objective damage, and then there's also a ton of safety from Ronnie with this ult.
It really does kind of feel like the playstyle of Mercury's has changed a bit to maybe more so adapt to the geometry of the map itself, where it used to be you'd walk down, you kind of get play stuff right around tier 1, tier 2, and then Sonic Boom right up the middle of a lane, take somebody down on these side lanes. But now with the way that the lane kind of curves, makes it a little bit difficult to do so. So we've been seeing more of just kind of these sit in the jungle, wait for maybe those short-range Sonic Booms, or just see if you can get a dash to kind of catch somebody out of position. We'll see how Adapting's able to find his way into this team fight. Panicat goes up the Stellar Burst, gets some good poke against Cyclone and Aurora, but all it takes is that one random crit just like that. 500 damage. Nobody's doing 500 damage to the stage of the game.
That is a lot of damage, and that is before he's even into this Deathbringer. This actually, he already ulted on a Paul, gets Paul's beads, and just like that, that was just an ult into an auto, and Paul's already sitting at half health. Paul's definitely going to have to use relics quickly against this Mercury, and I think it made me a little bit more cautious to see this Tia in mid this game comparatively to last game. Last game, you have a ton of survivability into the Mercury, I mean into the why did I want to say Bastet? The Camazotz and the
Bat. Well, so Pele, so Camazotz Pele. You're thinking Bat, but you went to Bastet. But then you still got to him though. Camazotz Pele, yeah.
Either way, a ton of survivability into those gods, a lot more. You can't really opt into the breastplate into Mercury. Mercury is still going to almost one-shot you, and Paul actually going for the, I assume, Divine Rune or Deso. A ton of healing. I mean, yeah, I think he has to go Divine Rune. I mean, you have, Ronnie's already got the upgraded Meditation, and then you have Soul. Enough healing that he's going to want the Divine Rune. But Mercury's a god that can one-shot Tia despite the mitigations, despite the protections. So it's just a worse feeling pick for the Tia into this Mercury.
We'll see how Paul kind of pilots around, because first few games he was very... Okay, I was gonna talk about, you know, Paul's relic usage, but you point out to me triple breastplate from the Ferrymen. Good lord. Already running off. We know that Sino's gonna likely go in towards it. There's some potential with regrowth for Baskin, but we've seen so much breastplate of Valor at this point that's probably the likely assumption for all of those guys. Man, we went from seeing maybe 1 a game to 3 second item instantly for the Ferrymen.
Rushing this item and then upgrading it immediately and getting that glyph to get that value also. And right now, you look at these spikes that the Ferrymen are going to be getting, and again, we go back to last game with the Ferrymen where they didn't have a ton of damage, but they were happy to kind of poke their head in, see how the fight's going, put a little bit of damage out, back up. That's the same type of style that the Ferrymen are going to be having this game, and I think that really makes Charon feel better when he has the more in and out type of style instead of just all in, die off of 1 CC. Because Charon CC is not that strong. A silence, a slow, a root that he has to be in melee range for, and then his ult, which, if you see it's coming, anybody can react to it.
Down.
Literally anybody can react to it. So Charon is a lot better when it comes to using that ult for the more utility, the protections, the movement speed, and then just, you know, taking up that area that it's crossing. This comp makes a lot of sense with Charon. I think the previous games we've seen with Charon, the comps haven't made a ton of sense, but I think the Ferrymen have a really good crafted comp around it.
I'm ready to see what Aurora has been kind of planning up on this Charon pick. Currently tied in XP with his lane opponent Wrong U. In fact, I don't know what Aurora's doing right now. Oh, he's placing, oh, I see. He's placing a deep ward in case Adapting comes around. Smart play. I was sitting there like, purple buff's down. There's no minion way. What's he going with?
Dive in the Horus or something?
Yeah, let's dive Wrong U under tier 1 as a Charon. That'll go well for him. No, it is to get that ward, as we saw placed there. And it goes on what we were talking about earlier, you know, going back to the old school style of Mercury play. You walk behind tier 1 tower, you start charging up that Sonic Boom as you walk out of the jungle. But now with that ward there, might not immediately help Cyclone Spin, but will at least let him know, hey, Adapting's about 0.5 to 1 second away from Sonic Booming down my lane.
And when that Mercury's already got the, I mean, it's only 1 stack on the Rage now when he had it super early, but this Deathbringer's going to be finished any second now. Once he gets the back off, I assume he has enough gold in hand. And Paul opts for that Divine, also gold in hand. Mercury about 400 gold short, so he needs to farm up a little bit more. But red buff spawning, speed buff spawning, green buff spawning, a lot of farm coming up for that Mercury. And then he's going to also be level 12. A level 12 Mercury with double crit, going to be very, very scary.
Double crit, double relic. Very important spike for adapting. Does hit 12. Just waiting for a little bit more gold. Sitting at 1,300 in hand for himself. But it has been relatively quiet. You know, we had the skirmish by the blue buff to start things out. Gets that first rage stack for adapting, but since then, nothing's gone across the map. It actually won't be triple breastplate. You did call Spectral for the support, Aurora, picking that one up while the rest of his teammates, I should say, goes towards that breastplate of Valor. They'll pick that one up. Even Paul's going to go towards one. Paul said, you know what? I might as well just join the party. He says, I'm the origin of the breastplate, you know, breastplate damage dealer. Might as well pick one up too.
I almost wish Aurora got breastplate just so we could see the Ferryman side, and it's just 4 breastplates on that side.
Cyclone Spin picks one up, 6 items.
Might as well.
You know what? Might as well join the party.
Well. Spectral either way. I mean, when the Mercury's getting so far ahead, he's already got that Spectral finish. It makes a lot of sense. It will feel a little bit worse. I think one thing Charon feels worse with is not having any cooldown. And we're 12 minutes into this game, he's got 0. So I think it'll be Aurora prioritizing the survivability against Mercury over the harassment with his abilities. I think it's smart, especially when Adapting's already got that Deathbringer finished.
Double crits there. Blinking for Adapting. Lets him keep that dash for safety or his extra form of CC.
Coming.
Where do we see Adapting put his priority? Cooldown buff secured by Baskin. I should say maybe stolen by Baskin. First wave of the game from Aurora hits both members of the duo, but the unfortunate part is, as cool as that wave is, as great as the CC, doesn't really do a whole lot of damage and doesn't put much threat when it's just the two of you in lane together.
A little bit of a heat check right there. He's just feeling it out. Sends the ult, hits them both. You know it's going to be a good game when you hit that first ult.
Do you think he's maxing it? Do you think he's putting anything more than just the 1 point? If you're playing Charon, are you putting more points in that wave, or are you just focusing it on the rest of your kit?
I put points into my 1-2, and then I start putting points into my ult. I think the damage, and I think you get extra slow from the 1 also. I think that just feels better than the extra damage from the ult. Baskin's tower's going down, putting a little bit of damage out. Baskin, or Adapting, gets his beads forced.
Boulder's already gone, though, for Baskin, so can't use that to try and kill Adapting. He will Sonic Boom just as a precaution. Sino and Paul both on the way. Not that they were within range of killing, but just making sure they're out of there. Tier 1 tower for Baskin, though, as said, now gone. Final K can zone up. He hasn't had a chance to go back yet. He actually get his second relic, use the last of his relic shard just to clear out that wave, head on back for himself. I wonder if we'll see that Frenzy once more. No, he won't. It'll actually be beads for Final K, so first time this set that we've had an Alma solo that didn't go Teleport Frenzy.
And I think that just speaks to the strength of Cyclone's ult. It is just such a big area that if you walk into without beads or your ultimate, you are near guaranteed dying. It does not matter if you're a tank. It does not matter if you're ahead. You're probably dying because of how long that CC lasts. Final K prefers to survive a little bit more than he provides wants the frenzies around objectives. And actually, Gold Fury's pulled by the Levi's, getting low. Aurora's using the ultimate, putting a little bit of damage. He does actually out-secures it. Oh my goodness, Aurora feeling himself gets the secure. It does not matter that they got ult off. 124 damage. Roar. Woohoo!
Not often do we see Charon to begin with, but now getting an objective steal with that first ability. Shinto using the beads from Baskin.
Wow.
Couldn't outstep the maneuver of it. Final K, though, right around the wall. His Pyromancer not as free. Paul going to try and poke Final K out if possible, but not really doing a whole lot of damage to this Pyromancer. Instead, it might be a fight, especially if Adapting is just going to land these freehand crits every single time. We'll keep the Ferryman away from Pyro, so Fury, stolen away by Aurora, does keep this game fairly even. Now we're going right back to the Pyromancer. Shinto does have ult, but no beats. Using the ultimate right away. The Pyromancer goes for Leviathans, and the fight is going that way too. One for Adapting already, and Final K is trying to chase down Aurora. Paul's trying to jump over the wall, but he just can't. The CC's too strong, and Shinto chases him out with the Thunder Crash. 2 for the Leviathans, and a Pyromancer to boot. And now, heading over to the Fire Giant, the Leviathans, can they just keep this one going? It's Cyclone and Sino, the only ones alive and healthy to really do this.
And the Adapting already down to half health. You got Mercury, you got Alma on this. You got really good damage and solid secure, but they're looking to turn and take the fight. Sino actually goes in, dashes in, shells off. Final K looking for the stun on the Cyclone. Cyclone beads is secure by Shinto. Teleport is happening. Baskin is coming back. Baskin has blink up.
Sino jumps out, but it's not enough. Shinto double kill. The Basket's healthy. Boulder's coming up soon, and there's some low health bars. Basket gets the knockup. He's got to get the push, but he's CC'd. He only pushes Final K and has to walk back through the firewall. The Fire Giant's still alive. The Boulder a bit early. The Tidal Wave is only going to clip a couple. It's not enough. The Fire Giant goes to the Leviathans, and somehow, some way, not a single one of them dropped during all that fighting.
And even beyond that now, we are looking at an 8,000 XP lead now for the Levi's. 2 levels in jungle, 2 levels in mid, a level in ADC, and these are, they still not even back to their spikes yet. They're all still, they just got their spikes off. Soul Reaver in mid now. We have a 401 Raishin, and also Adapting is now finish stacking that Rage. He's got the Serrated. The Levi's are feeling good, and compared to the other side, right now, you look at Sino's build, just the Adas in the breastplate, no third item, and he's a Bellona who is behind.
That doesn't feel good. Not one bit. Breastplate, sure, you got some defense, but when Adaptic's putting up 6, 7, 800 crits, the breastplate doesn't feel maybe as potent at this point. Leviathans take down tier 1 tower in left, a few grouped up in mid. Drop that one if they decide to group. For now, it'll be a beacon cap for a few of them, but Panic Hat has more than enough structure damage. I mean, we're 17 minutes in the game, and he's hitting for over 170 at this point. 176 a shot will knock away another tower. Leviathans, it was a nearly even game. We're sitting 1,000, maybe 2,000 at best. But in one fell swoop, a few towers go down, and we're pushing nearly 7,000 gold up. Leviathans now push in towards tower. Six Ferrymen trying to hold the defense. Do so, Basket's Boulder. Let's just keep the minion wave out, but Leviathans group up once more. Still keeping the 5 stack. The Ferrymen inbound, they're willing to hold their ground.
All I hear is Adapting just keeps clapping and saying, ludicrous speed.
Yeah. The mind game. It's
Says it again.
It's the ultimate mind game on the Mercury. He's going to keep that one going until he can find an opening in. Wrong U starts the fight off, gets knocked up on Basket, but Basket already down to half. Aurora draws out the wave and it hits 3 people in a sanctified field. Catches out Wrong U. Panda Cat's low and Paul's got him down. That's 3 off the board for the Leviathans. Final K all by himself is going to bail out and allow Adapting to escape. And he may just be able to make out of this one himself. Final K goes back in and keeps Basket from going back to base.
And that was the perfect fight for the Levi's, or for the Ferrymen so far. The massive, massive Charon ult when the Levi's overcommitted, and then Olo ult on top. So much threat and so much damage that they have, where if the Levi's don't play these fights well, they will lose them. They are not far enough ahead where this game is over. They have to still play smart. Sino is now finishing his Toxic Blade. He's starting his kin size. We have a bunch of items coming through. Paul's almost done with that Reaver now. I'm not going to say it was a throw, like the game's even now, but this definitely slows down the game a lot for the Ferrymen to actually catch back up a little bit.
Yeah, knocks the gold from that nearly 7K. They were up back down to around the 5,000 mark. Leviathans can spike that one back up a little bit more. Oni Fury up, and not much Ferrymen are going to want to do. Try and step in there, not much they could do either. Nobody in range to defend this one. Well, glad you point that one out. I noticed it earlier. I didn't say too much about it just yet, but Gooseberry's not stacked up for Sino. Now, I guess to Sino's credit, hasn't really gotten a chance to box with his in-hands much. It's been, I Eagles rally in, I hit Scourge, and then I hope that I'm still alive by the time that ends.
Yeah, still a little wild that he's not actually got that fully stacked yet. That's 75 gold he's missing out on. Not min-maxing, not getting that gold.
Not getting that splash damage
getting,
either.
yeah.
They're so much easier. That's the whole point. You don't go Golden Blade because you get Golden Blade with that, but now I don't got the benefit of either of them.
This has the flat pen from the Adas now. No splash damage. We see Panda has the splash damage right there. Makes the clearing the jungle a lot easier. 6K gold lead for the Levi's after a couple other objectives, even after the mishap at that tier 2 tower in mid. Fire's about to be spawning up again. Sino's pushing down left, but there's 3 people over here.
Cat rotating in from top side. Shinto from another end. It's going to be a full collapse of everybody except for Adapting. Shinto can go over the wall too, Sino. That's not a safe place for you. Shinto, credit for that kill. The full collapsing of the Leviathan just to make sure that Sino's punished for being pushed. I can't even say so far up. He was just clearing a wave over on the left side.
It met at the halfway mark, and he was just clearing, just trying to get some farm, hit level 18. I mean, he's down 3 levels. He needs to get some farm. And I think that is an underrated thing that happens a lot of the time when you're behind this much. I mean, you're behind 7,000 gold. Sino needs farm, and he needs it badly. That's not a bad death. That's a death that sometime is going to happen when you just need to go push up those wave and get farm. But I mean, Sino, even if he's alive contesting this fight is still not going to be very easy.
5 versus 4 for the Fire Giant. It's already at half HP for the Leviathans. Can Sticks Ferrymen even find a path in? Sino's just now respawned. The Fire down to a quarter. I don't think anybody's going to go for the commit except for Basket, but the boulder was way too late to get in there. Once more, the Leviathans grab themselves an objective. It's a Fire Giant, a Runic Bomb to guarantee the secure that way. But one thing I want to at least kind of point out before we get into this fight, with what Aurora has gone with. Not the traditional War Banner, has gone for Spartan Flag this time.
And a strange pickup. Instead of opting for the attack speed and the movement speed from clearing minions, he gets the power and the attack speed from hitting enemies. It's, in my opinion, statted a lot worse of an item. It gives only power, it does not give any protections. And he's not really got a ton of protections in his build already. He actually opts for that Prophetic also, which is going to be giving some aura protections to his allies. But he needs to hit enemies, and he needs to hit them a lot to be able to get stacks. Right now, he's not sitting at any stacks. So this Charon build is in a, I'm hoping this game goes longer so I can get stacks to make my not going a protection-based starter not feel as bad. If it does get to that point, this could be like the difference between winning and losing. That's a lot of extra power and a lot of extra attack speed if you can play around it.
Now, kind of speaking to that, you know, this is a game that Aurora wants to drag out. If it wants the Ferrymen kind of push a little bit further on. Is this a composition that the Ferrymen have, given what they've drafted, to be able to drag a game out longer, or is this one that is not really in their control, maybe more so on the Leviathans to keep it going?
I think I agree with that second point, where it's they're needing the Levi's to either play this game so slow that they can farm up, which, I mean, you have 4 level 20s, all of them are starters, even your support has starters. The Levi's have no reason to play this slow, but as a Ferryman, with how far behind you are, you're relying on the enemy team to play so slow that you're able to farm up, or to make a big misplay. But I mean, last fight under that tier 2 tower, the Levi's kind of disrespected what the Ferrymen could do, and they did kind of make a throw there. So it's not out of the question, but I think the Levi's understand that, okay, we can't just walk down and just win the game like that. We're gonna need to play a little bit smarter.
Wrong you, ultimate. Where is he gonna taxi service the rest of his team? It's right to the Phoenix line. They don't even realize this is happening. Frenzy popped instantly, but now it's Basket on the scene. He's found Shinto. Phoenix is still alive for the time, and it's not going to go down until the very bitter end. Bandicat able to get out with the Sappurate, and the 6 Ferrymen trying to chase out, but the damage has already been done. The tidal wave is too late. The Leviathans, wrong you, makes a great play, and it pays off well for the team.
That is one of the best looking things, is just when a Horror Assault works out, and it works out well. Not in anyone's vision, so you can't see where the Horus is bringing you. You bring him to the left Phoenix, and nobody can get there quick enough. Not enough globals. I mean, Charon ult is a global, but it's something that needs a lot of time to get to where it needs to be. So I can't fault Aurora for not ulting it right away. You don't have that Athena, the Thor, Rat, something like that to get over there instantly. And the Levi's pop the Frenzy, and they actually do a lot of damage really quickly.
Oh, by the way, Cyclone did pick up Breastplate. So 4 players with Breastplate of Valor on the Ferryman team, 1 with a Spectral Armor. Aurora might as well just go back and pick up an extra one so he can have it too. Just get the full team Breastplate. 4 of them picking up that same glyph, that Breastplate of Determination. A very physically tanky team for the Styx Ferrymen. And that's great to fight against Adapting, but Adapting's not the only damage dealer on that team. There's still Shinto and Panicat, and that Breastplate don't really do a whole lot against them.
Yeah, I think that's a good point to bring up, where that Breastplate is both physical and magical, to be fair, but it is a lot more physical than it is magical. It's like 20 magical, 28 magical, and it's 83 physical or something like that, some absurd number. What is it, 55 plus 28?
Good call.
83?
Good call.
Nice.
Better math than me. You were more willing to do the math than I was. I was just going to leave it at a lot.
I was ready.
Last time I did math, I said 2,000 when it was a 4 and then a 5 above that. It was only a 1,000 difference. I said 2,000. That's the last time I try and do math on a cast again.
Well, I got you. I'll do the math for you then.
That's good math from you, Bobby. That's why we brought you on the team. That way you can be the math guy. Speaking of math, 7,000 gold was a while back for Leviathans in the lead. Now it's 14,000, doubled that. There's my quick math for Leviathans in this lead. 26 minutes in to have this strong of a lead. And with Fire Giant showing up here on the map in about 15, 20 seconds, Six Ferrymen aren't in position to defend this. They lost their Phoenix. Maybe Cyclone Spin steps up. We've seen that the Ferrymen are a team willing to forego damage on the opposite side of the map just to stand here and try and delay these Fire Giants.
I think their biggest downside is they don't have a great out-secure tool. I think Tia is a fine attempt at it, but she needs to get a little too close where she's going to be getting threatened by either Raijin's damage or just a crit from Mercury. Also, something I just noticed, we were clowning Sino a little bit for not having his relic stack, or his recipe stack, but Ronnie doesn't have his stacked either.
I mean, he's not really hitting the enemy that much. Surely Ronnie's got a lot of healing for his team. I mean, he's been keeping the team alive and healthy for anything. Yeah, see, look, I like to equate healing to damage. So he's essentially done an extra 50, he's negated 5,500 damage from the enemy team.
Imagine the cooldowns he'd have if he had that stacked, though.
Man, those extra 1 seconds every single time. But now with the Leviathans pushing up, left side Phoenix still down. So it'll be a 2-3 split for the Leviathans. Push into the Ferryman's face once more. It'll be a moment before we see the minions on the left start to put a threat in towards the Titan and really call for the Ferrymen to take action against it. Paul good to try and keep the defense up, but with Adapting and Final K together and a Runic Bomb in Panda Cat's pocket, feels like either Phoenix is an easy threat for the Leviathans to take down.
And Levi's able to play this a little bit slower than maybe expected. There's not a ton of rush. They have this Fire Giant for a while. Left is still dead. They have 2 more Fire Waves coming down left. I think this is something where it should play a little bit slower. Actually, right looks like it'd be commit.
We'll see. Runic Bomb still hold up by Panda Cat. Not going to use it just yet. Final K dashing away. Adapting's fighting against Sino. The Phoenix is back up. Eagles Rally used. That's not going to get anything. Instead, Adapting tries to turn and burn, but Sino's tanky enough to stand his ground and fight right back. Only the left side Phoenix goes down, but that was the weakened one from earlier. As Roar stands the rest of his team, Wrong Yu goes up to the sky, but who will he taxi over towards mid? It's just him by himself, and immediately it's a response by Cyclone Spin. Wrong Yu is out of the fight for the time being, but Final K's the one in danger. The tidal wave goes through. It's only going to hit 2 this time. Keeps Panda Cat off to the side, and Final K able to get back out.
Left Phoenix gets taken down, left or middle and right get poked down a little bit. Levi's have enough sustain here where Fire Giant on top of Ronnie's sustain should top them off eventually. 29 minutes into the game, they have another 2 minutes on this Fire Giant. Actually walking up now, it's already half.
Okay, dash in. Shito used the ult, but the Runic Bomb has been destroyed. It didn't take down the Phoenix. Adapting with a Sonic Boom from the side. Baskin is out of the fight. Paul goes in, and he gets 1. Adapting is out now, and it's Cyclone Spin teaming up with Sino. Sino's fighting 3 by himself, but he needs backup, and he needed it faster than that. Final K takes him away, and Shito removes Cyclone Spin. It's only 2 Ferrymen left, but low health bars on Leviathans. Final K can teleport back in, and Wrong Yu can resustain the team.
And that was so close to being a different story. Right's looking to be going down, and this is a 4v2. The end potential is there.
Final K dashes in, an ultimate from Wrong Yu. The 6 Ferrymen have been undefeated up until this point. The Leviathans are batting their way right in. You may have been undefeated, but now it's the Leviathans seated atop the division.
And what a final game by the Levi's. Completely different from that game 4 where they had that early lead in game 4, but this time they just didn't let up. They kept pushing it. They did not allow the Ferrymen to kind of, slow the game down and kind of come back a little bit. It was almost all Levi's this entire game.
Really, the only part of the game that kind of felt slow was after Adapting's first kill. He got that first raid stack, thought for a moment, all right, cool, we're going to see the fighting, we're going to keep it going, and then 5, 6, 7 minutes goes by, nothing happens. All it takes is one little breakout fight around Pyromancers, these Gold Furies. It just felt like every time that the Ferrymen wanted to step up to an objective, they were down a man. The picks that were coming from the Leviathans just kept giving them the man advantage in every one of these fights.
And really, everyone on the Levi's kind of pulled their own weight in this final game. Everyone had a standout moment in this game, in this set. And I think highlighting any one player is really hard to do, but Shinto's resurgence from like phase 1 to now, it is like night and day how much better he's playing right now than he played in that first phase. And it's just completely different. This team just looks completely revitalized with Panda Cat and Shinto in the backline.
I think on the whole, Leviathans fans are much happier with their performance here in this phase. Now starting off, I believe, a 5-1 up compared to where they were before. I mean, it was almost the entire phase before they got their third win in phase number 1. Now here in the Road to Worlds, it's the Leviathans on top of the world. They're the ones leading their division now with that loss to the Ferrymen. The Atlantis Leviathans can take that number 1 seed for the time. There is still plenty more Smite to go for them, but a big win for the Atlantis Leviathans. That's it for me and Inbound Cast. Throw back to Des to break it down.
Win indeed for the Atlantis Leviathans as they take that game number 5, all deciding game number 5, and that evens out the head-to-head between these two teams as well, and puts the Leviathans atop the division, 4-1, maybe 5-1, I now believe, and then 4-1 now for the Styx Ferrymen. But the head-to-head now tied. This is a close division.
It is. I mean, what did PBM say? I'll create a death division, I think was his idea. Wanted to get as many stackers on one side as he could back during that snake draft, and so I think he's done a pretty good job of it. Love watching every single one of those in-division matchups. I tend to agree with Bobby, though, Frog. This one was a lot less back and forth than games 3 and 4. This one feels very similar to the pace that we had seen in games 1 and 2. If you can remember all the way back then, where they were just trading back and forth on match who was going to dominate the entirety of the game. Unfortunately for the Ferrymen, the Leviathans decided game 5 they were going to do that exact same thing, and they do so incredibly well. I'll leave a lot of it at the feet of Adapting. I feel like he has had himself just a really good day out of the jungle. This Mercury involved early with his now patented double crit start. Rage into Deathbringer says, I'll get my penetration later. Doesn't matter how much damage you have, it's not going to make up for how hard I'm critting you. And turns out he's just correct, and especially when he's stacking up his Rage as quickly as he was. Shinto says, hey, we could put Raijin in solo, but it looks really good out of mid. At one point, I looked at a 1v1 between Shinto and Paul, where they were just trading damage back and forth. Paul lands his entire kit. Shinto walks out at 70%. Shinto lands 2-1. Paul walked out at about 40%. That's the difference between Ob Shard and Breastplate of Valor. Shinto clearly more eyes for the damage.
Yeah, up there at the top of the damage charts for his team. A little bit lacking over on the other side, but I mean, I think the damage numbers there are actually closer than I initially thought. Maybe it just came through in the fights, right? They didn't take every fight that they could have. They didn't chase down individual picks in the jungle. It was just the Fire Giant opportunity came up. They were dominant. They decided all in one go. They got it. The Phoenix opportunities came up. They decided all in one go. The macro play, like you said, Adapting, the Horus ultimates as well, were very well used, it felt like, from the Leviathans. Just felt like they were clicking on all cylinders. You know, all the gears were oiled up. Like they were moving like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, the Leviathans look really good here. I think it is also worth noting how narrow maybe some of those team fight win conditions were for the Ferrymen. Best engagement we saw from them, I believe, was a 4-man ultimate from Aurora, and they still could only kill 3 off the back of that. Worth noting again, at that point, Paul hadn't quite built up all of his damage just yet, but if you're relying on that level of CC to win out on a team fight and still only trade, I believe, 3-1, things aren't going to look so good. Whereas win conditions for the Leviathans was, hey, did Shinto hit anybody? If yes, they're probably going to die.
Well, Levi is looking fantastic. We can hear a little bit more about it. J-Mac is standing by with Final K.
That's right. I got Final K, Soul Laner for Leviathans here. First off, big congratulations on the win. And I kind of want to start with it there. You know, last phase was a bit of a struggle for Leviathans, bringing a new addition with Panda Cat to the team. And you guys have looked better than ever. How's it feel to now be on the top of the division for your team?
That feels good. I mean, we're obviously pretty happy with how we're playing. Still a lot to improve on. Things we gotta fix, apart from is our weaknesses and stuff, especially just around fire and being on the same page. Maybe try not to be too loud as well. But yeah, we're feeling good. Month of October is going well. I mean, we just got past No Sleep September, and that went fine. So we'll see how we do.
I mean, it's been great for y'all. It was an early tumble against the Ferrymen before. I think it was a 3-0 in your first matchup. Now getting a win here. How's it feel to stop the undefeated Ferrymen? This is a team that everybody's heralding, potentially the #1 team in the league. How's it feel getting a big win against them?
Oh, it feels really good. I think that even though we got 3-0 by them, a lot of the second game we were up 15K and we threw. The first game we came back. We had a really good comeback in that game, but then we also messed that up. We let them backdoor when we didn't send enough people to back. So even in that, we felt like we should have won that, or at least could have if we had played better. So we knew going back after that set, we just need to practice, work on stuff, so that next time we play them like this, that we could take the dub. And it was a good set.
And talk to me a little bit about Game 5. Adapting goes to the Mercury. It's kind of been a signature pick that he's pulled back in big games. Goes to the double crit early. And then we look across the board, late game, Aurora's gone for a fourth item, Prophetic Cloak. There's 4 Breastplates of Valor. Are you guys just kind of giggling, or especially like Shinto and Panicat, they just kind of sitting there laughing going, well, what's up with the Breastplates?
Yeah, we were confused because we had a Fed Raijin running around just one-shotting everybody, and they're going Breastplate. I think they maybe overvalued that a little bit, but, I mean, Paul is always going to be building Breastplate. That's just something he loves. And, Sino always goes back to these crutch tank picks. So he's got to build some tank items here and there. So, that's basically it.
Yeah. Game looked really good for you, Final K. Congratulations on the big win up against the Ferrymen. I'll let you get back with the team to celebrate. We'll throw it back to the desk.
Fantastic interview. Thank you so much, Final K. There was really one thing I pulled from that interview.
What's that?
Did you catch the one thing?
I mean, I was hanging on every word because I feel like Alfonso is a fountain of great knowledge and good charisma. But if you're saying he only had one thing of value to share,
I think one thing was a little bit spicier than the rest. Not that they didn't have value. Sino going to the crutch tank picks. Which is, I don't know. It's a little bit of a dig after beating them in Game 5. So maybe some wise words from Alec Fonz, or at least some fighting words there.
Yeah, I mean, I'll check the parking lot after this one, see whether or not they decide to resolve it off the battleground or turn my parking lot into a battleground. I'm sure they're just having some fun.
We'll take a look at the schedule. That was our first match of the day, but we've got plenty more action coming at you the rest of this weekend. The Leviathans take that set in a 5-game fashion, of course. Next up, we've got the Highland Ravens versus the Camelot Kings. That'll close us out for the rest of the day. And then everybody else playing throughout the rest of the weekend. Full games on Saturday, full games on Sunday. A ton more Smite action to come. Highland Ravens versus the Kings, though, this is sort of sliding up to be one of our more interesting sets. Both teams are sort of around the middling point of our, not necessarily a top 3, not necessarily a bottom 3, so definitely still opportunities for these teams to prove themselves in this matchup.
Yeah, we're looking to see improvement from the Camelot Kings, whether or not the Highland Ravens have got the consistency they've been looking for. I think a great check for both of these teams. I've been saying for a long time that I see the Highland Ravens as like the swing votes for seeding. Their matches, I feel like, just have so much weight behind them because they are consistently inconsistent. They can punch up really well. They can punch down. Sometimes they get punched by the people below them. So every single one of their matches, I feel like, has just a little bit more behind it.
Well, thus far, 100% of the sets this weekend have gone to 5 games. We'll see if the Highland Ravens and the Camelot Kings can keep that going. For right now, we'll throw it to a quick break and see you on the other side.
So I'm here with the support for the Highland Ravens. And Hurry, ever the veteran, you've been around the scene for a while. You got a lot of interviews, I think. Maybe time to get something a little bit away from Smite. I'm going to run a quick hypothetical by you. You're standing on a cliff, and there are 3 people dangling on the edge of the cliff. Ariana Grande, Emma Stone, and Emma Watson. You can only save one. Who is it?
I think I'm going to have to go with Emma Watson. Emma Watson I'm going to go with. Yeah.
And why is that?
I'm on camera, I can't say. Who knows who's going to see this?
Everybody. I got one more question for you, and this one's a deep dive on your social media, actually. You have recently taken it upon yourself to laud awards upon the community. Yep. Your most recent award, can you walk me through exactly what that is, why whoever won, and maybe what the criteria were for it?
So basically, the competition is the weekly Hog Rider award. So the Hog Rider of the week. So it's basically just whoever is just riding hogs the most. So like as you could see in my tweet, like Jeremy, he was like on that hog, he was riding it. And I think he just showcased really what a hog ride is all about more than everyone else that week.
Thank you very much, Ferrymen, for your contributions, your ever-consistent contributions to the scene. Twig, glossed over once more for Hog Rider of the Week. How does that make you feel?
But there's no surprise for me. That's not my playstyle, that's not my thing. I try not to ride hogs. So Maybe that's a Scream thing today, but we'll see.
It's not a hog rider. It's been Mifflin abuse. We'll get him next time. Just not my thing.
See all the birds and all the bees and all the trees. Help me feel everything around me. Help me in vibrations of the universe inside of me. Help me beat the shit out of my ego, please. Wash me now in the blood of the Lamb and the Holy. Let me go to hell to cleanse my fucked up mind. Let's embrace the sunrise and the sunset and the time between them. Let us stay forever young and never die.